Chapter 878. Xiaoqing punched out. The power of the true dragon surged. A huge dragon rushed out from his fist and pounced towards the Jiang family's young divine king. It was like a real divine dragon, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, causing people's hearts to palpitate. At the same time, he used Dragon God Step and rushed towards the Jiang family's young divine king with extreme speed. The demon race has an incomparably powerful physique. Their physical body is incomparably tyrannical. Close combat is also an advantage for the demon race. The physical body of humans is absolutely incomparable to the demon race. This is the innate talent of the demon race. However, the human race has a path of martial Tao. The martial body of a martial artist is even stronger than the physical body of the demon race. The physical body of a martial artist who has cultivated the indestructible martial body is so powerful that even the almighty demon race would be stunned. The Jiang family's young divine king naturally knows how powerful it is. He didn't move and directly retreated. Sun rises from the east. The Jiang family's young divine king roared and displayed his supreme divine ability. He actually attracted a ball of sun-like divine light from the east. The temperature of the entire world rose rapidly. Boom! The sun, that was guided by the Jiang family's young divine king, met the true dragon fist force in front of it. Everywhere it passed, everything was destroyed. Without any suspense, the dragon's shadow fist force collided with the blazing sun. The heaven and earth shook violently. The blazing sun exploded and the dragon's shadow dissipated. The energy that emitted an endless aura of destruction swept out in all directions. Even the clouds in the sky were dispersed. The mighty remnant power that descended from the sky caused the earth to tremble, the mountain ridges to crumble, and dust to rise high into the sky. It was as terrifying as the end of the world. When He Tian and Balan saw this scene, they were incomparably shocked. If they were to fight against the Jiang family's young divine king, they would have long been defeated. The Jiang family's young divine king was really too strong. Only Xiaoqing, who possessed the power of the true dragon, could fight endlessly with him and challenge this young divine king. Swish! At this time, Xiaoqing used Dragon God Steps and successfully approached the Jiang family's little divine king. His right leg directly swept towards the Jiang family's little divine king's waist. Like a divine whip, even the void shattered under his feet. With the power of a true dragon, Xiaoqing's strength was extremely strong. With a raise of his hand, he could shatter the sky, and with a stomp he could shatter the earth. Every move he made contained great power. Bam! The Jiang family's young divine king blocked Xiaoqing's attack with his knee. Then, the Jiang family's young divine king chopped at Xiaoqing's neck with his hand. Divine light burst forth from the Jiang family's young divine king's hand. His palm was like a peerless divine weapon that tore through the void. What? He Tian and Balan were shocked. Not only did the Jiang family's young divine king cultivate a terrifying divine ability, his physical body was also so powerful that it could contend against Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing was also secretly shocked. The battle strength displayed by the Jiang family's young divine king made him feel a dangerous aura. He dodged the Jiang family's young divine king's handblade, then directly punched towards the Jiang family's young divine king's chest. The true dragon fist surged forward like a surging river. The Jiang family's young divine king also pressed his palm forward. On his palm, divine power was vast and mighty. His palm blossomed with resplendent divine light, as if a sun was going to rush out from his palm. Boom! Xiaoqing's fist and the Jiang family's young divine king's palm collided fiercely, and a muffled sound that was like a muffled thunder exploded. The sleeves on their arms were immediately shattered by the power that came from their hands, turning into pieces of cloth that fluttered in the void. Xiaoqing and the Jiang family's young divine king's movements paused for a moment. In the next moment, the two of them flew back at the same time. Fresh red blood seeped out of their mouths again. He has refined the power of the divine ability into his flesh and blood, fusing the divine ability with his body. No wonder his physique is so strong. Tian was experienced and knowledgeable, so he quickly saw through the background of the Jiang family's young divine king. Roar! Roar! Xiaoqing and the Jiang family's young divine king roared at the same time. Then they pounced towards each other at the same time. 10 suns illuminate the clear sky. The Jiang family's young divine king shouted loudly. His entire body emitted resplendent divine light. He displayed his strongest divine ability. 10 sun-like divine lights rushed out from his body and soared into the sky. Rumble! It was as if 10 suns appeared in the sky and scorched the heaven and earth. The divine light in the sky made people unable to open their eyes. The power of the sun was vast and mighty. It was as if the heaven and earth were about to collapse. 10 suns illuminate the clear sky. It's actually the 10 suns illuminate the clear sky. The ancient supreme divine ability, 10 suns illuminate the clear sky, has reappeared once again. Tian saw this scene and seemed to be stunned as he muttered to himself. Balan saw this shocking scene and was also speechless for a long time. Once the 10 suns illuminate the clear sky divine ability was used, the land was scarlet for thousands of miles. This was not a lie. The flowers and trees within 100 miles were all rapidly withering. It was as if their vitality was evaporated by the 10 suns in the sky. Bang! Xiaoqing was directly sent flying. He spat out a large mouthful of blood. The power of the 10 suns was too powerful. It was simply unstoppable and couldn't be contended against. After being sent flying dozens of miles away, Xiaoqing stabilized his body. Then, he opened his mouth and spat out a divine pearl. This was the dragon pearl that he had cultivated, and it contained the power of a true dragon. Once the dragon pearl appeared, the power of a true dragon surged and directly blocked the power of the 10 suns that were descending from the sky. The divine light emitted from the dragon pearl could actually compete with the brilliance of the 10 suns in the sky. The dragon pearl floated above Xiaoqing's head. The power of a true dragon descended mightily and enveloped him. He guided the power of a true dragon in the dragon pearl to gather in his hands. Dragon King Fist. Xiaoqing's long hair danced wildly. His body emitted a shocking aura. He raised his head and looked straight at the 10 suns in the sky. Then, he punched upwards with both fists. He displayed an indomitable aura. His 2 fists were like 2 moving ancient divine mountains. The vast power that spread from his fists pierced through the sky. The 10 suns that were descending were immediately blocked by the terrifying fist energy. Bam! 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 For the 10 suns exploded. The monstrous divine fire of the sun enveloped the sky. The divine power of the sun was vast and mighty. The earth was collapsing, the mountains were collapsing, and the heaven and earth seemed like it was going to collapse. It was extremely terrifying. According to an ancient legend, in the ancient times, 10 suns suddenly appeared in the sky and scorched the earth. The common people were on the brink of extinction. At that time, a supreme deity made a move and shot down 9 suns to save the common people. This legend was talking about the supreme divine power of the 10 suns illuminating the clear sky. In the ancient times, that ruthless person had once used this supreme divine ability to cleanly slaughter a powerful ancient race. Under the 10 suns illuminating the clear sky, thousands of miles of land had been turned into scorched earth. This divine power of the Jiang family's young divine king was still 108,000 miles away from the great accomplishment realm. Xiaoqing gathered the power of a true dragon in his fists and attacked. He actually broke 4 of the 10 suns in an instant. Chapter 879. Roar! His clothes were stained with blood, but the young divine king of the Jiang family was not depressed. Instead, he was full of fighting spirit. The light in his eyes became stronger, and his gaze shot out like 2 cold lightning bolts. 10 suns illuminate the clear sky. He roared. An endless divine light rushed out of his body again. The world suddenly changed, and a clear sky appeared in the sky, as if a universe was evolving. A part of the blue sky descended, and above the blue sky, 10 suns reappeared. They emitted an endless divine power of the sun, crushing the void and shattering everything. It was as if 10 real suns were falling from the sky, and it was terrifying to the extreme. This kind of magical phenomenon had already shocked the untainted land in the immemorial age. That ruthless person had once used this magical power to annihilate an incomparably powerful race in the immemorial age. Now, someone had actually cultivated this magical power, which really shocked Heition. This young divine king of the Jiang family had unlimited potential, and he had some of the heroic bearing of that ruthless person in the past. The clear sky descended, and the 10 suns illuminated the sky, shattering the world. Xiaoqing was the first to bear the brunt, and he felt a great pressure. The energy wave from the sky was really too strong, and it made him feel that it was difficult to resist. The boundless divine power of the sun from the 10 suns caused the earth to start turning into a magma-like existence. Once the 10 suns appeared, the land would be scarlet for thousands of miles. This was definitely not an exaggeration. Even though Xiaoqing had the dragon pearl of life floating above his head, and he was protected by the power of the true dragon, he still felt great danger. The void was sealed by the supreme magical power of the young divine king of the Jiang family, and he could not retreat even if he wanted to. If he could not retreat, then he would fight. Roar! You have the 10 suns illuminate the clear sky, and I have the 10 dragons devour the sky. Xiaoqing roared angrily, and the dragon power in his body surged. Many faint and illusory dragons appeared around him. Every dragon was thousands of meters long, and they roared silently. Then, they soared from around Xiaoqing at the same time, and entered the dragon pearl of life above Xiaoqing's head. Roar! A dragon roar shook the 9 heavens. In the next moment, the dragon pearl emitted a mighty aura of the true dragon, and 10 dragons that looked like true dragons rushed out of the dragon pearl. This is the mighty power of the true dragon spread out from the dragon pearl, shaking the descending blue sky. The 10 suns fixed in the blue sky also shook. The 10 great dragons that rushed out of the dragon pearl seemed to have condensed into bodies of flesh and blood. Every scale and every whisker was extremely clear, as if they were not illusions at all. 10 dragons devouring the heavens. Break! Xiaoqing shouted. He drove the dragon pearl with all his might, and the power of the true dragon erupted. The aura of the true dragon was unprecedentedly strong, as if 10 true dragons had appeared in this part of the sky. Roar! The 10 dragons roared and soared into the sky. Every single dragon exuded the aura of a true dragon. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they charged at the 10 suns in the sky. The entire blue sky shook violently, showing signs of collapsing. Heition and Balan, who had already retreated far away, were incredibly shocked when they saw this. This wasn't the 10 dragons vying for pearls, but the 10 dragons vying for Sunday. Damn it. The Jiang family's young divine king also didn't expect that Xiaoqing was actually so powerful. The strength that Xiaoqing displayed had already exceeded his expectations. At this moment, there was no time for him to think anymore. The Jiang family's young divine king made up his mind and unleashed the might of the 10 suns illuminating the blue sky without holding back. The blue sky descended. The 10 suns fell. The entire heaven and earth was about to shatter. Boom, 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 boom. There were 10 consecutive loud noises. The 10 true dragons collided with the 10 suns. In that instant, the heaven and earth were penetrated by this kind of power. A part of the void instantly collapsed. In front of the 2 ultimate moves, the void was as fragile as a thin piece of paper. It was silently annihilated and turned into nothingness. A huge black hole appeared between the heaven and earth. The mighty remaining might shook the entire earth. Mountains collapsed continuously. Dust rose high into the sky, and the cracks that appeared were like bottomless abysses. The power of the 10 dragons and 10 suns caused the void within a radius of 12 miles to shatter, forming a super black hole. Behind the black hole was endless nothingness. If one was struck into the nothingness, they would most likely be lost in the nothingness and never be able to walk out. A human figure fell from the sky, directly smashing into the ground. The earth trembled and then collapsed, forming a bottomless pit. The other figure was sent flying into the sky. A large amount of blood sprinkled down from the sky. That was the blood of an immortal god. It contained traces of divine power and was crystal clear like agate. The 10 suns illuminating the blue sky, divine ability, phenomenon disappeared. The 10 dragons also disappeared. In the heaven and earth, there were no 10 suns nor dragons. There was only a super huge hole. The void of the heaven and earth was pierced through, and it was a super huge hole. Terrifying energy swept out in all directions. The super huge hole was still gradually expanding. Even Xianxia and Balan, who were far away, had no choice but to retreat. Both sides are injured. Brother Qing, are you all right? Balan and Xianxia directly retreated to 100 miles away before stopping. Everything within a radius of a dozen miles had been flattened. The mountains had collapsed, and large tracts of trees had turned into dust. A desert that spanned a dozen miles had appeared in the mountains. This is bad. Seeing this scene, Xianxia and Balan secretly complained. Xiaoqing was the only disciple of Old Tortoise and also Gu Fei's brother. If something were to happen to him, they would not be able to bear the consequences. Xianxia and Balan couldn't help but change their expressions at the thought of this. Brother Qing, I hope nothing happens to you. Although Xianxia was covered from head to toe in black clothes, the soul fire in his head could still be seen. Even Balan was a little flustered. After the huge hole in the sky expanded to its limit, it began to shrink. The power of heaven and earth began to repair the shattered void. The hole in the sky was also shrinking. Bam! Just as Xianxia and Balan were about to rush over to search for Xiaoqing, the sand in the center of the desert suddenly exploded, and a figure rushed out from the ground. That's Xianxia and Balan immediately stopped in their tracks. Their hearts trembled. They sensed an incomparably familiar aura from that person, and they couldn't help but be overjoyed. Brother Qing, young master, Xianxia and Balan were stunned for a moment before they immediately rushed over to the figure that rushed out from the ground. That person's hair was disheveled, and his body was covered in blood. It was Xiaoqing. Right at that moment, another aura descended from the sky. The Jiang family's young divine king? In the battle between Xiaoqing and the Jiang family's young divine king, no one was able to suppress the other. Such an ending seemed reasonable, but it was beyond everyone's expectations. One had to know that the Jiang family's young divine king was a first firmament divine king of the profound transformation realm. He was a major realm higher than Xiaoqing, but he fought to a draw with Xiaoqing. It could only be said that Xiaoqing's talent was too abnormal. He actually cultivated the true dragon power. Xiaoqing, who controlled the true dragon power, could multiply his battle prowess after using the Destiny Dragon Pearl. It was enough to challenge an immortal king or divine king of the profound transformation realm. The Jiang family's young divine king didn't fall from the sky. Xianxia and the rest felt the aura of the Jiang family's young divine king quickly go far away and finally disappear between heaven and earth. At this moment, a few powerful auras suddenly appeared in the distance. Some people were rapidly approaching. The battle between Xiaoqing and the Jiang family's young divine king still alarmed some people. Let's go. Without any hesitation, Xianxia directly used the teleportation formation platform. Then, he rushed up with Xiaoqing and Balan, activated the formation platform, and directly teleported away. Very soon, the figures of the extreme, Dao, appeared nearby. Could it be that there is actually a profound transformation realm, immortal king, or divine king fighting here? Even the void of heaven and earth was penetrated. Too scary. When they saw the desert in front of them and the gradually shrinking space of nothingness above the desert, everyone was stunned. At this moment, Xiaoqing, Xianxia, Balan, and the rest had long been teleported thousands of miles away by the teleportation formation platform. using the power of the teleportation formation platform to teleport. Perhaps only the current Almighties could use their supreme magic power to sense the fluctuation of the void of heaven and earth to track Xiaoqing and the rest. There was a limit to the time that the various ancient desolate forces could enter the ancient desolation world. No one could stay here forever. At this moment, many people who didn't die in this pseudo-heaven realm began to gradually gather near the passage where the gate of heaven was located. The ancient desolate forces began to withdraw. Although Xiaoqing suffered a great impact in the battle with the Jiang family's young divine king, his physical body and divine soul were both injured, and it was absolutely impossible for him to recover in a short period of time. However, they didn't stop and directly rushed towards the passage where the ancient heaven gate was located. They didn't want to be trapped in this pseudo-heaven realm that was filled with murderous intent. They also knew that at this moment, Gu Fei would definitely also head towards the passage to this pseudo-heaven realm. In reality, just like what Xiaoqing and the rest thought, Gu Fei was hurrying on his way. No one wanted to stay in a world that was filled with danger. However, there were people who didn't want Gu Fei to leave. In a valley, 3 immortal kings and divine kings in the mysterious transformation realm intercepted Gu Fei. The 3 divine kings and the immortal kings came from 3 different forces. The 3 divine kings and the immortal kings blocked Gu Fei in the valley. They had long since been prepared, accurately calculating the path that Gu Fei would definitely take, so they stood guard nearby. When Gu Fei flew over the valley, they suddenly launched an attack, activating the Grand Formation and drawing out a peerless killing light, wanting to kill Gu Fei in an instant. Zhao family, Dongfang family, Beitang family. Gu Fei landed on a huge rock in the valley, and his eyes swept across the 3 powerful figures that were standing in 3 different directions in the sky like lightning. Chapter 880. The 3 celestial kings and divine kings trapped Gu Fei in a valley. This was a trap they had set up long ago. Gu Fei, today is the anniversary of your death. And Celestial King came from the east. This Celestial King was shrouded in celestial light, and behind his head was a 5-colored divine light. Power of the 5 elements. Gu Fei's pupils shrank when he saw this Celestial King. This was the 5 elements celestial art of the Beitang clan. This Celestial King came from the Beitang clan. These cultivation clans that have been passed down for thousands of years, or even longer on the Tonglong continent, were not simple. They all had deep foundations that made people's hearts palpitate. Killing him like this is letting him off easy. A divine king came from the south. 18 9-colored divine lights circled around his body. His powerful aura made people almost breathless. A member of the Zhao clan. Gu Fei sensed an aura similar to Zhao Wuji's from this god king. That Zhao Wuji was too narrow-minded. Gu Fei thought that Zhao Wuji wanted to borrow the hands of his family's experts to take revenge for his defeat that day. Gu Fei's evaluation of Zhao Wuji was only these 4 words. This brat killed the most outstanding descendant of my clan. Killing him like this is letting him off easy. I want to extract his soul and suppress it for 10,000 years. I want him to suffer the pain of refining his soul. And Celestial King came from the north with a murderous aura. He wanted to skin Gu Fei alive. People of the Dongfang clan. Gu Fei said to himself, expressionlessly. There was nothing more to say. The people who came had great enmity with him. Today was going to be a situation of certain death. Either they would die, or he would die. Gu Fei knew that the enmity between him and the 3 clans could no longer be resolved. Oomph. You seem to think that you have me. Gu Fei sneered. So what if he had fallen into the trap of these people? He had a saint weapon in his hands. Even the 10-direction annihilation trap could do nothing to him. Could it be that these 2 great celestial kings and a divine king were able to lay a trap that could kill him? Even more powerful than 10-direction annihilation? Gu Fei could not help but shake his head. You are nothing more than a mere martial immortal. Could it be that you actually think you can contend against us? The immortal king from the east said in a very disdainful manner. Why are you talking so much to him? Just kill him. The divine king of the south said impatiently. Then let's send him on his way, the Dongfang family's celestial king said. Afterwards, two immortal kings and a god king approached Gu Fei from 3 directions at the same time. At the same time, they activated their killing formations. Runes appeared on the ground, triggering the power of the world to seal the entire valley. Bolts of purple lightning began to appear in the sky above the valley. 8 gates, heaven, sealing chaos. Formation rise. A flag plate appeared in the hands of the Beitang family's celestial king. There were 8 small flags on it. Following his voice, the 8 small flags on the flag plate flew up and quickly enlarged. Then, they were inserted in 8 directions around the valley. When the formation flags fell, the entire formation was completely activated. Rumble. The entire valley was shrouded in smoke and clouds that surged from all directions. Bolts of purple lightning flickered in the smoke and clouds, emitting blinding light. Gu Fei stood on a huge rock in the valley. He only felt boundless pressure descend from the sky. It was as if the sky was pressing down on him. Swoosh! With a thought, Gu Fei triggered the power of the world in his dantian. Immediately, the power of the world sealed the void around him. His aura instantly disappeared completely. The 2 immortal kings and a god king were incomparably shocked. They realized that they could not sense Gu Fei's aura. Even though they saw Gu Fei standing in front of them, they thought they were seeing things. Although Gu Fei's internal power of the world had isolated the terrifying aura emitted by the formation, it did not mean that there was no danger. Boom! In the sky, there was a sudden clap of thunder. A bolt of purple lightning the size of a mountain bombarded down from the sky. The aura of destruction was vast and mighty between heaven and earth. The lightning directly tore the void and bombarded towards Gu Fei's head. No one knew when a black iron rod, less than 4 feet long, appeared in Gu Fei's hand. Facing the terrifying lightning, he did not dodge. He directly held the iron rod and bombarded upwards. Buzz! The black iron rod cut through the void and let out a deafening sound. The entire heaven and earth shook under the black iron rod. It was as if Gu Fei was swinging a huge mountain. Boom! Under the astonished gazes of the 2 immortal kings and 1 divine king, Gu Fei actually shattered the mountain-like purple lightning with a single strike of his rod. How is this possible? How can he have such a powerful combat strength? Using martial arts to become an immortal. Could the legend be true? The 2 immortal kings and a god king were all shocked. Gu Fei's combat strength made their hearts palpitate. If he was allowed to grow, the 3 major families would be in big trouble. We can't let him grow. No matter what, we must kill him today. The 2 immortal kings and a god king made up their minds. They all felt threatened and wanted to completely eliminate this threat at all costs. 8 gates, heaven sealing. You can't escape. Just accept your death. The immortal king of the Beitang family said in a deep voice. He sat cross-legged in the sky and operated the formation. Terrifying purple lightning constantly fell from the sky and bombarded towards Gu Fei. The whole valley almost turned into a sea of lightning. The purple lightning wreaked havoc. Anything that was swept by the lightning was immediately turned into dust. However, these lightning couldn't do anything to Gu Fei. He waved the black iron rod and smashed the purple lightning one after another. Even if he was bombarded by 1 or 2 lightning bolts, it would not cause him any harm. Seeing this scene, the immortal king of the Beitang family, the immortal king of the Dongfang family, and the god king of the Zhao family were all dumbfounded. The strength of Gu Fei's body made their hearts palpitate. Even they didn't dare to resist this kind of lightning with their body. But Gu Fei could resist the heaven and earth lightning with his body. Humph! Let's see how long you can last. The immortal king of the Beitang family immediately changed the formation. The ground immediately shook and endless earth chi was guided out. The ground seemed to come alive. Endless soil surged towards Gu Fei from all directions. At the same time, the ground under Gu Fei's feet suddenly collapsed and swallowed Gu Fei into the ground. Chapter 881. The Eight Gates heaven-sealing killing array displayed its terrifying power, drawing upon the power of heaven and earth, evolving into all kinds of killing techniques, completely obliterating the people trapped in the array. The killing array was activated, and the entire valley seemed to have turned into a huge millstone, beginning to obliterate everything. The entire sky was pressing down. The endless power of heaven and earth aroused the power of the earth. The entire ground, the power of the earth surged violently, rushing up from the depths of the earth. Rumble, the earth trembled as if there were countless dragons rolling underground. The soil, sand, and stones, everything was obliterated into dust, setting off a shocking wave on the ground. He's still not dead? The immortal king of the Beitang family, who was sitting cross-legged in the sky, revealed a trace of a smile on his face. This killing array was one of the most precious treasures of the Beitang family, and it would not be used easily. It was the foundation of the Beitang family. However, in order to kill Gu Fei, this immortal king of the Beitang family did not hesitate to use this killing array. The immortal king of the Dongfang family and the divine king of the Zhao family secretly nodded. This killing array was indeed powerful. The Beidang family was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. Even if it was an immortal king or a divine king trapped in this array, they would only end up dead. However, just when they thought that Gu Fei was dead for sure, a black iron rod suddenly flew out from nowhere, directly smashing the array plate in the hand of the immortal king of the Beitang family, and also smashing the right hand of the immortal king that was holding the array plate. The immortal king of the Beitang family immediately soared into the sky and dodged. Otherwise, that black iron rod would have smashed his body. The sudden change made the other two divine kings and the immortal king dumbfounded on the spot. Roar! The immortal king of the Beitang family roared at the sky. His black hair stood up. He was so angry that he was actually injured by a kid from the younger generation. The immortal king's power was vast and mighty. A five-colored light enveloped the immortal king of the Beitang family. The flesh and bones of the injured wrist were growing rapidly, and in just an instant, the right hand of the immortal king of the Beitang family was completely healed as if it had never been injured. After the black iron rod smashed the palm of the immortal king of the Beitang family, it flew back. On the ground, an arm stretched out and grabbed the black iron rod. That kid is not dead yet. The three experts of the profound transformation realm were all moved. None of them had expected that even the energy of the earth would not be able to destroy Gu Fei. One must know that Gu Fei was merely an immortal-level martial immortal. A profound transformation realm immortal king and an immortal-level immortal king were simply incomparable. A casual attack from an immortal king could annihilate a large number of immortal divinities. This was the strength of an immortal king, an insurmountable gap. However, Gu Fei's performance had exceeded the understanding of the three profound transformation realm super experts. Gu Fei, who was only in the celestial realm, was actually able to survive the terrifying killing formation controlled by the celestial king. In the eyes of others, this was a miracle in itself. Rumble! A whirlpool suddenly appeared on the ground. Endless earth energy gathered from all directions and was continuously swallowed by the whirlpool. What's going on? What's going on? The immortal king of the Dongfang family and the divine king of the primordial era's Zhao family had no idea what was going on. They could sense that the earth energy was rapidly weakening. The entire killing formation started trembling. A terrifying aura emerged from the depths of the earth. Although this aura was not very powerful, it caused the immortal kings and divine kings to be startled. The earth was sinking. The earth energy drawn by the eight gates, heavenly sealing slaughter formation was being swallowed by the whirlpool non-stop. Soon, all of the earth energy was devoured. 3,000 zhang of the ground of the entire valley was shaved off. The whirlpool disappeared and a human figure appeared. That person's black hair fluttered in the wind. His eyes were like cold stars, and he held a black iron rod in his hand. Who else could it be but Gu Fei? Humph humph. These fools, they actually wanted to use the earth energy to deal with me. Little did they know that I would be able to take advantage of them. Gu Fei thought. How could this be? This time, even the immortal king of the Beitang family who laid down the 8 gates, heavenly sealing slaughter formation, was dumbfounded. Gu Fei had a treasure that could suppress the earth energy? The immortal king of the Beitang family was right. Gu Fei indeed had a treasure that could suppress the earth energy. Moreover, it was a saint tool of the extreme Tao. The mountain and river cauldron could suppress the mountains and rivers of the earth. It was the natural nemesis of the earth energy. The endless earth energy drawn by the 8 gates, heavenly sealing slaughter formation, was devoured by the mountain and river cauldron. Boom! Suddenly, the sky shook violently. 5-colored light flashed, and the power of the 5 elements surged. A 5-colored immortal wheel appeared behind the head of the immortal king of the Beitang family and flew up. As the 5 elements rotated, the 5-colored deity wheel expanded rapidly, emitting boundless 5 elements deity force. Like a mountain, it pressed down on Gu Fei. The 5 elements, immortal king of the Beitang family, made his move. The 5 elements immortal wheel emitted an extremely terrifying energy wave that shattered the void. The power of destruction swept down on Gu Fei. The Dongfang family's immortal king and the primordial era's Zhao family's divine king did not attack. For an immortal king to attack an immortal god-level martial immortal was already akin to the strong bullying the weak. If they were to join hands and attack an immortal god-level martial immortal, it would truly be too humiliating. Those who could become immortal kings and divine kings all had their own pride. Gu Fei's expression did not change in the face of the killing move. He soared into the sky and met the 5 elements immortal wheel. At the same time, he swung the black iron rod in his hand and smashed it at the 5 elements immortal wheel. Has he gone mad? Is he stupid? The immortal king of the Dongfang family and the divine king of the Zhao family were shocked. They did not expect Gu Fei to fight the 5 elements immortal king head-on. Boom! The black iron rod broke through the power of the 5 elements and directly collided with the 5 elements deity wheel, making a loud noise. Under the shocked gazes of the 2 experts of the mysterious transformation realm, the 5 elements deity wheel was sent flying. How is this possible? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? The immortal king of the Dongfang family and the divine king of the Zhao family were dumbfounded again. They could not believe that Gu Fei had sent the 5 elements immortal wheel flying with one strike. The 5 elements celestial wheel was an imperial divine weapon refined by the 5 elements celestial king. However, it had been sent flying by an inconspicuous black iron rod. The most shocked person was the owner of the 5 elements immortal wheel, the 5 elements immortal king of the Beitang family. He was also shocked when his imperial divine weapon was sent flying. Gu Fei, on the other hand, fell from the sky. He possessed an abnormally strong physique, so he did not suffer any damage from the violent impact. The body of a martial artist was so strong that it could resist an imperial divine weapon. The legend was true. A martial artist who was successful in cultivation had the strongest martial body in the world. They could not let Gu Fei live. Chapter 882. You are currently reading the Indestructible Martial Sovereign Scripture. Chapter 885. Devouring the Heavens and Earth Golden Gourd. Gu Fei's divine strength was monstrous, and his immortal god martial physique was so strong that even immortal kings and god kings at the profound transformation realm would pale in fright. He actually used brute force to fight against the king divine weapon. Boom! Gu Fei was shaken down by the power of the 5 elements from the deity wheel of 5 elements. He crushed a part of the ground and sent dust flying. He looked up with unparalleled fighting spirit. His body was surging with a vast chi of yin and yang. This was not Dharma power or supernatural powers, but the most basic power of humanity. The immortal path and the divine path were both human paths. Gu Fei cultivated the human path, the great path of humanity. He stimulated the most basic power in his body and became a saint with his invincible body. After a series of battles, he felt that his cultivation had reached a bottleneck. He could break through at any time. On the road of martial arts, fighting was the most direct way to improve one's strength. Under the full force of his qi and qi, Gu Fei's body gradually changed. His dantian, the center of his eyebrows, and the 365 important acupoints of his body. Even his internal organs and bones were constantly being nourished by qi and qi. His spine was like a dragon, from which strands of qi spread to the bones of his body. The yin and yang qi was everywhere in Gu Fei's body. His flesh and blood, his bones, his organs, from the inside to the outside, his skin to the ends of his hair, it was everywhere. With a raise of a hand, a kick, or even a thought from Gu Fei, he could instantly mobilize the power in his body and direct it to a certain part without any hindrance. At this stage of the road of martial arts, the inside of the body was a world of its own. One could use all kinds of martial arts and battle techniques, and even draw the power of heaven and earth for one's own use. It wasn't just the immortal Tao and divine Tao that could control the power of heaven and earth and draw upon the divine might of the great Tao. When one cultivated the martial Tao to a high level, it could also give rise to all kinds of martial Tao divine abilities. Fight! What I need now is a life and death battle, and these three fellows will become my stepping stones. Gu Fei's gaze was as sharp as the edge of a blade as he swept his gaze over the three profound transformation realm super experts in the sky. Dongfang family, Beitang family, and desolate ancient Zhao family. If you want to kill me, then you better be prepared to face my wrath. Gu Fei thought. He was fearless. So what if it was a cultivation clan? So what if it was an ancient power? They were nothing more than whetstones for him. Gu Fei's battle intent surged like a rainbow as he soared into the sky. One hand covers the sky. With a loud roar, he took the initiative to launch a palm strike at the five elements immortal king of the Beitang family. Boom! The entire heaven and earth was shaken by Gu Fei's strength. Gu Fei's palm force was like a torrential river, gushing towards the five elements immortal king. A golden divine light appeared in front of his palm. Yin and Yang transformed into the five elements. Gu Fei's Yin and Yang Yuan Qi could transform the five elements Qi into five-element battle skills. The power of extreme Yang could shake the heavens and earth. In front of his palm, a golden ocean seemed to appear, blocking out the sky. Everyone was taken aback. Gu Fei could actually activate the power of the metal element. This was really surprising. The path of martial arts was indeed not simple. Legend had it that in ancient times, the martial ancestor created the ancient martial arts. It was a cultivation method that could compete with the supreme Tao ancestor, the supreme God ancestor, and the demon race. However, the path of martial arts was the most difficult of all cultivation methods. It was also the most difficult method to achieve success in cultivation. Even in the Great Desolation era, which was filled with experts in ancient times, there were not many warriors who had truly achieved success in cultivation. However, every martial artist who succeeded in cultivating it was a terrifying existence. The indestructible martial body was even stronger than the innate physique of the innate gods and demons. Martial artists who succeeded in cultivating the indestructible martial body could go to the nine heavens and capture the nine heavens phoenix. They could go to the four seas and capture the four seas true dragon. They could travel unhindered in the untainted great era. It was difficult to prove one's way with strength. Therefore, over the years, the path of martial arts gradually declined until it disappeared from the cultivation world. True martial artists were extinct. The appearance of Gu Fei was a coincidence and an accident. He obtained the inheritance of the martial ancestor and became a martial immortal. He was probably the only martial artist to become a martial immortal in thousands of years. Bang! The five elements deity wheel emitted endless power of the five elements. It fell from the sky. On the deity wheel, the five elements rotated as if a five elements world was evolving. Rumble! The power of the five elements collided with the power of Gu Fei's palm. It was as if two worlds were colliding. The whole world was about to collapse, as if doomsday had come. These two forces were too powerful. In the end, cracks that looked like black lightning appeared in the void. The five elements deity wheel that was descending from the sky was blocked by Gu Fei and could not come down. The powerful impact from the sky was withstood by Gu Fei's strong body. The clothes on Gu Fei's upper body turned into dust in an instant. Gu Fei's bronze skin was full of power. Every muscle, every inch of his bones contained unimaginable power. It made people feel a strong sense of oppression. Above him, there was a flash of divine light. It made Gu Fei look like he was cast with divine iron. He slashed the immortal king with his palm, and then used the 8 desolation steps. With the speed of 8 steps, he appeared in the sky above the divine king of the Zhao family. Without any hesitation or reservation, Gu Fei took the first step of the 8 kill steps. A terrifying power surged under his feet. It was as if there were lightning flashing under his feet. This step of Gu Fei caused the void to collapse. Fighting in close combat with a martial artist was the nightmare of all cultivators. No one wanted to be close to a martial artist, not even a divine king. When Gu Fei appeared above his head, the divine king of the Zhao family's expression changed immediately. Gu Fei's foot landed. The divine king of the Zhao family immediately felt a great pressure. It was as if an ancient divine mountain had suddenly appeared above his head and was falling down on him. The powerful pressure made it hard for him to breathe. No one could remain calm in the face of a martial artist with unparalleled combat strength and monstrous divine power. Gu Fei's speed was too fast. The divine king of the Zhao family had no time to dodge. He could only raise his right hand to block Gu Fei's foot. The power of the divine Wei surged from the divine king of the Zhao family's arm. His arm seemed to have transformed into a divine sword. It shot out boundless chaotic sword light, tearing through the void and piercing through heaven and earth as it flew toward Gu Fei. The sound of metal clanging rang out incessantly. The sword light that shot out from the divine king of the Zhao family's arm was like a peerless divine sword. It made one's heart palpitate. However, Gu Fei's divine power was limitless. His physical body was so tough that it could be said to be invincible. The combination of his powerful martial body and martial arts battle skills was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. The 8 kill steps displayed great power. Streaks of chaotic sword light shattered under Gu Fei's feet. They could not stop his foot at all. Bam! Gotcha! Gu Fei's foot landed heavily on the divine king of the Zhao family's arm. The bone-chilling sound of bone shattering rang out. The divine king of the Zhao family's right arm was bent out of shape by Gu Fei's foot. The bone pierced through his sleeve and came out. Divine king blood splattered everywhere. The divine king of the Zhao family did not panic. He retreated with all his might. He knew that Gu Fei had already locked onto his aura. Gu Fei's attack would come at him like a tidal wave. In reality, it was just as the divine king of the Zhao family thought. Gu Fei was about to follow up with the second step of the 8 kill steps. He wanted to crush the divine king of the Zhao family under his feet. However, at this moment, the immortal king of the Dongfang family finally made his move. A golden gourd rushed out of his body and floated above his head. The mouth of the gourd produced a heaven-devouring power that swallowed the heavens and swallowed Gu Fei. Whoosh! The golden light surged. Gu Fei's body stopped. He was actually pulled back by a powerful force toward the golden gourd floating above the immortal king of the Dongfang family. Retract! The immortal king of the Dongfang family shouted. He used all his strength to activate the golden gourd. The golden gourd vibrated continuously, and endless golden light surged in the mouth of the gourd. Gu Fei's body quickly shrank and flew toward the mouth of the gourd. However, just as Gu Fei was about to be sucked into the golden gourd, he suddenly stretched out his limbs and supported himself on the mouth of the gourd. He used all his strength to resist the suction of the golden gourd. No way! The divine king of the Zhao family and the immortal king of the Beitang family saw this scene, and their eyes almost fell out. This was too unbelievable. Gu Fei was actually supporting himself on the mouth of the gourd. At this time, The severely bent arm of the divine king of the Zhao family that was crushed by Gu Fei's foot had already recovered. The broken bones and necrotic flesh were all regenerated. The immortal king of the Beitang family also put away the 5 elements immortal wheel and walked over. Roar! Gu Fei roared again and again, using all his strength to resist the devouring power of the golden gourd. His body bloomed with dazzling divine light, which was formed by the boiling yuan qi in Gu Fei's body. Humph! It's just a last-ditch struggle. The immortal king of the Dongfang family sneered, and then used all his strength to activate the power of the golden gourd. Rumble! The entire void in front of the golden gourd trembled. Golden light surged from the mouth of the gourd and wrapped around Gu Fei. The void in front of Gu Fei was sucked in by the terrifying, devouring power of the gourd. Wah! All the muscles and bones in Gu Fei's body were shaking, as if his body was about to be torn apart. If he didn't have a powerful martial body, he would have been swallowed into the golden gourd. This golden gourd was definitely a treasure. It seemed to be a bit stronger than the Emperor Divine weapon refined by the immortal Emperor of the Celestial Being Realm and the Shen King. In the end, the void of the world was swallowed into the golden gourd. At this time, Gu Fei could no longer resist the suction of the golden gourd and was sucked into the golden gourd. Chapter 883. I've finally killed this guy. Seeing that the immortal king of the Dongfang family had taken Gu Fei into the golden gourd, the immortal king of the Zhao family and the immortal king of the Beitang family breathed a sigh of relief. In the end, we still have to use this treasure. The immortal king of the Dongfang family was very happy and complacent. It should be known that the immortal king of the Beitang family and the immortal king of the Zhao family had suffered a loss in the hands of Gu Fei. However, as soon as the immortal king of the Dongfang family made a move, he took Gu Fei into the golden gourd and solved all the problems. When the immortal king of the Zhao family and the immortal king of the Beitang family saw the appearance of the immortal king of the Dongfang family, they couldn't help but feel a little displeased. The immortal king of the Beitang family had used all his means, laid out the 8 gates heaven-sealing kill formation, and even personally attacked, but still couldn't kill Gu Fei. The immortal king of the Zhao family was very famous, but even the immortal king of the Zhao family had suffered a great loss in the hands of Gu Fei, so naturally, he didn't look good. Swoosh! The immortal king of the Beitang family waved his hand and took back all the formation flags that were inserted around the valley. The heaven-sealing kill formation immediately disappeared, and the condensed power of heaven and earth also dissipated. A part of the sky reappeared above the 3 people's heads. Since we have taken care of the trouble of Gu Fei, let's go our separate ways, the immortal king of the Zhao family said. In order to kill Gu Fei, in order to be absolutely safe, they joined forces. Now that Gu Fei had been taken into the golden gourd by the immortal king of the Dongfang family, there was absolutely no hope of him surviving. Their temporary alliance should also be dissolved. That's right. The immortal king of the Beitang family nodded. Then let's go. The immortal king of the Dongfang family held the golden gourd in his hand and said with a smile. However, just as the 3 people were about to leave, something suddenly happened. Bam! The golden gourd in the hand of the immortal king of the Dongfang family suddenly shook and almost fell from the hand of the immortal king of the Dongfang family. Gu Fei is not dead. How is this possible? The immortal king of the Beitang clan and the god king of the desolate ancient Zhao clan couldn't help but change their expressions. They knew that this golden gourd wasn't an ordinary king divine weapon. It might be a king divine weapon, or even a saint item that surpassed king divine weapons. It had been swallowed by the golden gourd, yet it had not been refined. It was truly unbelievable. The immortal king of the Dongfang family hurriedly took action to suppress the golden gourd. He struck out many immortal arts, drawing upon the power of the immortal king to activate the power of the golden gourd and refine Gu Fei. At this time, Gu Fei, who was in the golden gourd, was in great danger. There was a boundless sea of fire inside the gourd, burning Gu Fei's skin and flesh to the point of cracking. Within his dantian, there was a ball of divine light flickering. The vast and mighty power of heaven and earth surged out, sealing the void and blocking the divine fire that surged over from all directions. Pure yang true fire? Gu Fei couldn't help but be astonished when he sensed the blazing aura of the divine fire around him. Even though the void was isolated by the power of heaven and earth, Gu Fei still felt uncomfortable, as if his entire body was on fire. Even the power of heaven and earth could not completely isolate the terrifying temperature of the outside world. It could be imagined that if an ordinary immortal spirit was swallowed by this gourd, it would most likely be instantly turned into flying ashes, and both body and soul would be destroyed. Gu Fei tried to blast out a punch. The violent power shook the void. It was also at this time that the golden gourd suddenly shook violently. The black iron rod appeared in Gu Fei's hand, and he directly swept it towards the sea of fire outside. There was no energy fluctuation, but a pitch-black spatial crack appeared in the void. The surging fire in front of him was immediately extinguished. Bam! The golden gourd shook violently. The immortal king of the Dongfang family finally could not hold on to the golden gourd. His wrist was shattered, and immortal king blood seeped out. I don't believe that I can't refine you to death. The immortal king of the Dongfang family directly sat cross-legged in the void. His hands danced, sending out waves of immortal king's dharma to fix the golden gourd in the void in front of him. Then he drew lines of immortal Tao divine markings in the void, imprinted them on the golden gourd, and sank into the golden gourd. Boom! The boundless sea of fire in the golden gourd suddenly boiled, as if oil had been poured on the fire. The pure yang true fire exploded, burning the void, and all of it surged towards Gu Fei. In the sea of fire, a giant golden bird appeared, screeching to the sky. Then it rushed out of the sea of fire and flew above Gu Fei's head, circling and dancing above Gu Fei's head. The power of the pure yang true fire was at least several times stronger than before. Three-legged golden crow. When Gu Fei saw the appearance of this giant golden bird, he was shocked again. It was the legendary three-legged golden crow born from the sun. Gu Fei was no stranger to the three-legged golden crow, because the first elder of the Shaoyang peak of the Taishan sect, Xianxia, had a golden crow, sky-burning robe, on which 9 golden crows were embroidered. In this golden gourd, there was a pure yang true fire, which really surprised Gu Fei. This golden gourd was definitely not simple. To refine a pure yang true fire into the golden gourd, one must have the magical power to collect the pure yang true fire. Even immortal kings and divine kings did not have this ability. Even celestial beings like celestial emperors and Shun King would not be able to get close to the sun and collect the pure yang true fire from the core of the sun, unless it was a powerful figure. This golden gourd had a great background, but these things did not allow Gu Fei to think about it. Although his life was not in danger, he did not want to be trapped in a gourd. When the three-legged golden crow condensed from the pure yang true fire flew above his head, Gu Fei had already used the mountain and river cauldron. An illusion of an ancient cauldron appeared on his body. Even the terrifying divine fire descending from the sky was blocked outside. The mountain and river cauldron did not truly appear, but this was enough. The moment the mountain and river cauldron's illusory image appeared on Gu Fei's body, the towering divine fire around him was extinguished. The fire was extinguished, and the void was collapsing. The three-legged golden crow that was circling above Gu Fei was also swallowed by the illusion of the mountain and river cauldron. When the pure yang true fire disappeared, the whole world inside the gourd collapsed even faster. Crack! The golden gourd suspended in the void shook violently, and a crack appeared on its surface. Traces of fire energy seeped out from the crack. The immortal king of the Dongfang family was sweating profusely, and his hands were trembling. This precious treasure actually cracked. How could this be? He could not believe it. The immortal king of the Beitang family and the godly king of the primordial Zhao family were also shocked to the extreme. 1 crack, 2 cracks, 3 cracks. Crackling sounds rang out one after another, and the golden gore that seemed to be cast from gold began to crack. Chapter 884. The golden gourd's divine light was dim, and it was covered with cracks. It could collapse at any time. The immortal king of the Zhao family and the immortal king of the Beitang family saw that the situation was not good and were about to retreat. However, at this moment, a terrible aura burst out from the golden gourd. This was a terrible aura that made the hearts of the immortal kings and immortal kings palpitate. It was as if a supreme saint had awakened in the golden gourd. Boom! With an earth-shattering noise, the golden gourd finally exploded into thousands of pieces. The fragments turned into specks of golden light and shot out in all directions. The immortal king of the Dongfang family did not give up. He tried his best to protect the golden gourd and had no intention of escaping. Bearing the brunt of the attack, his body was instantly pierced by countless specks of golden light. At such a close distance, there was nowhere to hide even if he wanted to. Roar! The immortal king of the Dongfang family roared and was sent flying by a great force. He rolled in the air like a broken sack. The blood of the immortal king of the Dongfang family spilled from the air. His body was riddled with holes. The flesh of the immortal king of the Dongfang family had suffered unimaginable damage. Even his head was pierced through. The immortal king of the Zhao family and the immortal king of the Beidang family were not much better. The fragments of the golden gourd were too terrifying. The specks of golden light even pierced through the void. The body of the immortal king of the Zhao family emitted a metallic luster, as if he had turned into a piece of divine iron. His aura changed greatly. This was a humanoid imperial divine weapon. This was the magical power that the immortal king of the Zhao family had cultivated. Similar to Gu Fei's weapon integration, it could melt the divine weapon into the body, so that the body would have the characteristics of the divine weapon and release all the power of the divine weapon. However, the body of the immortal king of the Zhao family was still pierced by the fragments of the golden gourd. There was no blood flowing out of the wound. Some of the fragments were even embedded in his body. The immortal king of the Beitang family protected himself with the 5 elements deity wheel and was not injured at all. However, the 5 elements deity wheel was broken and the imperial divine weapon was half destroyed. Among the thousands of golden lights, a figure rushed out. He used the desolation steps, and his murderous aura soared into the sky. With 2 steps, he had already caught up to the celestial king of the Dongfang family. He directly punched out, smashing the celestial king's head and shattering his spirit. His head exploded, his Niwen palace shattered, and his soul scattered. Even if one was as powerful as an immortal king, his soul would still scatter. Without any suspense, an immortal king died. Gu Fei then charged towards the Zhao clan's god king. He had the extreme speed of 8 steps, and his speed was unbelievably fast. Even the god king wasn't as fast as him. Swoosh! He directly appeared behind the god king of the Zhao family and swung his black staff at the god king's waist. A pitch-black spatial crack immediately expanded from his hand. Crack! Wherever the black spatial crack passed, the Zhao family's god king's body was actually split into 2 by the black metal rod. There was no god king's blood splattering out from the wound. His flesh and blood gave off a metallic luster as his lower body fell down. Gu Fei, you brat. The Zhao clan's god king was shocked and furious. He had suffered heavy injuries one after another, and no longer had the courage to attack Gu Fei. He desperately tried to escape. However, Gu Fei wouldn't let him go so easily. Swoosh! A purple divine light flew out from Gu Fei's dantian and slashed towards the Zhao clan's god king. That purple divine light was extremely fast. In an instant, it caught up to the Zhao clan's god king and split his upper body in half. Then, it flew back to Gu Fei and entered Gu Fei's dantian. Gu Fei didn't pay any more attention to the Zhao clan's god king. The Zhao clan's god king's spirit fluctuation completely disappeared. His spirit was shattered by that purple divine light. The battle between cultivators was the most dangerous. The loser would usually be killed by the winner and completely disappear from this world. Seeing that Gu Fei had killed an immortal king and a god king in an instant, the five elements immortal king of the Beitongs was scared out of his wits. He immediately turned around and fled. Shattering one's god king and wiping out one's life was the most thorough way to die. He wouldn't even be able to become a ghost. However, it was too late for the Beitong's immortal king to flee. Gu Fei held the black metal rod in his hand and stepped forward in the void. He traveled a dozen li with each step and chased after the Beitong's immortal king as if he had teleported. The speed of 8 steps was unparalleled in the world. Even immortal kings were no match for Gu Fei in terms of speed, let alone the Beitong's immortal king. When the golden gourd exploded, he had suffered a great impact, and his imperial divine weapon was half destroyed. How could he escape? Gu Fei chased him for thousands of li and intercepted the Beitong's immortal king in the sky above a mountain. Gu Fei, what do you want? The Beitong's immortal king could no longer remain calm. His imperial divine weapon was half destroyed, and it was difficult for him to exert its power. His strength had been greatly reduced. At this time, Gu Fei's aura was extremely strong. A tyrannical power was surging in his body. His qi and blood were vigorous, and his primordial qi was surging. He had already displayed the Ascension secret skill, and his strength had increased by 5 times. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to kill 2 mysterious transformation realm immortal kings and a god king so easily. What a joke. What do you think I want now? Gu Fei said coldly. Since these people had set up an ambush to kill him, he certainly wouldn't show any mercy. Whoosh! Gu Fei couldn't be bothered to waste his breath on this guy. He directly smashed his rod down on the Beitong's immortal king. Although the black iron rod was less than 4 feet long, it was as heavy as an ancient sacred mountain. When the rod smashed down, the entire void trembled. There was no fluctuation of Dharma power, nor was there any terrible vision of magic power. However, the endless power still sealed the void, making the Beitong's immortal king feel that he couldn't escape. The Beitong's immortal king could only bite the bullet and use the half-destroyed 5 elements immortal wheel to block the attack. Boom! The black iron rod directly smashed the half-destroyed 5 elements immortal wheel. Countless 5-colored fragments scattered in all directions. The Beitong's immortal king spat out a large mouthful of blood and flew backward. The immortal king's body was full of fragments of the 5 elements immortal wheel. He had become a bloody man. The 5 elements immortal wheel was refined from 5-colored sacred iron. However, it was smashed by Gu Fei's black iron rod. The power of this blow was really incredible. Die! Gu Fei used the 8 desolation steps and chased after the Beitong's immortal king. Then he directly changed from the 8 extreme steps to the 8 deadly steps. His foot landed on the chest of the Beitong's immortal king. Bang! Crack! The chest of the Beitong's immortal king was caved in by Gu Fei's foot. His sternum was broken, his internal organs turned into mud, and blood gushed out of his mouth. Even his scream was blocked by the blood. The immortal king's body had suffered unimaginable damage. Bang! Chapter 885. Bang! Gu Fei took the second step of the 8 steps absolute kill. Before the immortal king of the Beitang family fell to the ground from the sky, his whole body was torn apart. The blood of the immortal king splattered and burst into a cloud of blood mist in the air. Chua! In the blood mist, a 5-color divine light rushed out. The power of the divine soul was mighty. In the 5-color divine light, there was a little person wrapped around it, rushed into the sky, and fled into the distance. The little person in the divine light looked no different from the immortal king of the Beitang family. It was the immortal king of the Beitang family who cultivated the primordial spirit of the immortal king. As long as the primordial spirit of the immortal king was not destroyed, even if the body was destroyed, it could be reborn again. The speed of the primordial spirit was extremely fast. In just an instant, the primordial spirit of the immortal king wrapped in the 5-color divine light had already rushed dozens of miles away. Gu Fei, you are dead. Although the world is big, there will be no place for you. The immortal king of the Beidang family was almost crazy. His body was destroyed by a junior who was only in the immortal realm. After losing his body, he could not use all kinds of killing techniques. He had lost the ability to compete with Gu Fei and had no choice but to flee. Gu Fei naturally knew the seriousness of the matter. As long as this guy escaped, the news of him killing the immortal king of the Dongfang family and the divine king of the Zhao family would spread. The Dongfang family was one thing, but Gu Fei had already formed a life and death enmity with the Dongfang family that could not be resolved, but the Zhao family was different. The Zhao family was a force that had been passed down since ancient times. It had experienced countless storms and had always stood on the earth. It had not disappeared in the long years. In ancient times, there were many races in the desolate land. There were 4 supreme human emperors in the human race. One of the human emperors was surnamed Zhao. The Zhao family might be the descendants of the human emperor surnamed Zhao. The ancient human emperor was an existence that could stand shoulder to shoulder with the ancient supreme power. The orthodoxy passed down was definitely not simple. No one knew what the Zhao family had. If the people of the Zhao family found out that Gu Fei had killed one of their god kings, the Zhao family would never let the matter go. At that time, Gu Fei would really be in danger. Furthermore, there was also the Dongfang clan and the Beitang clan. If these 3 powers were to join hands to deal with Gu Fei, then no matter how big the world was, there would be no place for Gu Fei. At the end of the day, the cultivation world was a place where strength spoke. Whoever's fist was harder would be the boss. If Gu Fei was strong enough to make the clan of the ancients worry, then he would have nothing to worry about. If he killed Gu Fei, then so be it. Not even the clan of the ancients could say anything about it. Unfortunately, Gu Fei did not have the cultivation and strength to look down on the families of the clan of the ancients. Gu Fei sneered. He executed the 8 desolate steps and chased after the primordial spirit of the Beitang aristocrat clan. There was no way he would let his opponent escape. He didn't want to live a fugitive life from now on. The speed of 8 steps was unparalleled in the world. Under the use of the Ascension secret technique, Gu Fei could travel hundreds of miles in 1 step, like teleportation. It could be said that he was so fast that it was difficult to catch his shadow with the naked eye. Gu Fei was like the reincarnation of the ancient god of war. He walked in the void, and with a few steps, he had already shortened the distance between the two. This made the Beitang aristocrat clan's immortal king scared out of his wits. What a monster! The Beitang aristocrat clan's immortal king was shocked and had to go all out. He burned the power of his divine soul to increase the speed of his flight. The 5-color divine light that wrapped around the primordial spirit of the immortal king suddenly flourished. The power of the 5 elements was mighty, and there seemed to be a 5-colored sun flying in the sky. The powerful soul fluctuations caused all the living beings below to tremble. Countless wild beasts scattered in all directions. It was a chaotic scene. "You have no chance," Gu Fei said coldly. Competing with him in speed? That was simply courting death. Once the speed of 8 steps was used, perhaps even the celestial being realm immortal emperor and Shun king would not be able to catch up. The Beitang aristocrat clan's immortal king was even more shocked when he heard this, and he desperately flew forward without looking back. The method of burning the power of the soul was really effective. The speed of the primordial spirit of the immortal king was increased to the extreme and gradually opened up the distance between the two. Mountains, rivers, and forests quickly passed under the two. After a while, the two chased for thousands of miles. It could be said that they were moving at a godly speed. Damn it! Seeing that the primordial spirit of the immortal king in front of him was getting farther and farther away, Gu Fei couldn't help but feel a little anxious. It was difficult for him to maintain his current state, and he would soon be beaten back to his original state. The Ascension secret technique had a time limit. If it exceeded 3 minutes, he would have to consume his life essence to maintain this state, which was not worth the candle. Even if he killed the opponent, he would also suffer a great loss of vitality. That's the only way. Gu Fei gritted his teeth and operated the power of the divine sense in his sea of consciousness. In the middle of his eyebrows, a purple vertical mark emerged from under the skin, and a fluctuation of the divine sense came out of the vertical mark. Swoosh! In the next moment, the middle of Gu Fei's eyebrows suddenly emitted a dazzling purple divine light, as if a divine eye had grown. Then, in the flickering divine light, a figure only the size of a finger rushed out of Gu Fei's mud-pill palace. The little person looked no different from Gu Fei, but this was not the primordial spirit that Gu Fei had cultivated. It was just a divine sense. Gu Fei practiced martial arts, so he didn't have a primordial spirit. However, his divine sense was already strong enough to transform. Divine sense transformation, kill, kill, kill. In the midst of the roar, the little person that rushed out of the middle of Gu Fei's eyebrows turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed forward. In the midst of the divine light, several weapons appeared around the little person. Swoosh! The little person formed by Gu Fei's divine sense suddenly pressed behind the primordial spirit of the immortal king. In the divine light, the little person reached out and took a weapon next to him. Astonishingly, it was an ancient cauldron. The ancient cauldron emitted a boundless ancient aura. After being grabbed by the little man, the ancient cauldron emitted a terrifying energy ripple, as if an ancient saint was awakening. Roar! The primordial spirit of the immortal king sensed the danger coming from behind and couldn't help but turn pale with fright. Once again, he burned the power of his divine sense and desperately flew forward. The five-color divine light illuminated the world, as if a five-colored sun had swept across the sky, causing the world to shake. Boom! The little person formed by Gu Fei's divine sense made a move. An ancient cauldron rose from his hand and instantly became as huge as a mountain, suppressing the primordial spirit of the immortal king below. The illusory cauldron emitted a vast energy fluctuation, suppressing the world in all directions. The void below the cauldron was like a thin piece of paper, instantly shattering into countless pieces. No! The primordial spirit of the immortal king roared. He shot out rays of 5 elements divine light that were like divine rainbows, piercing upwards, trying to stop the mountain and river cauldron. However, all of this was in vain. Although it wasn't the real mountain and river cauldron, but the cauldron soul of the mountain and river cauldron, it was enough to destroy the primordial spirit of the immortal king. Rumble! The illusory mountain and river cauldron was like an ancient divine mountain pressing down from the sky, crushing everything and destroying everything. Nothing could stop it. Chapter 886. Gu Fei used his divine will to guide the soul power of the cauldron of mountains and rivers to kill the primordial spirit of the immortal king. Even a primordial spirit as strong as an immortal king would be killed by the soul of the cauldron of mountains and rivers. There was no suspense. 3 super experts of the mysterious transformation realm had laid down a trap to kill Gu Fei, but they were killed by Gu Fei instead. It was hard to say that no one knew about the alliance between the 3 families, but since they had already been killed, there was no need to fear them. As long as Gu Fei didn't admit it, there was no need to fear the ancient desolate factions. One should know that behind Gu Fei was the Old Turtle, and behind the Old Turtle was the primordial demon clan. Ever since the appearance of the demon ancestor in the northern lands 300 years ago, some super antiques that had been sleeping for countless years began to awaken, including a few primordial great demons. The current demon clan definitely had enough strength to contend with the ancient desolate factions. There was no point in thinking too much. After killing the immortal king of the Beitongs, Gu Fei immediately left. The shockwaves of the battle between immortal kings would spread far and wide. It wouldn't be good if others were alarmed. At this time, the extremely powerful aura on Gu Fei's body began to recede like the tide. Soon, he recovered from the state of the secret art of ascension. The secret art of ascension was worthy of being one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao. Gu Fei knew that as long as his body could withstand it, he could increase his strength infinitely. 5 times, 10 times, even 20 times. As expected, As soon as Gu Fei left, a few mysterious figures appeared nearby. The shockwaves of the battle between immortal kings could be sensed even from 1,000 miles away. Someone quickly discovered the fragments of the ruler divine weapon. Even a ruler divine weapon had been shattered. The battle was too intense, and it made people's hearts palpitate. Very soon, someone discovered the corpse of the Zhao family's god king. The corpse of the Zhao family's god king was very special. After being killed by Gu Fei, the corpse actually turned into metal. Everyone was shocked to the extreme when they discovered the corpse of the divine king of the Zhao clan. It could be said that the divine king of the Zhao clan was the most famous one recently. The divine weapon king of the Zhao family actually died here. Who actually killed the divine weapon king? The divine weapon king of the Zhao clan had mastered the ability to smelt tens of thousands of divine weapons. His entire person was like a super weapon vault. All the characteristics of the divine weapons that he had refined into his body could be unleashed at will. The title of Divine Weapon King was not given casually. Isn't that a fragment of the 5 elements godly metal? That's right, it's the 5 elements sacred steel. Could it be a fragment of the 5 elements immortal king's 5 elements immortal wheel? The Beitang clan's 5 elements immortal king also died here. The Beitang clan's 5 elements immortal king's body had already been torn apart by Gu Fei's 8 steps absolute kill. No one could recognize him. However, the 5 elemental immortal king's natal divine weapon was shattered into pieces. Everyone who saw this thought was certain that the 5 elemental immortal king had no chance of surviving. The fact that the Zhao clan's divine weapon king and the Beitang clan's 5 elements immortal king had died at the same time shocked everyone. Those were incomparably powerful immortal kings and godly kings. They were not ordinary cultivators, but they were still killed here. Who was it that killed them? When these people discovered the 3rd corpse, they were so shocked that they were speechless. Yet another immortal king. 2 immortal kings and a god king had fallen in Mountain. 3 profound transformation realm experts had been killed at the same time. Even the entire cultivation world had not witnessed such a huge incident in a long time. The news quickly spread, and soon, the identities of the 3 profound transformation realm super experts who were killed also came out. After all the major powers found out who these 3 people were, they were indescribably shocked. The divine weapon king of the Zhao clan, the 5 elements immortal king of the Beitang clan, and the void monarch of the Dongfang clan. None of them were weak. The weakest among them was at the 3rd heaven of the profound transformation realm. The strongest among them, the divine weapon king of the Zhao clan, was at the 7th heaven of the mystic transformation realm. However, they had all died. They had been killed in the mountains. Even the imperial divine weapons that they had refined had been shattered. Everyone was so shocked that their jaws dropped to the ground. The people of the Dongfang clan seemed very nervous. They sent many experts to search the place where the Void Monarch had died, as if they wanted to find something. In the end, they found a few golden fragments and left in disappointment. This matter caused a huge commotion in the entire cultivation world. Some old antiques began to pay attention to it. But in the end, no one could say who killed the 3 profound transformation realm experts. Perhaps some people knew the truth, but due to various reasons, they didn't say anything. At this time, Gu Fei appeared near the ancient heaven gate. Many people had already gathered near the gate. Even the sect masters of the ancient desolate era were in the vicinity. The sect masters were all celestial being realm, immortal emperors, and Shen King. They were old antiques that had lived for countless years like living fossils. Such people were extremely frightening. Gu Fei couldn't help but be cautious. He couldn't deal with such antiques at the moment. Although he had burned Dongfang Wudi to death, the antiques of the ancient desolate era were much stronger than him. If it wasn't necessary, Gu Fei would absolutely not want to deal with such existences. Gu Fei carefully roamed the area nearby. He was looking for Xiaoqing, Heitian, and Balon. He wasn't worried about the old turtle. With the Taiwan seal in hand, he didn't fear anyone. Soon, Gu Fei found a secret signal left by Heitian in a valley hundreds of miles away. He followed the signal and finally found Xiaoqing and the others in the depths of a dense forest. "Big brother, it's great that you're fine." Xiaoqing immediately went up to Gu Fei and gave him a hug. "Big brother, you were the one who did it, right?" Hey Tian asked in an odd tone. Gu Fei was taken aback. "What is it?" However, he quickly realized what was going on. Hee, I know you have a lot of enemies, boss, but this time, it's really satisfying." Erebus chuckled in a low voice and said gloomily, "If even you guessed it, then those people should also have guessed that I did it." Gu Fei's expression became incomparably solemn. This wasn't a situation he wanted to see. The Zhao clan, the Dongfang clan, and the Beitang clan should be making their move soon. But so what? Gu Fei, am not someone who is afraid of trouble. In the blink of an eye, Gu Fei thought of many things. I'll kill whoever comes to kill me. At worst, I'll turn the world upside down. Gu Fei's eyes suddenly became fierce. Chapter 887. Next, Gu Fei and the others waited patiently in the depths of the forest. They wanted to find an opportunity to leave the dangerous pseudo-heaven realm. He Tian went out every day to gather information and pay attention to the movements of the ancient desolation factions. They discovered a phenomenon. Among the people that entered the ancient desolation world, there were no demon clans. There were also Arhats from the west. The 100 tribes of the southern desolation also didn't enter the ancient desolation world. It seemed that not every faction could enter the ancient desolation world. The ancient desolation world was controlled by the 4 great clans of the ancient desolation and the 3 great sacred lands. Those that entered the ancient desolation world were all from the ancient desolation world. The Dongfang clan and the Zhao clan of the ancient desolation world were very close. They seemed to have joined forces, or perhaps the Dongfang clan had already submitted to the Zhao clan. Otherwise, how could the people of the Dongfang clan enter the ancient desolation world? The old tortoise was definitely an anomaly. No one knew how the old tortoise entered the ancient desolation world. However, some living fossils among the ancient desolation factions had vaguely guessed the old tortoise's identity. The old tortoise's background was too great. All the ancient desolation factions seemed to be afraid of him. Even the primordial Dao Master, who had 2 Emperor Divine weapons stolen by the old tortoise, had to endure it after a great battle with the old tortoise. The 4 almighties of the ancient desolation factions didn't appear. The old tortoise also didn't appear. However, some sect masters began to appear. Moreover, the entrance of the ancient heaven gate was guarded by at least 1 sect master. Not everyone could enter the ancient heaven gate. Time flowed by. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. During this period of time, Xiaoqing's injuries had completely recovered. This was naturally due to Gu Fei's help, allowing her to recover so quickly. The battle between Xiaoqing and the young divine king of the Jiang clan had caused Xiaoqing to suffer heavy injuries. This kind of injury would require at least a few years to completely recover. However, Gu Fei had plenty of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Moreover, he had taken Xiaoqing into his inner world and soaked him in the divine spring of life, using the boundless life essence to heal Xiaoqing's injuries. The effect was obvious. In just half a month, Xiaoqing had recovered to his peak state. Moreover, after the fierce battle, Xiaoqing's cultivation had also improved. Old Turtle gave the golden divine pagoda to Xiaoqing and the divine sun pearl to Balon. During this time, both Xiaoqing and Balon tried to refine the Emperor Divine weapons they had obtained. Even though Old Tortoise had erased the mark of the original owner on the 2 Emperor Divine weapons, it was still difficult for Balon and Xiaoqing to refine the Emperor Divine weapons that Old Tortoise had inserted into their bodies. It was not so easy to refine an Emperor Divine weapon. Although it would take a long time, it was not easy to refine it. In the past few days, the atmosphere was very gloomy, as if something big was about to happen. Gu Fei and the others hid in the dark, feeling a little uneasy. More and more people gathered near the entrance of the ancient heaven gate. It seemed that the forces of the ancient desolate would withdraw from the pseudo-heaven realm in the next few days. The person who had set up this shocking plan had indeed killed many people. Even the experts of the ancient desolate forces had fallen in the pseudo-heaven realm. Even the sect master Xianxia and the immortal emperor had fallen. However, the forces of the ancient desolate that entered the pseudo-heaven realm still had some gains. The things left behind by the great beasts of the ancient desolate that were suppressed in the world abandoned by the ancient deities were all rare divine treasures. However, it seemed that Gu Fei and the others had gained nothing after entering the pseudo-heaven realm. Instead, they had formed an irreconcilable enmity with the Zhao clan of the ancient desolate. On the evening of the third day, a terrifying roar suddenly came from the entrance of the ancient heaven gate. A dozen people covered in blood rushed out from the entrance. Roar! A roar shook the mountains and rivers. A terrifying primordial beast had rushed into the passage from the ancient desolate world on the other side of the passage and was rapidly approaching the pseudo-heaven realm. The beasts of the ancient desolate world have all gone crazy. There are beasts everywhere. There is a beast tide in the ancient desolate world. The dozen people covered in blood who rushed out of the passage were the people that the various ancient desolate forces had left in the ancient desolate world to guard the ancient heaven gate. What the hell happened? A sect master Xianxia, who was guarding the entrance of the passage, grabbed a person who rushed out of the passage and shouted, "Dead, all dead, all dead." The person seemed to have been scared silly. His expression was sluggish, and he was in extreme fear. Trash! The Xianxia threw the person away with one hand, then reached out and grabbed another cultivator who was covered in blood. "Speak." The Xianxia stared at the person and said coldly, Yes. Countless beasts appeared out of nowhere and attacked us. They killed everyone they saw. Everyone was torn apart by the beasts." The person was calmer, but his voice was still trembling. The Xianxia was about to continue asking, but at that moment, a huge figure appeared at the entrance of the passage. A terrifying, murderous aura spread out from the entrance. That is, after seeing the figure, the people near the entrance of the tunnel were startled and immediately backed away. Only the Celestial Emperor was still standing in front of the entrance. This was a fearsome, savage beast that was covered in thick green scales. There was a vertical eye on its forehead, and it was as big as a small mountain. The beast stood upright. Its lower limbs were thick and powerful. Although its upper limbs weren't as thick, they were almost touching the ground. It looked like a gorilla, but it was definitely not a gorilla. The beast was staring at the Xianxia with a pair of blood-red eyes. Gu Fei and the rest, who were hiding on a short hill in the distance, were shocked when they saw this. They didn't expect a beast to enter the pseudo-heaven realm from the ancient desolation world. A terrifying, murderous aura spread out as a man and a beast confronted each other. Some of the powerful beasts had already gained intelligence that wasn't any weaker than humans. However, these beasts didn't transform into human form and retain their original form. These beasts were extremely terrifying. They walked the path of the supreme beast venerable. Die, evil beast! The Xianxia, who was guarding the passage of the ancient heaven gate, made his move. He soared into the sky and pressed his palm towards the beast. Swoosh! Countless rays of divine light burst out from his palm and intertwined to form a brilliant light screen that shrouded the savage beast's head. Every ray of divine light was like the sharp edge of a peerless divine weapon. It cut through the void and sealed the area. The beast could only escape by retreating into the passage. However, the savage beast did not retreat into the passageway. Instead, it brandished its long arms and sharp claws. 10 rays of black light shot out and tore at the curtain of light that enveloped the area. Chapter 888. The savage beast from the ancient desolation world was extremely powerful. It tore apart the light screen created by the Xianxia and rushed out of the tunnel. Bam! The savage beast fell to the ground, and a part of the ground was crushed by its 2 thick legs. The ground shook, and everyone's heart was also shaken. Evil creature, the divine king guarding the tunnel pointed out with his finger. A divine light immediately shot out from his finger and pierced through the savage beast. Swish! The wild beast waved its right claw and smashed the divine light that pierced through its body. Then, It leaped up and pounced on the god emperor. When everyone saw this scene, they couldn't help but be dumbfounded. The savage beast was actually able to block the divine ability of the Shen King. It was truly unbelievable. That was the high and mighty Shen King, a celestial being realm sect master. The attack of such an existence was actually blocked so easily. Could it be that this savage beast was actually stronger than the Shen King? Swish! The Shen King immediately retreated. Before figuring out the strength of this savage beast, he was very cautious. This kind of savage beast was very frightening. Even the Shen King felt threatened. It's a three-eyed devil. Hey, Tian said. They hid on a short hill in the distance and paid attention to every movement in front of them. The vertical eye on the forehead of that terrifying savage beast was closed. What three-eyed devil? Xianxia said. Hee. Doesn't that savage beast have 3 eyes? If it's not three-eyed devil, then what is it? Hey, Tian said with a smile. This name was probably made up by him. Boom! The savage beast fell from the sky like a huge mountain. The place where the Shen King was standing was completely smashed into pieces. Dust rose high into the sky. Even those who were a dozen miles away could feel a tremor coming from under their feet. Swish! The savage beast's 2 long arms danced, and each of its sharp claws shot out 5 rays of black light towards the retreating Shen King. A horrifying, baleful aura filled the air, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. Roar! Just at this moment, another terrifying beast roar came from the ancient heaven gate. The entire tunnel shook, and everyone was taken aback. Swoosh! Under everyone's shocked gazes, a beam of golden light rushed out from the passageway. Within the golden light, there was a strange beast wrapped in a murderous aura. It was a divine wolf with a pair of golden wings on its back, and its entire body seemed to be cast from gold. The golden divine wolf was like a bolt of golden lightning. Its speed was simply unbelievable. As soon as it rushed out of the tunnel, it immediately pounced on the crowd. Cries of alarm immediately rang out in all directions. Everyone panicked, and very soon, miserable cries rang out one after another. The golden divine wolf was incomparably powerful. Wherever it passed, blood splattered, and people died one after another. That wasn't all. The golden divine wolf flapped the golden wings on its back, and rays of golden light blade shot out from the wings, slashing towards the crowd. The golden light blades sliced through the void, and a powerful immortal king was slashed in half. Only his primordial spirit managed to escape, and his immortal king body was destroyed. Gu Fei and the rest were hiding on a short mountain in the distance. When they saw this scene, they couldn't help but be moved. These 2 beasts that came from the untainted primordial world were too powerful. Their strength was comparable to celestial being realm Immortal Emperor and his Shen King. Most of the cultivators gathered near the passageway were not weaklings. In fact, there were many immortals and gods nearby. As long as the sect leaders of the ancient desolation factions arrived, they could return to the ancient desolation world and retreat from there. In the 10,000 years of the untainted primordial world, there were only a few years when the heaven and earth energy was at its weakest. If the heaven and earth energy in the untainted primordial world recovered completely, even sect leaders would be in danger. Over the countless years, the major powers of the ancient wilderness had definitely suffered many lessons in the untainted primordial world. Many talented people had fallen there. There was even a powerful expert that was blasted into ashes by the heavenly tribulation that descended from the untainted primordial world. All the cultivators that gathered near the passageway were alarmed. Powerful figures kept attacking, but they couldn't stop the golden divine wolf. The golden divine wolf was like a god of death, quickly harvesting the lives of the cultivators. Among the fleeing figures, Gu Fei saw a familiar figure. The southern Yin prince, Yin Wuliang, was almost slashed by a golden light blade. He scrambled into a dense forest, completely losing the bearing of the great Yin dynasty's prince. There was also the younger brother of the most outstanding descendant of the Zhou clan, Zhou Haoyang. He was swept by a golden light blade, but he had a forbidden treasure on him, A ball of blue light surged out of his body, blocking the light blade. However, he was still sent flying hundreds of feet away, falling flat on his face. Different colored lights kept appearing. Everyone was attacking. All kinds of magic treasures bombarded the fast-moving golden divine wolf. However, under the golden light blade of the golden divine wolf, the magic treasures exploded one after another, turning into specks of spiritual light and falling down. Only imperial divine weapons could resist the attack of the golden divine wolf. Soon, the other cultivators fled far away. Even the immortals had to retreat. Only the immortal kings and immortal kings were still attacking, chasing after the golden divine wolf. On the other side, the guardian of the passageway, Shun King, had already started fighting with the three-eyed monster. Several immortal kings and immortal kings joined forces, but they still couldn't stop the golden divine wolf. There was even an immortal king whose imperial divine weapon was smashed by the golden divine wolf, and his body was torn apart. His immortal king's blood splattered everywhere, and even his primordial spirit was devoured by the golden divine wolf. Everyone was shocked when they saw this scene. Even the immortal kings and immortal kings who joined forces to attack the golden divine wolf couldn't help but feel nervous. A Shun King blocked the three-eyed monster, but the golden divine wolf was unstoppable and slaughtered cultivators at will. In just a short while, an immortal king and an immortal king died under the claws of the golden beast. No one could restrain the golden beast. Everyone was in danger. Gu Fei and the others were hiding far away, so they weren't affected. At this time, a figure walked out from the depths of this world silently. He walked in a void and approached the passageway of the ancient heaven gate. Clang! A sword hum resounded through the heavens. A beam of dazzling purple light rushed out of the man's body. It instantly crossed hundreds of miles of the void and rushed towards the rapidly moving golden divine wolf. That person attacked from 100 miles away. He was definitely an immortal emperor of the celestial being realm. Moreover, he was a sword emperor. The sword light was like lightning, extremely fast, and could actually catch up with the speed of the golden divine wolf. Clang! The purple sword light collided with the wings of the golden divine wolf. Finally, someone intercepted this terrifying golden beast. Roar! Chapter 889. It seemed that something terrible had really happened in the desolate world. A savage beast king had actually come out of the desolate world. It was really shocking. However, the majority of them thought of another extremely frightening matter, and that was these savage beasts were blocking their way back. No one was willing to stay in this dangerous and unpredictable world. It seemed to be a land of immortal spirits, but it was just a facade. In fact, it was an extremely dangerous place. Many people have been killed by these beautiful facades. However, those who were able to survive in an aristocratic family were not weaklings. There weren't many who were truly panicking. Moreover, the four almighties of the present age had yet to appear. Roar! With an earth-shattering roar, a savage beast king the size of a small mountain appeared in the passage. A monstrous, murderous aura spread out from the passage. The whole world shook with the roar. Those with weaker cultivations had their ears bleeding from the vibration. They ran further away as if they were running for their lives. It was too terrifying. This savage beast king could shake mountains and rivers with a roar. It was a savage beast king covered in green scales with a pitch-black horn on its head. There seemed to be a green demonic light flowing around its body, which was full of power. Another one, seeing this scene, everyone was frightened. Those were three terrifying savage beast kings comparable to the celestial being realm Immortal Emperor and a Shun King. On the side of the human cultivators, there was only a Shun King and a Sword Sovereign. Moreover, there were faint roars of savage beasts coming from the other end of the ancient Heaven Gate passage. Was there really a terrifying beast tide in the desolate world? Clang! Purple sword light shone in the sky, and the peerless divine weapon hummed. The sword sovereign that rushed out from the depths of this world displayed great battle strength, forcing the golden divine wolf to retreat. Roar! The golden divine wolf kept roaring and flapping its wings. Golden blades of light tore through the void and slashed towards the sword sovereign. The power of the metal element was surging. This was a savage beast king that cultivated the power of the metal element. The fur of this golden savage beast was covered with a golden demonic glow, like a golden divine flame. It was extremely majestic. The purple sword light was like a purple dragon as it danced in the air. It shattered the countless golden light blades and slashed at the golden divine wolf's body. Clang! Sparks flew everywhere. The savage beast king's fleshly body was extremely strong. Even the sword emperor's flying sword was unable to injure this golden savage beast. It only managed to cut off some of its golden fur. Even so, the sword emperor still had the upper hand. On the other side, Shun King, who was guarding the passage to the ancient heaven gate, was in a bad situation. He had drawn upon the power of the heavens and the earth and used his supreme ability, but he was still flustered by the three-eyed savage beast king. Roar! Shun King roared. A terrifying wave of energy rippled out from his body. Then his entire body shone with dazzling divine light. Rays of divine light interweaved in the air and on the ground like ropes. This Shun King had drawn upon the power of the heavens and the earth and turned it into the life-slaying technique. Inescapable net. Shun King roared. A net of light immediately appeared in the sky. It enveloped the entire sky and fell down. On the ground, the energy of the earth rose, and a huge net formed by the power of the earth rose. This deity emperor unleashed his trump card without holding anything back. As soon as the inescapable net was unleashed, the void was immediately sealed. Boundless energy surged within the inescapable net, obliterating everything in its path. Roar! The three-eyed savage beast king roared furiously at the sky. Its baleful aura soared into the sky. Terrifying demonic energy surged out from its mountain-like body. Its pair of sharp claws shot out 10 terrifying black lights that pierced through the void and tore apart the heavens and the earth. It wanted to break the inescapable net. However, this time, the three-eyed savage beast king couldn't break the inescapable net's power of the heavens and the earth. Celestials were called celestials because they could draw upon the power of the heavens and the earth. Shin King, who had cultivated Shinto, could use his divine ability to control the power of the heavens and the earth. This Shun King, who guarded the ancient heaven gate, cultivated a divine ability that drew upon the power of the heavens and the earth to form a terrifying, inescapable net to annihilate his opponents. Once the inescapable net was used, no one would be able to get out. This was because the three-eyed savage beast king was challenging the might of the heavens and the earth. The three-eyed savage beast roared as the inescapable net shrank, gradually suppressing it. The terrifying power caused bloody wounds to appear on the three-eyed savage beast king's body, and blood flowed out of it. Oomph! Evil creature, die. Shun King's body emitted boundless divine light. He drew upon the power of the heavens and the earth with all his might, wanting to obliterate the three-eyed savage beast king within the inescapable net. Rays of destructive divine light appeared within the inescapable net. A few rays of divine light even pierced through the three-eyed savage beast king's body. However, the three-eyed savage beast king was a savage beast king. It was so powerful that it was comparable to a celestial. It wouldn't die so easily. Even though its body was pierced through, it was still incomparably ferocious. Just when everyone thought that the three-eyed savage beast king wouldn't be able to escape death, an accident occurred. At this critical juncture, the three-eyed savage beast king's third eye that was tightly shut finally opened. It was a terrifying eye. There was no pupil in the eye. There was nothing but primal chaos. It was as if a primal world was evolving within the eye. Swoosh! A ray of primal chaos divine light shot out from the three-eyed savage beast king's vertical eye. It directly broke through the inescapable net and pierced through the body of the Shun King, who was guarding the ancient heaven gate. Shun King's blood splattered. The reversal of the situation shocked everyone. A Shun King was injured. That savage beast actually injured a Shun King. Oomph. That three-eyed freak is really patient. He only attacked at this moment. Tian couldn't help but sneer at this scene. These savage beasts that had walked on the path of Supreme Beast King had already awakened their intelligence. Their intelligence wasn't inferior to that of humans. These savage Beast Kings disdained to transform into human form and maintain their strongest form. On the hill in the distance, Gu Fei and the others witnessed everything. The savage Beast Kings that were comparable to the Shun King and the Immortal Emperor were truly powerful. If no other experts came, the three savage Beast Kings would be able to annihilate all the human cultivators in the vicinity of the ancient Heaven Gate. The one-horned savage Beast King had yet to make a move. Everyone felt an immense pressure bearing down on them. That one-horned savage Beast King seemed to be disdainful of killing these weak life forms in front of it. It seemed to be waiting for something. Chapter 890. The Immortal Emperor and his Shun King, who had cultivated to the celestial being realm, wouldn't really die as long as their souls weren't destroyed, even if their bodies suffered a destructive blow. In order to kill the celestial being realm, Immortal Emperor, and Shun King, one had to use a special method to erase their souls. Although the body of Shun King, who was guarding the ancient Heaven Gate, was pierced by the primal chaos divine light, his life wasn't in danger. The flesh and blood on the wound were growing rapidly and would soon recover completely. However, the Shun King's divine ability was broken, and his soul was impacted. His origin spirit felt like it was about to shatter, and he quickly retreated. However, the three-eyed savage Beast King didn't want to let him go. Bang! The three-eyed savage Beast King stomped on the ground with its sturdy legs, causing the ground to collapse. Its huge body soared into the sky and fiercely pounced towards the Shun King. Swoosh! Before the three-eyed savage Beast King could reach the Shun King, the vertical eye on its forehead had already opened, and another primal chaos divine light shot out, piercing towards the Shun King. Primal chaos demonic eye. I didn't expect this three-eyed savage Beast King to have cultivated such a terrifying divine ability of the demon race. Tian's heart palpitated at the sight of this. Gu Fei and the others also felt a chill in their hearts. The primal chaos killing light shot out from the vertical eye on the three-eyed savage Beast King's forehead was too fast. Even the Shun King couldn't dodge it. Bang! The retreating Shun King's body shook violently, and the primal chaos-killing light immediately pierced through his chest, leaving a bowl-sized bloody hole. Shun King's blood splattered out from the wound. Roar! The Shun King bellowed. The three-eyed savage Beast King's primal chaos demonic eye was too powerful. The primal chaos-killing light was extremely fast, and it was hard to dodge. This made the Shun King feel that his life was in danger. Swoosh! Another streak of chaotic light shot over. Chaotic force surged, destroying everything it passed by. Even space itself was about to be reduced to nothingness. It was extremely terrifying. Moreover, this time, the chaotic killing light directly pierced through Shun King's head, intending to destroy his spirit and kill him on the spot. Damn it! Shun King roared furiously. Almost at the same time, a ball of divine light burst out from between his brows. The divine light wrapped around a tiny figure and soared into the sky. Its speed was also extremely fast. Bam! In the next moment, Shun King's head exploded like a watermelon. Everyone was stunned by the scene. The high and mighty Shun King actually ended up like this. Even though existences above the immortal god realm could live forever, it didn't mean that they wouldn't die. It was just that it was hard for them to die. Shun King, who was in the celestial being realm, still had a weakness in his body. The weakness was his head. In the head, there was a place that was filled with endless mysteries, the Niwen Palace. The Niwen Palace was where the primordial spirit resided. It could be said to be a world inside the body of a cultivator. It didn't matter if the other parts of the body were destroyed, because they could be recovered. However, if the head was destroyed, the Niwen Palace would collapse, and the spirit would also dissipate. There was only one result, and that was the soul would scatter. The powerful Shun King, who was in the celestial being realm, had a primordial spirit that was strong enough to leave the Niwen Palace and exist independently. Therefore, when the Niwen Palace collapsed, as long as the primordial spirit escaped in time, it wouldn't be considered as real death. At the critical moment, the Shun King, who was guarding the passage to the ancient heaven gate, escaped with his primordial spirit. The speed of the primordial spirit escaping was extremely fast. In an instant, it had already rushed into the depths of this world and disappeared into the horizon. Roar! The three-eyed savage beast roared. He tore the headless corpse left behind by Shun King into pieces, causing Shun King's blood to flow on his body. It was extremely ferocious. When everyone saw this scene, they trembled with fear. Some people directly turned around and fled. These savage beast kings from the ancient desolation world were too strong. Even Shin King was defeated and almost killed. Among everyone present, the strongest were the celestial being realm Shun King and the celestial emperor. If even these existences weren't a match for these savage beast kings, who else could contend against these savage beast kings? Let's retreat too, He Tian said. They were hiding on the short mountain, but they also felt the strong pressure from the savage beast kings. This kind of savage beast king wasn't something they could deal with. Taking advantage of the fact that they hadn't been discovered by the savage beast kings, retreating now was undoubtedly a wise choice. Big brother. Xiaoqing also agreed with He Tian's suggestion. It was too dangerous to stay here. When did you all become so timid? There's no need to be afraid, Gu Fei said. Although these savage beast kings were powerful, he wasn't someone to be trifled with. Gu Fei held a shocking killing weapon in his hand, which was why he was so calm. After all, he had once burned a divine king to death. The divine fire of the Phoenix Marrow Divine Pearl was much more powerful than the true sun fire of the Sun Pearl that the old turtle gave to Balon. As long as Gu Fei activated the Phoenix Marrow Divine Pearl, not to mention the three celestial being ancient desolation beast kings, even a great expert of the present era would have to retreat. Xiaoqing couldn't help but blush, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Since boss says so, then let's continue watching the show. Hee. He Tian laughed. This guy was proficient in the art of seeking fortune and avoiding calamity. Once there was danger, he would definitely run faster than anyone else. Balon didn't make a sound at the side. Both Xiaoqing and Balon were demon cultivators, but the path they took was different from that of the savage beast king. They didn't maintain their original appearance, but transformed into human form and cultivated the supreme demon god's Tao. The supreme demon god's Tao and the supreme beast venerable's Tao were actually different paths that led to the same destination. When cultivated to the highest level, no one knew which was stronger and which was weaker. After the three-eyed savage beast king destroyed Shun King's physical body, its pair of blood-red eyes stared at the immortals. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Without any hesitation, all the immortals present turned around and fled. What a joke. This three-eyed monster could even cripple Shun King, let alone the immortals? The three-eyed savage beast king's chaotic demonic eyes were too terrifying. No one dared to fight it, and all of them chose to retreat. TSK. A bunch of cowards. He Tian said disdainfully. Gu Fei, Xiaoqing, and Balon heard this and couldn't help but turn a look at He Tian. No matter how thick-skinned He Tian was, he couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. It seemed like he was the first one to say that he wanted to flee. Swoosh. The chaotic, demonic eyes on the three-eyed savage beast's forehead opened and closed continuously, shooting out chaotic, killing rays that pierced through the immortals who were fleeing in all directions. Miserable shrieks rang out one after another. The immortals who were hit by the chaotic killing rays only had time to let out a shrill scream before their bodies and souls were destroyed. They disappeared into the void, leaving nothing behind. The three-eyed savage beast king was about to start a massacre. Chapter 891. Swoosh. The chaotic divine light pierced through the void and instantly caught up to an immortal that was flying far away. In an instant, this immortal was killed in the void. The chaotic divine light flickered continuously. In just an instant, 7 immortals were killed by the three-eyed savage Beast King. Everyone was stunned by this scene. Roar! Evil creature, don't you dare be impudent! The Sword Emperor, who was fighting with the Golden Divine Wolf, roared furiously. Then, he pointed with his finger. A purple sword light immediately shot towards the three-eyed savage Beast King like a dragon. Swoosh! The chaotic demonic eye on the forehead of the three-eyed savage Beast King surged with chaotic force. The chaotic killing ray pierced out and directly dispersed the Sword Emperor's sword light. Moreover, the chaotic killing ray didn't stop there. After dispersing the Sword Emperor's sword light, the chaotic killing ray pierced straight towards the Sword Emperor. Clang! The sound of clang rang out. The Sword Emperor protected his body with the supreme sword chi. The Emperor's sword rushed out from his dantian, and only then did it destroy the chaotic killing light. Even the Sword Emperor was shocked. The three-eyed savage Beast King's chaotic demonic eye was really too powerful. The Emperor's sword suffered a great impact, and even the sword energy in its body was shaken. Roar! The Golden Divine Wolf suddenly roared at the three-eyed savage Beast King, as if it was blaming the savage Beast King for being a busybody. Then, it launched an even more ferocious attack at the Sword Emperor. Swoosh! 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 Countless golden light blades shot out from the body of the Golden Divine Wolf. The wings on its back seemed to have turned into 2 golden heavenly blades. They cut through the void, minced the world, and swept towards the Sword Emperor. Clang! Countless purple sword lights shot out from the Sword Emperor's body. At this moment, he was the sword, and the sword was him. He and the sword became one. Boundless power of the world gathered from all directions. A divine sword that was 3,000 meters long appeared in the sky. Then it directly slashed down at the Golden Divine Wolf. The terrifying sword chi rippled in all directions. The cold sword chi made people's hearts palpitate. This was the heavenly sword, the sword of a celestial being. It was terrifying to the extreme. Countless golden light blades were shattered, and the power of metal was dispersed. Swoosh! The Deva sword was like a hot knife through butter, cutting off one of the Golden Wolf's wings. Golden blood splattered everywhere, and the Golden Wolf let out an earth-shattering howl as it fell from the sky. The Sword Emperor's attack is indeed much stronger than the Shun King's. Seeing this, Gu Fei was quite shocked. The celestial sword was so powerful that it seemed as if it could cut through everything in the world. This was the might of heaven and earth. The Sword Emperor of the celestial being realm could use the power of heaven and earth to transform it into sword chi. Once the heavenly sword appeared, it immediately heavily injured the Golden Divine Wolf. Humph! If Boss had also cultivated to the martial Emperor realm, I'm afraid that you would be able to shatter the Heaven Sword and kill the Sword Emperor with a flick of your finger. Hei Tian said with a low laugh. Among all the cultivators in the world, in terms of attack power, they were definitely the strongest among the martial artists. Even sword cultivators would find it difficult to catch up to them. The strength of their martial bodies could even be compared to the connate divine beasts. In ancient times, there was a supreme martial artist who had cultivated the indestructible martial body who killed a primordial evil dragon that was born from the heaven and earth, shattering the heaven sword with a flick of my finger, killing the Sword Emperor with a flick of my finger. Gu Fei murmured to himself. He was now only at the 5th or 6th heaven of the immortal realm. How long would it take for him to cultivate to the celestial being realm? Just thinking about it made his heart palpitate. Roar! At this moment, the Golden Divine Wolf that fell from the sky surged with boundless, murderous aura again. It soared into the sky and charged towards the Sword Emperor who had become one with the sword. At this moment, the Sword Emperor had turned into 1,000 zhang long heavenly sword, emitting boundless sword chi. Even the one-horned savage Beast King, who was disdainful to attack, stared at the heavenly sword in the sky. The celestial sword had become the only thing in the world, attracting everyone's attention. Although the Golden Divine Wolf had one of its golden wings chopped off by the celestial sword, it could still fly. This savage beast king could fly even without wings. However, after losing one of its wings, the golden divine wolf's speed immediately slowed down. It was no longer as fast as lightning, and it was almost difficult to catch its shadow. The golden blood of the savage beast king dripped from the wound. At this moment, every drop of blood emitted a dazzling divine light like a golden flame. A terrifying golden power surged out of the golden divine wolf's body, shaking heaven and earth. The golden divine wolf attracted the golden power of an area, and its whole body emitted a dazzling golden light, making it hard for people to look at it directly. The golden divine wolf was going all out. Swoosh! The celestial sword in the sky slashed down again. The dazzling sword light soared tens of thousands of zhang, and the whole world seemed to be split in half. A pitch-black spatial crack appeared in the void. Roar! The golden divine wolf let out a terrifying roar, and a huge sound wave spread out in all directions. Even a few clouds in the sky were shaken away. The endless golden light dissipated under the celestial sword, and the condensed golden power was also ruthlessly shaken away. The celestial sword seemed unstoppable and indestructible. Without any suspense, where the sword light passed, the golden divine wolf's head was chopped off by the celestial sword. Golden beast king blood gushed out from its neck. Golden light flickered, and a small golden wolf about a foot long rushed out from the golden divine wolf's body. The small golden wolf soared into the sky, trying to escape. It was the primordial spirit of the golden divine wolf. Although the golden divine wolf was the king of the savage beasts and walked the path of the supreme beast king, it still cultivated the primordial spirit of a beast king. Buzz! The celestial sword vibrated, about to destroy the primordial spirit of the golden divine wolf. However, at this moment, a terrifying pressure suddenly erupted, as if a giant beast had been awakened from its slumber. Then, a beast claw that was as large as a mountain slammed down on the Devaman's sword. Rumble! The entire world was shaken by this huge beast claw, and the void collapsed. The celestial sword was directly slapped 100 miles away, almost breaking into pieces. Everyone who saw this scene was dumbfounded. That beast claw was so powerful that it shook the heavens and the earth, and even sent the celestial sword flying. The beast claw emitted a monstrous energy wave, and a terrifying aura spread between heaven and earth. After slapping the celestial sword away, it continued forward for more than 10 miles before dissipating in the void. Everyone was shocked. The celestial sword could kill a savage beast king, and this was something that everyone could see. However, it was still sent flying by a beast claw. When the beast claw slapped the celestial sword away, the primordial spirit of the golden divine wolf took the opportunity to escape. It directly rushed into the ancient heaven gate, and directly returned to the untainted ancient world. Chapter 892. The one-horned savage beast king attacked with a tyrannical power that caused one's heart to palpitate, directly sending the heaven's sword flying. Shwa! 100 miles away, the heaven's sword disappeared, and the sword emperor's figure appeared. His face was deathly pale, and then he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His snow-white clothes were immediately covered with scarlet spots. The Sword Emperor of the Primordial Immortal Sect is also injured. That's the head of the 4 great immortal emperors of the Primordial Immortal Sect. The Sword Emperor. Roar! The one-horned savage beast king roared towards the sky, causing the world to tremble. A single roar shook the mountain and river cauldron, causing the surrounding area to tremble. Human cultivators are too weak. Suddenly, a voice directly sounded in everyone's heart. This was a powerful divine will that directly reached everyone's heart, as if someone was speaking in everyone's heart. The source of a divine was actually the one-horned savage beast king. Everyone was shocked, but after thinking about it, they felt that it was nothing. The savage beast king, who was as powerful as the immortal emperor and the Shen king, had long since gained intelligence that was not inferior to that of a human. This savage beast king is too powerful. It's definitely a king among kings. I'm afraid that even the peak of the ninth heaven, the Shun King and the Immortal Emperor would have a headache if they came. Hey, Tian said. They were still hiding on a short mountain in the distance, watching everything that was happening in front of them. I'll fight you. The white-clothed sword emperor of the primordial immortal sect walked step by step towards the one-horned savage beast king from 100 miles away. With every step, he crossed more than 10 miles in an instant. After only 7 or 8 steps, the white-clothed sword emperor arrived in the sky in front of the one-horned savage beast king. You're not qualified. The one-horned savage beast king's voice sounded in everyone's heart again. This was the most direct communication between cultivators. This kind of communication transcended the barriers of words and directly reached the heart. What? Hearing this, the white-clothed sword emperor's sword-like eyebrows immediately rose. Sword chi surged all over his body, and rays of purple sword light flickered in the air around him. It seemed as if he could use the celestial sword at any time, and a powerful pressure spread out. Go and kill him. The one-horned savage beast king's arrogance was frightening. He directly ordered the three-eyed savage beast king. The three-eyed savage beast king immediately rushed towards the white-clothed sword emperor. In front of the one-horned savage beast king, the white-clothed sword emperor didn't show any dissatisfaction. On the contrary, it was somewhat fearful. The white-clothed sword emperor couldn't help but be shocked in his heart when he saw this. Swoosh! The closed primal chaos demonic eye opened once more. Primal chaos energy surged within the demonic eye, and a chaotic world seemed to be evolving within it. The chaotic killing light shot out. Wherever it passed, the void would shatter soundlessly and be annihilated. Moreover, its speed was simply unimaginable. Buzz! The king's sword hummed as it charged out from the white-clothed sword emperor's body. Cold sword chi surged out, and the surrounding temperature plummeted. Even Gu Fei and the others, who were far away, could feel a chill. Bam! The king's sword and the primal chaos divine light collided in that instant. The white-clothed Shen King used the astral sword to protect himself and quickly retreated. He wanted to widen the distance between him and the three-eyed savage beast king. The primal chaos divine light was blocked by the king's sword. When the white-clothed sword emperor's sword light increased its speed to the limit, it could barely keep up with the speed of the primal chaos divine light. However, the white-clothed sword emperor still felt threatened by the three-eyed savage beast king. The three-eyed savage beast king's primal chaos demonic eye was simply too terrifying. If the primal chaos divine light were to hit him, even the sword emperor's physical body would be pierced through. The physical body of a sword cultivator was much stronger than that of an ordinary cultivator. Especially after becoming one with the sword cultivator would become a divine sword that could clash head-on with artifacts of the same level. Although the sword emperor's physique wasn't as strong as the savage beast king's, it still couldn't be underestimated. Swoosh! 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 The primal chaos demonic eye on the three-eyed savage beast king's forehead constantly opened and closed, shooting out streaks of primal chaos divine light that tore through the void and pierced towards the white-clothed sword emperor. The speed of the primal chaos divine light was simply too fast. The white-clothed sword emperor was flustered and was bombarded by the primal chaos divine light until he retreated repeatedly. For a moment, he actually didn't have the strength to retaliate. Roar! 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 Loud roars resounded from the ancient heaven gate. Needless to say, there were many savage beasts coming from the ancient desolate world towards the pseudo-heaven realm. Whoosh! A gust of violent wind suddenly gushed out from the ancient heaven gate. In front of the ancient heaven gate, sand and rocks were instantly blown away. Even boulders the size of small mountains were swept up by the violent wind. Amidst the violent wind, a huge black shadow rushed out from the ancient heaven gate. It was a huge bird, a ferocious bird that resembled the legendary Dapeng divine bird. Then, a gold and silver centipede that was as thick as a water bucket and several meters long with a golden head and silver body rushed out from the ancient heaven gate and danced in the sky. Savage beasts rushed out from the ancient heaven gate one after another. There was the terrifying two-headed divine ape, the giant snake that was hundreds of meters long, the divine lion that was the size of small mountain, and so on. Every savage beast emitted a powerful and tragic aura. There were more than a dozen of these savage beasts gathered in front of the ancient heaven gate. Seeing this scene, even Gu Fei and the others couldn't help but be moved. If these fellows were to block the entrance of the ancient heaven gate, wouldn't they be blocking everyone's path of return? More than a dozen savage beasts stood behind the one-horned savage beast. Every single savage beast emitted a tragic aura that gathered into a monstrous, baleful aura that caused one's heart to palpitate. Roar! Just as the savage beasts were about to scatter and hunt down the human cultivators, a furious roar suddenly came from afar. A few figures emitting monstrous mana waves appeared on the horizon. It was noon, and the sun hung high in the sky. It shone down brilliant sunlight, dispelling the darkness and illuminating the world. The pseudo-heaven realm was a world abandoned by the ancient gods. In this world, there were the most basic things in all worlds: the sun, the stars, the earth, the mountains, and the lakes. Even if it was a world abandoned by the ancient gods, it was still a world. An immortal emperor is here. The real show is about to begin. Gu Fei and the others, who were hiding themselves on a short mountain hundreds of li away, were able to see everything that was happening. The other cultivators had long since disappeared from sight. Only some powerful cultivators like Gu Fei and the others remained hidden to the side as they observed the situation. Soon enough, the few figures that appeared on the horizon arrived nearby. They were three immortal emperors shrouded in immortal light and qi. Each of the immortal emperors was surging with monstrous waves of magic power. Among the three immortal emperors, one of them was an old man with white hair and a white beard. He held a horsetail whisk in his hand and wore a Taoist crown on his head. The other two immortal emperors were two middle-aged men in silver immortal armor. Chapter 893. If you retreat now, the ancient desolation forces will let bygones be bygones, the old immortal emperor said indifferently. Humph! You want us to retreat with just a few of you? Ridiculous! The one-horned savage Beast King's voice resounded in everyone's heart. At this time, the three-eyed savage Beast King forced the white-clothed Sword Emperor to retreat with the chaotic killing light, and retreated, standing behind the one-horned savage Beast King. Then what do you want? A silver-armored, middle-aged, immortal emperor stepped forward and said in a deep voice. His whole body was filled with mighty, immortal energy, and a faint bell sound resounded faintly in the void. It was the Emperor divine weapon on this immortal emperor's body that was vibrating. Nothing much. We intend to sign a contract with the humans. From now on, you humans are not allowed to set foot in the ancient wilderness world. The one-horned savage Beast King said coldly. What? The four great immortal emperors couldn't help but change their expressions when they heard this. The savage Beast King of the ancient wilderness world actually wanted to sign such a contract with human cultivators. This is impossible. The old immortal emperor was moved and said agitatedly. The white-clothed sword emperor and the two middle-aged immortal emperors revealed angry expressions. No one would accept such a request from the savage Beast King of the ancient wilderness world. Since that's the case, then there's nothing more to say. The one-horned savage Beast King was also very straightforward and immediately pressed forward. Rumble. The one-horned savage Beast King was like a moving mountain, and the whole world was shaking under its terrifying pressure. It was extremely frightening. Buzz. The white-clothed sword emperor directly displayed the celestial sword, and 1,000 zhang long heavenly sword immediately appeared in the sky. Sword chi surged, and the sword light illuminated the heaven and earth, even more dazzling than the sun in the sky. A terrifying sword aura surged between the heavens and the earth. Even from a few hundred miles away, Gu Fei and the rest could still sense the terrifying aura emanating from the celestial sword that shook their minds. Swoosh! The celestial sword slashed down from the sky, and the heaven and earth were split open, leaving a 10,000 zhang long spatial crack. The unparalleled sword light drew the power of heaven and earth, and like a sword of slaughter falling from the sky, it strangled the one-horned savage beast king. Boom! The one-horned savage beast king directly spat out a god pearl that was filled with boundless demonic power. It collided with the descending sword of heaven, and unexpectedly, the sword of heaven was sent flying. The celestial sword collapsed, and the white-clothed sword emperor fell out of the void, coughing up a large mouthful of blood. His face was pale, and he looked very tired. The one-horned savage beast was so powerful that it was immeasurable. When it spat out its inner core, it directly sent the sword of celestial being, which the white-clothed sword sovereign had transformed into flying. The white-clothed sword sovereign suffered a great blow. "Evil creature, I'll fight you." When the old immortal emperor saw that the white-clothed sword emperor was seriously injured by the one-horned savage beast king's attack, he couldn't help but be shocked. Swoosh! As soon as the old immortal emperor arrived, he waved the horsetail whisk in his hand. Boundless immortal emperor energy surged out, and 3,000 strands of the horsetail whisk immediately turned into 3,000 flood dragons that coiled around the one-horned savage beast king. Clang! When the bell rang, a violet gold divine bell rushed out of the middle-aged immortal emperor's body and knocked away a wild beast that was charging at him. Swoosh! The chaotic killing light pierced through the void and shot towards the immortal emperor. The three-eyed savage beast king made his move, and his target was the immortal emperor with the violet gold divine bell. That's the primordial Tao Sex purple bell emperor. Someone recognized the identity of the immortal emperor. The immortal emperor came from the primordial great sect, the primordial Tao sect. His strength was incomparably powerful, and he was not someone that the divine emperor guarding the ancient heaven gate could compare to. Clang! When the chaotic killing light hit the violet gold divine bell, it only produced a bell chime. The violet gold divine bell shook violently, but it wasn't pierced by the chaotic killing light. The primordial Tao Sex purple bell emperor faced the three-eyed savage beast king. The two great experts fought in the distance, and their battle caused the void to collapse. It was extremely terrifying. Boom! The single-horned savage beast king spat out its inner Dan again, sending the 3,000 flood dragons flying away. After that, its gigantic beast claw slammed out towards the old immortal emperor. A torrential force directly collapsed the void, forcing the old immortal emperor to retreat. Powerful! Even the old immortal emperor of the Ninth Heaven Realm was forced to retreat. Could this savage beast king be a savage beast sovereign? He Tian said. He Tian seemed to know a lot of secrets, but he still refused to tell Gu Fei and the others. Although the difference between Beast King and Beast Sovereign was only one word, the two couldn't be compared because they weren't on the same level. The one-horned savage Beast King probably possessed strength that surpassed the savage Beast King. Otherwise, the three-eyed savage Beast King wouldn't have submitted. One must know that the competition between savage beasts was much more intense and cruel than the competition between human cultivators. It could be said that the savage beasts that lived in the primordial world vividly displayed the law of survival of the fittest. Another immortal emperor wielded a pair of black dragon shears, fighting against a several hundred zhang long primordial serpent king. As the black dragon shears moved, two black flood dragons rushed out, tearing through the void. They emitted boundless killing intent as they charged towards the primordial serpent king. Those were the souls of two black flood dragons that were refined into emperor divine weapons, the black dragon shears. It's the Li clan's black dragon emperor. Someone recognized the identity of the immortal emperor wielding the black dragon shears. This immortal emperor came from the Li clan of the Desolate Era. This Li clan had a great origin. Legend had it that they were the clan of the supreme Tao ancestor. Immortal emperors and Shun king that could reach the celestial being realm were all peerless existences. Only almighties could suppress immortal emperors and Shun king. Without almighties, celestial beings were invincible. Many immortal emperors and Shun King referred to them by the Emperor Divine weapons in their hands. The battle between the primordial world's savage beasts and human cultivators was unavoidable. The conditions proposed by the primordial beast king were too excessive. No one would agree to it. More than a dozen terrifying savage beasts charged in all directions. The four celestial being realm immortal emperors weren't able to stop them. The white-clothed sword emperor was heavily injured, but he still managed to stop the primordial gold-and-silver centipede and the two-headed godly ape. These two primordial beasts were extremely powerful. If the white-clothed sword emperor wasn't injured, killing them wouldn't be a problem. But now, the white-clothed sword emperor was evenly matched with the two savage beasts with his emperor divine sword. It was hard to determine the victor in a short period of time. The gold and silver centipede was covered in thick armor that was even harder than divine steel. Even the emperor divine sword couldn't break through its silver armor. It could only leave a mark on its surface. Chapter 894. The battle between the human cultivators and the savage beasts of the untainted ancient world was unavoidable. The area near the ancient Heaven Gate became a battlefield. The four immortal emperors and several savage beast kings started fighting. Boom! The primal chaos divine light shot out and instantly destroyed a mountain. Bang! A huge beast claw slammed down from the sky, shattering a mountain range and causing the earth to sink. Dust rose high into the sky. It was extremely terrifying. Several savage beast kings were extremely powerful. Their brute force was monstrous. Every strike shook the heaven and earth, as though it was going to penetrate the heaven and earth. Their ferocious might was unparalleled, causing one's heart to palpitate. However, the four immortal emperors weren't weak either. They were able to fight against the most powerful savage beast kings. However, the other savage beasts rushed in all directions. Miserable screams soon came from afar. Some human cultivators were killed by savage beasts. Roar! The beasts' roar shook the sky. In a valley, a ferocious and terrifying savage beast grabbed the legs of a human cultivator and tore the human cultivator into two. Blood splattered everywhere. The savage beast was bathed in blood and roared towards the sky. This scene was extremely bloody. Even those who were used to seeing life and death would be shocked. Such things kept happening. Miserable screams were constantly heard. The screams were filled with despair and fear, causing one's scalp to go numb. Swoosh! A huge black shadow appeared above the short mountain where Gu Fei and the others were hiding. An extremely tragic aura descended from the sky. Gu Fei and the others weren't spared either. They were targeted by the rock like savage beast. The savage bird directly swooped down towards Gu Fei and the others. A pair of golden claws directly grabbed at Gu Fei, wanting to tear Gu Fei apart. Oomph! Courting death. Gu Fei sneered. He stood on the short mountain and raised his head to look at the savage bird. His expression was indifferent. There wasn't a trace of panic or nervousness. He directly punched upwards. Bang! An extremely powerful force surged out from Gu Fei's fist. It directly crushed a part of the void. The mountain-like sharp claws were sent flying. Gwa! The raptor screeched and soared into the sky. However, at this time, Gu Fei took a step forward and disappeared. In the next moment, he appeared above the raptor. Yin Yang seal of life and death. Gu Fei let out a loud shout and formed a seal with both hands. The power of Yin and Yang interweaved in front of him, and a huge seal appeared, emitting a terrifying energy fluctuation. Bam! The yin-yang seal had the aura of the Great Path circulating above it. It directly pressed down like an ancient divine mountain falling from the sky, smashing the terrifying bird from the sky. The place where the ferocious bird smashed into was the short mountain below. Xiaoqing, He Tian, and Balon couldn't help but be startled when they saw this, and then they hurriedly dodged. Boom! With a loud bang, the entire hill collapsed from the impact of the bird. Dust rose into the sky, and the earth trembled violently. This ferocious bird was very similar to the legendary rock. Although it was very powerful, ordinary immortals would definitely be in danger if they encountered this ferocious bird. However, this ferocious bird was very unfortunate to have encountered Gu Fei. Gu Fei was not an ordinary immortal. He was a martial immortal who became an immortal through martial arts, so he was much stronger than ordinary immortals. As soon as Gu Fei attacked, he blasted the ferocious bird down from the sky, displaying his unparalleled battle strength. It should be good to have a wild beast as a mount, He Tian said. He then rushed forward and shot out rays of yin-yang divine light, wanting to capture the ferocious bird. The yin-yang divine light condensed and did not dissipate. Like a yin-yang divine light, it entangled the ferocious bird that was struggling to rush out from the rubble. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 18 rays of yin-yang divine light wrapped around the ferocious bird, locking its wings, claws, head, and body like a dumpling. Croak! The ferocious bird screeched and struggled with all its might. Its entire body flickered with demonic light, causing the entire earth to shake. Its mountain-like body instantly shattered anything it touched. The light of the 18 divine chains that locked the ferocious bird immediately dimmed and showed signs of breaking. This bird is too fierce. Xiaoqing walked over from afar. This He Tian actually wanted to subdue a ferocious bird as his mount. This idea was somewhat crazy. Wild beasts were not so easy to subdue, especially wild beasts that had already submitted to the king of wild beasts. He Tian dared to provoke the king of wild beasts. This guy was truly reckless. The fiercer the better, He Tian said. He shot out more than 10 rays of yin-yang divine light and bound the ferocious bird. Then, he directly used his holy weapon to knock the ferocious bird out. Whoosh! He Tian directly opened up a space and stored the ferocious bird inside. You bastard! Gu Fei was speechless seeing this. He Tian's actions were always unexpected and unpredictable. Bang! 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 At this moment, heavy footsteps could be heard from afar. An intense murderous aura could be felt from afar. Gu Fei and the rest were startled and immediately looked in the direction of the sound. A ferocious beast covered in long fur was charging toward them. The beast was more than 10 meters tall, and every step it took caused the earth to tremble. Let's go. Gu Fei did not hesitate and directly retreated into the distance. At this moment, many human cultivators also noticed Gu Fei's group. Some people saw that Gu Fei's group had actually subdued a ferocious beast, so they immediately rushed toward them, wanting to join them. At this time, it was safer to be together with powerful characters. However, Gu Fei's group had no intention of saving them. They directly retreated because they didn't want to attract this kind of trouble. It was better to let the ancient powers fight these ferocious beasts to the death. Although the ferocious beast chasing after Gu Fei's group was extremely powerful, its speed was not as fast as Gu Fei's group. It was quickly shaken off by Gu Fei's group. The news of the beast tide in the ancient desolation world quickly reached the ears of the sect masters of the ancient powers. Moreover, the ferocious beast king of the ancient desolation world had already charged into the pseudo-heaven realm. All the sect masters couldn't help but change their expressions. If the ancient heaven gate was controlled by the ferocious beast, they would be trapped in the pseudo-heaven realm. And so, all the ancient desolate forces began to move. Even the grandmasters of the ancient desolate forces could not sit still any longer. They all rushed out from the depths of this world. At this time, the 4 current almighties were still in the depths of the pseudo-heaven realm, competing with the old tortoise for the mysterious yellow pagoda. However, none of them were willing to give up and come out from the depths of this world. Chapter 895. The Almighties were still chasing each other and fighting in the depths of this world, all for the sake of a pagoda that shone with divine light. This was an extreme, sacred weapon refined by the ancient ominous Xianhuang. In the eyes of the Almighties, there was only the Xianhuang pagoda of heaven and earth. Everything else had to be temporarily put aside. As a result, the various ancient desolate factions were under great pressure. The passage to the ancient heaven gate could not be controlled by the primordial world's beasts. No one was willing to be trapped in the pseudo-heaven realm. One had to know that the sect masters of the various ancient desolate factions and almost all the experts had entered the pseudo-heaven realm. If these people were trapped in the pseudo-heaven realm, the Tunlong continent would definitely be in turmoil. The entire cultivation world might even be reshuffled. The Western Buddhist land, the far north demon land, and the 100 races of the southern wilderness were all factions that could contend with the ancient desolate factions. If the sect masters and experts of the ancient desolate factions were all trapped in the pseudo-heaven realm, the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, even the sect leaders couldn't sit still anymore. On that day, the sect masters of the 4 ancient desolate clans appeared near the ancient heaven gate at the same time. Wielding their sacred weapons, they killed the primordial beasts one after another, forcing the primordial kings to retreat and escape into the ancient heaven gate. The sect masters of the 4 ancient desolate clans led a group of sect masters to enter the pseudo-heaven realm through the ancient heaven gate and kill their way into the pseudo-heaven realm. However, the human cultivators' advantage did not last long. The sect masters of the 4 ancient desolate clans, as well as the experts of the Yaotai ancient sacred land, the archaic Tao gate, and the primordial immortal sect, all retreated from the pseudo-heaven realm. The beast tide in the pseudo-heaven realm was too terrifying. All of this was driven by the Supreme Beast King, and in the end, the Supreme Beast King took action. The sect masters of the 4 ancient desolate clans and a group of sect masters fought against the Beast King and primordial Beast King in the pseudo-heaven realm. Their sacred weapons even pierced through the sky. Even so, the patriarchs of the ancient barons' forces were unable to gain any advantage. One of them even died, killed by a primordial beast emperor. The patriarchs of the 4 great clans of the ancients, as well as the other patriarch-level figures, had no choice but to retreat from the primordial chaos world. Gu Fei and the others didn't feel depressed about this outcome. They paid close attention to the development of the situation, but they didn't make a move. Gu Fei and the others did not intend to participate in this battle. A battle of this level was not something they could intervene in with their cultivation. Even the great figures of the sect master level couldn't gain any advantage, let alone them. Moreover, the current almighty beings had yet to make a move. The human cultivators occupied the side of the pseudo-heaven realm, while the savage beasts of the primordial world, under the leadership of a few supreme savage beast emperors, occupied the entrance of the ancient heaven gate in the primordial world. The savage beasts of the great desolation ancient world did not dare to recklessly charge over. Both sides were in a stalemate. Gu Fei and the others knew that this was just the calm before the storm. As long as the almighty of the present age were free, this situation would be broken in an instant. More than 10 days passed, but there was still no movement at the entrance of the ancient heaven gate. As the sun set, Gu Fei stood on top of the mountain and gazed into the distance. From the depths of this world, a terrifying aura was emitted from time to time. It was the aura of the extreme Tao. The mysterious yellow pagoda of heaven and earth was not that easy to be subdued. It was a sacred artifact that had derived a divine soul. It had its own spirituality and was difficult to tame. After a series of battles, Gu Fei had long sensed that his cultivation was showing signs of breaking through the bottleneck. However, he still had not truly broken through. The Tao imprint that was branded in his heart was the great Tao derived from the supreme martial ancestor. It was the inheritance of the martial ancestor and was difficult to grasp. However, he could slowly approach it and absorb it with an ethereal state of mind. Gu Fei still lacked an opportunity to break through the bottleneck of his cultivation. Standing on top of the mountain and gazing at the setting sun, Gu Fei felt something stirring in the depths of his heart. His state of mind was rising. His body was not moved, but his heart was moving. It was a kind of enlightenment, a kind of experience. It was as if the entire world had lit up. Life was like a dream, like the rising and setting of the sun. The lifespan of humans was only 100 years. Compared to the universe, the sun, the moon, and the stars, it was too short. All cultivators were merely competing against the heavens. Through cultivation, humans could grow stronger to the point where they could coexist with the heavens and earth. Gu Fei grasped a wisp of the Tao imprint and found the eternal direction of his cultivation. He broke through the layers of mist, and his state of mind had reached another level. Time passed quickly. Gu Fei stood on top of the mountain for 7 days. During these 7 days, he could not sense the flow of time. It was as if he had merged with the nature of the world. His body and mind were one with the mountain, the primitive mountain range, and the heaven and earth. He seemed to be able to hear the whispers of the plants and trees. He was able to understand the thoughts of the birds and beasts, and he was able to sense the pulse of the earth. He seemed to have really fused into this thriving world, and he'd already transformed into a grain of sand, a leaf, a flower, a tree, a blade of grass. The world was heartless and treated all living things like straw dogs. Humans were only a member of the myriad of living things in the world, and countless cultivators struggled bitterly for the sake of longevity. After the sun set, darkness descended. Gu Fei seemed as if he had been standing there since time immemorial, and he even seemed to be unable to sense his own existence. Starlight sprinkled down, causing him to be covered in a layer of hazy starlight. A wisp of the morning sun tore through the dark night, and dawn arrived. The darkness passed, and boundless vitality rippled out. The cries of apes, the roars of tigers, the cries of insects, and the cries of birds appeared before Gu Fei's eyes. He stood on the peak of the mountain like a statue for 9 days and 9 nights before he finally awoke completely. The cycle of the world, flourishing to decline and declining to flourish. The cycle went on and on. Nothing was inevitable, and nothing was eternal. He faced the sky and let out a long howl. Everything in the world was empty, and longevity was like a dream. Live, he only wanted himself to live, and only living was the most real. Gu Fei had an epiphany. His body was like a vast ocean, and it absorbed the spiritual energy from all directions, the essence of the sun and moon, and the essence of plants. All of them gathered together. Strands of faint and imperceptible holy radiance circulated within Gu Fei's body, and it was like sweet dew that nourished his body, causing his internal organs, bones, and flesh to be overflowing with a layer of precious splendor. His state of mind had already improved, and he was drawing upon the energy of the world to temper his body. Endless essence of the world flowed through his flesh and blood like a stream of water. In the end, more and more essence of the world gathered, and it seemed to have transformed into numerous sharp blades that slashed through Gu Fei's flesh and blood. At this moment, Gu Fei only had one feeling, and that was pain. He clenched his teeth and endured it. Chapter 896. Watching the sunrise and sunset, observing the changes of heaven and earth, Gu Fei finally found an opportunity to improve his state of mind. He had finally broken through the bottleneck of his cultivation. Endless heaven and earth spiritual chi gathered, causing the surrounding weather to change. Visible spiritual light constantly entered Gu Fei's body. The energy of heaven and earth in this part of the world was drawn. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 3 figures rushed out from the depths of the mountain. Is boss about to break through? Big brother, Xianxia, and He Tian rushed out from the mountain and looked at Gu Fei from afar. Gu Fei had stood on a mountain peak for 9 days and 9 nights. Finally, he had taken that step. Rumble, the entire mountain was shaking. Huge rocks rolled down from the top of the mountain. Countless birds and beasts fled in terror. The surrounding area was in chaos. Gu Fei had broken through. Boundless heaven and earth energy gathered around him, and his body gradually changed. The 365 meridians on his body gradually emitted a divine light, as if 365 stars were twinkling. The external world and internal world resonated with each other. Gu Fei's body seemed to have turned into a universe, and his 365 meridians turned into 365 stars. In the end, the meridians in Gu Fei's body also lit up as if they had become divine, connecting all 365 meridians. At this time, a mysterious pattern appeared outside Gu Fei's body. It seemed like a universe was faintly discernible, with the aura of the great Tao flowing. Meridians and meridians appeared from Gu Fei's body. They were faint and illusory, interweaving into a pattern of a universe, mysterious and unpredictable. In the distance, He Tian, Xiaoqing, Balan, and the others were shocked. Gu Fei's aura was growing stronger. Although they knew that Gu Fei was about to make a breakthrough in his cultivation, the strange phenomenon that Gu Fei was producing was too strange and unpredictable. The mountain peak that Gu Fei was standing on had already turned into a black hole that devoured the spiritual qi of heaven and earth from all directions. All the spiritual qi of heaven and earth within a radius of 1,000 miles was drawn over and absorbed into his body, then gathered at his 365 acupoints. The changes in this part of the world couldn't be hidden from the powerful cultivators. Mysterious figures began to appear nearby, causing He Tian, Xiaoqing, and Balan to become nervous. Gu Fei was in the midst of a breakthrough. If he were to be disturbed at a critical juncture, the consequences would be dire. He Tian was the first to make his move. He took out 18 banners shrouded in black qi and planted them into the ground around the mountain, setting up a killing formation. The black flag fluttered, stirring up the fiendish qi under the ground. The area around the mountain immediately turned into a ghostly realm. There seemed to be countless ferocious spirits moving about, and ghostly shadows flickered. The terrifying aura of the killing formation immediately startled the mysterious figures spying on them. No one dared to approach the mountain where Gu Fei was. These guys are courting death. Xiaoqing was enraged. He and Gu Fei were brothers who had gone through life and death together. He wouldn't allow anyone to ruin Gu Fei's plans. Xiaoqing was about to make a move, but He Tian stopped him. "Brother Qing, there's no need to pay attention to these small fries. The ones we should be wary of are those hiding in the shadows." He Tian said gravely. "That's right." Balan, who had been silent all this time, also nodded. Xiaoqing sneered and didn't insist on making a move. He knew that some powerful figures had already arrived. These people hiding in the shadows were definitely up to no good. The commotion caused by Gu Fei's breakthrough was too shocking. Everything within 1,000 miles was affected, and the energy of heaven and earth was in chaos. The immortal cultivators and divine cultivators of the primordial era cultivated immortal arts and divine arts every day. How could they not sense the strangeness of this place? At this moment, Gu Fei paid no attention to the outside world. His entire mind was immersed in his body, sensing the changes that were occurring in his body. Even if a meridian that was so small that it couldn't be seen by the naked eye vibrated slightly, he would be able to detect it immediately. Of course, it wasn't that Gu Fei wasn't prepared. An extremely obscure aura lingered around his body. An illusory, ancient cauldron appeared in the void around him. When Gu Fei's aura rose to a terrifying degree, as if he was facing the entire world, a divine light flickered between his brows. Then, a small person rushed out from his Niwen palace. This wasn't an immortal or divine nascent soul. This was the most direct form of spiritual will. Gu Fei's spiritual will was so powerful that it could take form. If he cultivated an immortal Tao or God Tao cultivation technique, given the strength of his current spiritual will, his spiritual would have long condensed into an immortal Tao, primordial spirit, or God Tao nascent soul. Gu Fei didn't cultivate immortal or divine Tao. Therefore, he didn't use his spiritual will to condense a primordial spirit or nascent soul. Now, his spiritual will rushed out from his Niwen palace. Whoosh! The tiny person hovering in front of Gu Fei's forehead suddenly emitted a blinding divine light. The light illuminated the entire heaven and earth. A terrifying spiritual wave spread out from the tiny person in all directions. In an instant, the ripples of his divine sense enveloped a radius of a few hundred miles. Everything within a few hundred miles appeared in Gu Fei's mind at this moment. That's under his extremely powerful divine sense. Nothing within a radius of several hundred miles could hide from him. Everyone who was hiding in the dark could no longer hide. Gu Fei sensed an almost familiar aura. He had never seen these people before, but the energy waves from them couldn't be concealed. Whoosh! At that moment, the sky above the mountain suddenly cracked open. Then, a gigantic pitch-black sword emitting a terrifying aura descended from the sky and slashed at Gu Fei. The people hiding in the dark had made their move. The sword of the celestial beings? He Tian, Xiaoqing, and Balan were all shocked. A celestial being realm sword sovereign had been hiding in the side and only made his move now. Boom! He Tian made his move immediately. A huge star emitted endless starlight, illuminating the heavens and earth. It rushed out from He Tian's skull and met the celestial sword descending from the sky. The power of the stars shook the heavens and earth. The sky seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. The power of a divine weapon was terrifying to the extreme. It was as if a real star had suddenly appeared between heaven and earth. Chapter 897. Buzz! He Tian's sword fell from the sky, and the entire sky seemed to be split into two by this sword. The black sword light was like the light of death, and it emitted a terrifying aura that almost made one's mind collapse. The Deva sword displayed a terrifying power. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth that gathered towards Gu Fei from all directions was suddenly sucked dry by the black sword. The person who attacked secretly definitely wanted to kill Gu Fei. The black sword had not yet landed, but they wanted to affect Gu Fei, who was in the final stage of his breakthrough. Everyone knew that Gu Fei had reached the most critical moment. The person in the dark had actually cut off the source of the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. If it was an ordinary immortal, he would have been disturbed long ago. If it was a light case, he would have failed on the verge of success. If it was a serious case, he would have been possessed by the devil, and the uncontrollable power would have directly exploded his body, crushed his spiritual soul, and destroyed both his body and soul. It's that bastard who attacked. Seeing this scene, the veins on Xiaoqing's forehead twitched. His anger was about to burn the 9 heavens, and his whole body was surging with killing intent. He glanced in all directions and did not find the person who attacked secretly. The person's cultivation was 2 levels higher than his. Unless Xiaoqing's divine will was as strong as Gu Fei's, it was impossible for him to discover the existence of such a person. Rumble! A huge star rose from below, emitting endless power of the stars, and went towards the black sword that was descending from the sky. He Tian used all his strength to activate the divine weapon, wanting to block the Deva sword. However, the Deva sword attracted the power of heaven and earth from all directions. Like a sword of heavenly punishment, it was unstoppable, as if it could destroy everything in the world. The Deva sword collided with the huge star. The indestructible Deva sword paused for a moment. In the next moment, endless black sword light erupted from the Deva sword, and the huge star emitted a dazzling brilliance, which was immediately suppressed. Bang! Big Star was directly sent flying by the sword of Deva. He Tian's body swayed, and he almost fell from the sky. The almighty holy weapon was sent flying, and he also suffered a great impact. The soul fire in his skull also dimmed. Even if he used his almighty holy weapon, he would not be able to block the sword of Deva. He Tian's cultivation was too weak. There was a gap of 2 realms between them. Furthermore, he could not unleash the full power of this almighty holy weapon. Swoosh! Right at that moment, a figure rushed over from afar. He stretched out his hand and used his magic power to form a giant hand. He reached out to grab the star that was sent flying by the sword of Deva, wanting to take it away. That great star was a holy weapon of a powerful being. Even the eyes of the current world's great beings would go red. Not to mention other people, there were people who wanted to take advantage of it. The large hand directly grabbed the dim great star and then took it back. Mother asterisk Kerr, you dare to steal something that belongs to me. He Tian? Seeing this, He Tian almost went berserk. 2 sharp divine lights shot out from his eye sockets. Die! The dim soul fire in He Tian's skull suddenly lit up again, emitting a dazzling soul light. The power of the soul surged out from his skull. Boom! The great star that was taken away by that person suddenly shook violently. Suddenly, it began to shake violently, emitting a terrifying energy fluctuation. The power of the stars was like 100,000 volcanoes erupting at the same time, surging out from the big star. No, that person was scared out of his wits. He used his great magic power to suppress the great star, but the power of the stars instantly tore his body to pieces. Even his soul couldn't escape. Both his body and soul were destroyed. That was an immortal god who wanted to take advantage of the situation. However, He Tian wasn't so easy to take advantage of, so he ended up in such a miserable state. The great star turned into a beam of starlight and rushed back from afar, disappearing into He Tian's skull. He Tian used his soul power to refine this holy weapon day and night, connecting with the weapon's aura. Although he hadn't completely erased the mark left behind by the weapon's previous owner, He Tian could already make the weapon display the power of a celestial emperor or Shin King. However, this holy weapon of He Tian couldn't stop the sword unless he completely refined it. Swoosh! The Deva sword was blocked by the great star. It only paused in the sky for a moment before falling down again. The pitch-black sword light tore through the void, splitting open a pitch-black spatial crack that was tens of thousands of feet long. At this time, Gu Fei was still standing on the mountain peak like a stone statue, as if he didn't sense the danger rapidly approaching him. Although the sword of the celestial being had sucked away the spirit energy of heaven and earth converging from all directions, Gu Fei's body was still surging with monstrous spirit energy. It wasn't the spirit energy gathered from the external world, but the endless spirit energy provided to him by the three inner worlds he controlled. Just as the sword of the celestial being destroyed the void and cut off all connections between Gu Fei and the external world, Gu Fei connected with the three inner worlds. Between his eyebrows, his heart, and his dantian, the spirit energy of heaven and earth continuously surged out and spread to Gu Fei's entire body. The little person floating in front of Gu Fei's eyebrows was still sitting cross-legged in the void. Its body shone with a dazzling divine light, and the waves of its divine sense shrouded in all directions. In a valley 100 kilometers away, a black figure was sitting cross-legged. This person seemed to have merged with heaven and earth. There was not the slightest fluctuation or aura from his body, as if he was a corpse. However, under the unbelievably powerful waves of Gu Fei's divine sense, this person didn't hide. It was this person who had made a move. Gu Fei sneered. Since the other party wanted to kill him, he would cut off this person's body and collect some interest first. He didn't care who the other party was or where he came from. He directly condensed his divine sense into thousands of swords and blades, and from the sky above the valley, he slashed at the person. The other party had used the sword of the celestial being, and his primordial spirit had become one with the divine sword of the emperor. The person in the valley was the body left behind by that person. If the body was cut, the other party would also be seriously injured. The swords and blades condensed by Gu Fei's divine sense were like real swords and blades that could pierce through the void. However, a scene that shocked Gu Fei happened. The thousands of swords and blades of divine sense slashed at the person's body like clay oxen entering the sea. They were all swallowed up by that person's body and couldn't hurt him at all. How can this be? Gu Fei was really shocked, but at this time, the terrifying sword of the celestial being above his head was about to fall on his head. There was no time for Gu Fei to think. He directly activated the power of the mountain and river cauldron in his body. Buzz! Chapter 898. Boom! The celestial sword emitted a terrifying sword chi that descended from the sky. The void was instantly annihilated by the pitch-black sword light, destroying everything in its path. This was the terror of a celestial realm, Sword Emperor. A single sword could destroy all divine abilities. As long as this sword was in hand, no matter how peerless an immortal technique or divine ability was, it would still be destroyed by the celestial sword. As the sword light descended, the entire mountain was split into two halves. The earth trembled and dust soared into the sky as a bottomless abyss appeared on the ground. Big Brother, Gu Fei, He Tian, Xiaoqing, and Balan were dumbfounded. They had already witnessed the might of the celestial sword. It could be said to be invincible, and only the one-horned beast king could suppress it with its supreme brute force. Only absolute power could suppress the Sword Emperor and destroy the sword of the Celestials. Although Gu Fei's immortal god martial physique was strong enough to contend against the sect master, he was absolutely not strong enough to resist the celestial sword. However, after the dust settled, a figure appeared on the mountain peak that was split in two. It's Big Brother. Big Brother's fine. This is great. He Tian and Xiaoqing were overjoyed. In fact, they were worried for nothing. Gu Fei could have easily hidden in his inner world. Those who were watching in the dark also thought that Gu Fei was dead for sure, but the result made their jaws drop to the ground. You actually have... An incomparably shocked voice resounded in the sky. Buzz! The celestial sword once again appeared in the sky, emitting a terrifying sword chi fluctuation. It was like a sword of heaven's retribution hanging between heaven and earth, causing people's hearts to palpitate. Gu Fei stood proudly on the top of the mountain and looked up. Two beams of divine light shot out of his eyes, making it hard for others to look at him directly. He completely ignored the horrible pressure and breath coming from the Deva sword and faced it directly. At this time, his entire body was surging with a monstrous amount of energy. It was like an yin-yang divine flame was burning, causing the void to distort. The little person between his eyebrows had already disappeared. His 365 major acupoints were flashing with light. Each acupoint contained an endless amount of energy. They were like lakes of life, nourishing Gu Fei's body. There seemed to be a figure sitting cross-legged in each of the acupoints, exuding a vast aura of life. It was as if there were 365 lives being nurtured in the acupoints. Gu Fei's body finally underwent another transformation. His aura of life was unprecedentedly strong. At this time, he had already cultivated the source of life to all 365 acupoints. This was different from the immortal path and the divine path. The current Gu Fei, even if his head was blown up, would not die. The source of life began to spread throughout his body. All 365 acupoints nurtured the source of life. As long as Gu Fei's source of life was not extinguished, he would not die. He had already put away the mountain and river cauldron. You're courting death. A cold voice resounded in the sky. Boundless killing intent surged. The celestial sword vibrated again, emitting a terrifying breath that could shock all directions. It was about to descend from the sky again. Under the attack of the celestial sword, Gu Fei actually put away the mountain and river cauldron. This was really no different from suicide. He already had 1 foot in the mysterious transformation realm, but compared to the celestial sword emperor, there was still a large realm difference. He was still no match for the celestial sword emperor. The celestial sword emperor was known as the unparalleled powerhouse with the highest attack power among his peers. Who's courting death? We still don't know. Gu Fei suddenly laughed. Then his aura began to rapidly increase. His blood chi soared into the sky, and the void around him began to ripple. Gu Fei's body was so strong that it could directly shake heaven and earth. Even the bodies of the current supreme powerhouses could not compare. Haha, how laughable. You're overestimating yourself. The voice in the sky resounded again, full of disdain. Seeing Gu Fei increase his strength without any regard for his own life, he thought that Gu Fei was going to fight him to the death. A king of immortal martial arts who surpassed immortal gods risked his life to fight a celestial sword emperor. This was probably the stupidest move in history that would never be repeated in the future. What is Big Brother trying to do? Is Big Brother crazy? Xiaoqing, He Tian, Balan, and the others couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Gu Fei's action was too crazy. Since that's the case, I'll send you on your way." The celestial sword vibrated and was about to descend from the sky. However, at this moment, the sky suddenly darkened and a terrifying destructive aura descended from the endless sky. A destructive power was rapidly condensing. Huge bolts of lightning began to appear in the pitch-black sky. This was the power of heaven and earth. This is the power of heaven and earth rapidly condensed, and the entire sky darkened as if night had suddenly descended. No one knew what was going on. "Run, as far as you can." Gu Fei's voice rang out in the hearts of He Tian, Xiaoqing, and Balon. From his voice, one could hear that Gu Fei was very anxious. He was urging He Tian's group to leave as soon as possible. "This can't be." He Tian stared at the dark sky. He seemed to have seen something. The soul fire in his skull was pulsing violently, but he wasn't sure. Although Xiaoqing and the others didn't know what was going on, they didn't think too much about it and flew away. Rumble. Heaven shaking, earth-shattering thunder began to ring out, and huge bolts of lightning began to fall from the sky. Even the Deva sword in the sky was affected by it. Boom! At this moment, a golden bolt of lightning descended from the sky, striking towards Gu Fei above the mountain peak. The destructive aura of heaven and earth was vast and mighty, but the celestial sword happened to block the golden lightning. How is this possible? A horrified voice resounded in the sky. The Sword Emperor, who was hiding in the sky, seemed to have encountered something extremely terrifying and couldn't maintain his composure. The speed of the golden lightning was too fast. Even an immortal emperor in celestial realm couldn't dodge it. The celestial sword was struck by the lightning. Buzz! The celestial sword vibrated violently. The frightening black sword light dimmed all of a sudden. The fluctuation of sword chi also weakened, and it almost fell from the sky. Heavens! What is this? Why did the weather change so suddenly? Why is there a golden lightning? Could this be the legendary heavenly tribulation? Cries of surprise came from the darkness. The people hiding in the distance were also shocked to the extreme, and their faces changed color. Seeing that the situation was not good, some people immediately jumped out of their hiding places and directly retreated to the distance. Chapter 899. A terrifying pressure descended from the sky, shaking everything in the world. This was the power of heaven and earth. It was terrifying to the extreme. Even the celestial sword seemed insignificant under the power of heaven and earth. Rumble, golden lightning slithered in the dark sky like golden snakes. The whole world was pressing down. The power of destruction was still condensing, shaking everyone's soul. Whoosh! Under the terrifying pressure, even the celestial being sword formed by the celestial being sword emperor had to retreat. The celestial being sword turned into a black sword light and rushed into the distance. Boom! The golden lightning descended from the sky and directly bombarded the celestial being sword. What's going on? The sword emperor couldn't help but be shocked. The golden lightning that descended from the sky contained the terrifying power of metal. It was like a peerless godly weapon chopping down from the sky. The celestial being sword emperor shook continuously and almost fell from the sky. At this moment, he couldn't care less about killing Gu Fei. He wanted to escape. Although he was a celestial being sword emperor, he was extremely afraid of the heavenly trial. He was afraid of attracting his own heavenly trial. Whoosh! The speed of the celestial sword was extremely fast, and it disappeared into the horizon in an instant. However, bolts of golden lightning still fell from the sky and chased after it like a shadow. Rumble! The sound of thunder kept coming from afar. The terrifying lightning did not stop. Seeing this scene, everyone's jaws dropped to the ground in shock. Then, they turned around and fled. There was no such thing as a heavenly tribulation in the Tonglong continent. However, at this moment, everyone had already guessed what had happened. Heavenly trial. Yes, it was the legendary heavenly trial. During the late desolate era, the world changed greatly and the law of heaven and earth also changed. Therefore, there was no heavenly trial in the Tongue-Long continent. Even if a cultivator cultivated to the celestial being realm, the immortal thunder tribulation would not descend. They couldn't ascend and enter the legendary cradle of the strong, the heaven realm. However, some primordial lands still had the law of heaven and earth from the primordial era. Therefore, it was easy to trigger heavenly tribulations in these primordial lands. The primordial powers had existed for countless years and naturally knew about the taboo of these primordial lands. Therefore, no one was willing to break through the bottleneck in these primordial lands. If one cultivated in these primordial lands and broke through the bottleneck and entered a new realm, the heavenly trial would descend. Of course, even though the heavenly tribulation was dangerous, not many people would be able to survive it. However, if one was lucky enough to survive the heavenly tribulation, they would obtain great benefits. During the tribulation, a cultivator's body and even their soul would be baptized by the power of heaven and earth. Their body would be at least 2 or 3 times stronger than an ordinary cultivator. Their divine sense would also be several times stronger than an ordinary cultivator. Immortals who underwent tribulation and immortals who did not undergo tribulation were usually 1 level apart in strength. Immortals who underwent tribulation were true immortals. They were the difference between true immortals and true immortals. However, the number of true immortals and true immortals on the Tongue-Long continent could be counted on one hand. They were definitely super antiques. All the cultivators who grew up in the later primordial era had never experienced the baptism of heavenly tribulations. Therefore, the immortals who grew up in the latter period of the primordial era were fake immortals and fake immortals. Gu Fei broke through the bottleneck and reached another realm. Therefore, he attracted the heavenly tribulation. The heavens and earth would not allow the existence of someone who defied the heavens. The heavenly tribulation would descend to destroy those who defied the heavens. The power of heaven and earth gathered rapidly. A pitch-black tribulation cloud that covered a radius of several hundred miles appeared in the sky. The power within the tribulation cloud was condensing and brewing. Rumble. Bolts of lightning flickered in the tribulation cloud, emitting a terrifying aura that could destroy the world. The lightning in the tribulation cloud was not only golden in color, but also gradually revealed 5 different colors. It was the power of the 5 elements. 5 elements, lightning tribulation. Tian, Xiaoqing, and Balan had already retreated several hundred miles away from the tribulation cloud. The drastic change in the world had alarmed many people. Boss actually attracted the 5 elements, lightning tribulation. Tian seemed to be surprised. He seemed to know the origin of this heavenly tribulation, so he felt a little uneasy. Xiaoqing and Balan were also frightened. Before the heavens and earth, everything in the world would become incomparably insignificant like ants. Even immortals were no exception. Who is so crazy as to make a breakthrough in the primordial era? Doesn't he know that even if he succeeds, there will be great danger in advancing his cultivation? Maybe he's not from a clan of the ancients. Figures began to appear in the mountains outside the tribulation cloud. On top of a mountain, 7 or 8 cultivators pointed at the figure below the tribulation cloud and whispered to each other. In the face of the power of heaven and earth, no one could remain calm. At this time, Gu Fei's heavenly tribulation was still brewing. There seemed to be a will controlling everything, causing Gu Fei to feel an unprecedented danger approaching him. Heavenly tribulation, he wanted to challenge it. After overcoming it, he would be invincible among his peers and become the true king of immortals. Even if he faced the celestial being Realm, Immortal Emperor, and Shun King, he would be able to contend against them. On the path of martial arts, cultivating the physical body and refining the origin of life had already reached the supreme realm of proving the Tao through strength. Attracting the heavenly tribulation was the best way to refine the physical body and martial body. However, before Gu Fei's heavenly tribulation started, in the depths of a mountain 1,000 miles away, there was an unlucky fellow struggling under the thousands of lightning bolts. The area within a radius of 100 miles had already turned into a sea of lightning. Every bolt of lightning was as large as a mountain, and wherever the lightning passed, even the mountain ridges would be blasted apart. Arg, how could this be? The black-clothed sword emperor who wanted to kill Gu Fei roared. His voice was filled with fear. He had actually triggered his own heavenly tribulation. This was the heavenly tribulation of a celestial being realm emperor. It was extremely terrifying. Endless lightning bolts fell from the sky, tearing the void and destroying everything. A sword emperor vaguely appeared in the sea of lightning formed by the heavenly tribulation, emitting terrifying sword chi. This sword emperor was using the sword emperor to resist his heavenly tribulation. There were actually two places in the pseudo-heaven realm where heavenly tribulations appeared. The fluctuations of the heavenly tribulation soon alarmed the big shots of the ancient desolation. That's the sword emperor of a Zhao clan. He's actually undergoing the heavenly tribulation. Chapter 900. You are currently reading the Indestructible Martial Lord's text. Chapter 903. 5 Elemental Lightning Tribulation. Throughout the years, the ancient desolate world had been opened many times. Among those who had entered the ancient desolate world, there were many who had stagnated in their cultivation. They had tried to attract the heavenly tribulation inside, borrowing the power of the heavenly tribulation to increase their strength. However, not a single one of those incredibly powerful old-timers hadn't been killed in body and soul by the heavenly tribulations they'd summoned. Heavenly tribulation was a calamity sent down by the heavens. Who could go against the heavens? Undergoing the heavenly tribulation was definitely extremely dangerous. It was like trying to find a chance of survival in the midst of certain death. No matter how talented you were, no matter how powerful you were, under the heavenly tribulation, you could turn into ashes and disappear from the world. There was absolutely no chance for you to start over. The chance of survival was simply too difficult to grasp. Therefore, even in the ancient desolate world, when there were many heroes and the White Clan in great numbers, there were only a few who could actually pass the heavenly tribulation. The mountains within 100 li were all shattered. The heavenly tribulation, summoned by a celestial realm sword emperor, was simply too terrifying. No one dared to get close. The celestial sword could no longer materialize, and the black-clothed sword emperor's body was charred black by the lightning that descended from the sky, emitting green smoke. If it weren't for the emperor's sword protecting him, he would have died under the 9 heavens lightning tribulation. The important figures of the ancient desolate era factions were alarmed. There were even patriarch-level figures in the vicinity. However, no one dared to get close. This was the heavenly tribulation. No one was willing to attract the lightning tribulation. Even if they were far away, some of them were having trouble controlling the energy in their bodies. The immortal souls that grew up in the later stages of the ancient desolate era had yet to undergo the heavenly tribulation. Now that they sensed the might of the lightning tribulation, the energy of their immortal souls became restless. It was as if there was a pair of eyes staring at them. It was as if the power of the heavenly tribulation could descend on them at any time. Everyone's soul trembled in fear. Everyone could faintly feel that if they got close to the lightning tribulation, their heavenly tribulation would descend. Boom! Suddenly, a bolt of purple lightning struck down from the sky. The black-clothed sword emperor roared furiously, and he directly drove the pitch-black emperor's sword to meet the incoming bolt of purple lightning, while emanating unparalleled fluctuations of sword chi. Swoosh! The purple lightning and the Emperor Divine sword collided. Then, the Emperor Divine sword shook violently. In an instant, it was enveloped by the purple lightning, and its light immediately dimmed. Bam! The Emperor's sword trembled and fell from the sky. On the blade of the sword, there were countless purple lightning bolts that looked like little snakes. The essence of the Emperor's sword was constantly being devoured. 9 heavens violet thunder. The Zhao clan sword emperor is doomed. Some of the living fossils attracted by the heavenly tribulation saw this and knew that the sword emperor wouldn't be able to withstand it. What he had drawn was actually the 9 heavens violet lightning. That was one of the most powerful lightning tribulations in the legends. 81 bolts of lightning would descend from the heavens, and each bolt of lightning would be stronger than the one before it. Under the 9 heavens violet lightning, even the current powerful figures would have a slim chance of surviving, let alone the Sword Emperor in the celestial realm. The clan leader of the primordial Zhao clan and a few supreme elders appeared on a nearby mountain peak. Looking at the heavenly tribulation in front of them, they all trembled with fear. These people's cultivation was unfathomable. They completely concealed their auras and didn't dare to be careless. They were afraid that they would attract their own heavenly tribulations and then affect others. If that happened, the upper echelons of the primordial Zhao clan would all be finished. Entering an ancient place like the pseudo-heaven realm, although there was a risk of triggering one's own heavenly tribulation, as long as one was careful, the heavenly tribulation wouldn't come. However, if someone else was undergoing a heavenly tribulation right beside them, then they deserved it. The heavenly tribulation of others could trigger the heavenly tribulation of others. Under the cover of the heavenly tribulation, no one's cultivation could be hidden. The power of heaven and earth in the unseen world could trigger the heavenly tribulation of cultivators. Those who weren't undergoing a heavenly tribulation were like a barrel of gunpowder. The power of the heavenly tribulation triggered by others was like a spark. When a spark splashed into the barrel of gunpowder, one could imagine what would happen. The black-robed Sword Emperor of the Zhao clan was caught in the crossfire. He was affected by the heavenly tribulation triggered by Gu Fei. The power of the heavenly tribulation also triggered the Sword Emperor's heavenly tribulation. It had to be said that the Sword Emperor of the primordial Zhao clan was really unlucky. Although the Zhao clan leader and the few great elders were extremely powerful and were the most powerful people in the world, they could only watch as the Sword Emperor of their clan was drowned by the 9 heavens purple thunder that descended from the 9 heavens. As long as someone was undergoing a heavenly tribulation, they would run as far as they could. Whoever made a move would be unlucky and have to undergo the heavenly tribulation. No one would do such a stupid thing. At this moment, most people were attracted by the Sword Emperor's heavenly tribulation. The heavenly tribulation triggered by the Sword Emperor was too vast. The terrifying fluctuations could be felt from thousands of miles away. On the other hand, Gu Fei's heavenly tribulation didn't attract as much attention. Gu Fei stood quietly in the sky above the mountain that was split in half by the Sword of Divinity. He raised his head and looked at the rolling tribulation clouds. At this moment, he could clearly feel how terrifying the might of the world was. Under the might of the world, Gu Fei felt as weak as an ant. The terrifying fluctuations emitted by the tribulation clouds were too powerful. Even Gu Fei felt helpless. Although the power of the world was terrifying, it also aroused Gu Fei's boundless fighting spirit. His battle intent was like a rainbow. His long hair danced wildly in the wind. He wanted to fight against the world. Boom! All of a sudden, endless 5-colored lightning surged out from the tribulation clouds in the sky. The lightning interweaved into a sea of lightning that shrouded Gu Fei below. The entire world was torn apart by the 5-colored lightning that descended from the sky. It shattered and engulfed Gu Fei in an instant. Big brother, when Lil Qing and Erebus saw this scene, although they were mentally prepared, they still turned pale with fright. As for Baron, he clenched his fists nervously. 5 elements, lightning, tribulation. Mahakala mumbled to himself. The soul flame in his skull pulsed violently as his soul power surged. He seemed to know the origin of his 5-colored lightning. At this moment, Gu Fei sat cross-legged in the sea of lightning. He didn't resist. Instead, he guided the 5 elements lightning to his body. He was using the power of the heavenly tribulation to temper his physical body and spiritual soul. The 5 elements divine lightning was in his body. Under this destructive power, his meridians instantly collapsed. Blood seeped out of the pores all over his body. Under the first wave of the lightning, Gu Fei's physical body was seriously injured. It almost collapsed. The power of the heavenly tribulation is so strong. Gu Fei was secretly shocked. It should be known that his immortal divine martial constitution had been tempered thousands of times. It was strong enough to stand shoulder to shoulder with existences at the level of sect masters. However, it was so weak under the lightning. He didn't dare to be careless. He directly activated the internal world in his dantian and drew the endless life essence from the divine spring of life. Under the effect of the life essence, Gu Fei's broken meridians rapidly reconstructed. His injured flesh grew and recovered quickly. The clotted blood and impurities in his body were immediately expelled from his pores. Chapter 901. You are currently reading the Indestructible Martial Sovereign Scripture. Chapter 904. Destruction and rebirth. The heavens and earth shook violently as thunder boomed. The entire sky and earth were illuminated by the intense light from the lightning. This was a terrifying scene that shook everyone's soul. Under the pitch-black sky, the five-colored lightning covered a radius of tens of miles. The power of the five elements of heaven and earth transformed into tribulation lightning that could destroy everything. The mountains crumbled and the earth was bombarded with thousands of holes. Dust flew everywhere. Under the five elements lightning tribulation, everything seemed so fragile. The mountain below Gu Fei was instantly torn to pieces by countless lightning bolts and turned into dust. And Gu Fei, who was in the center of the lightning tribulation, was enduring unimaginable pain. Under the first wave of lightning attacks, Gu Fei's body was covered in electricity. The power of the five-colored lightning coursed through his body, destroying his body. His tendons, bones, flesh, and even the ends of his hair crackled and flickered with five-colored electricity. His meridians, muscles, and skin were all burnt to a crisp like charcoal. The five elements lightning tribulation contained a terrifying power of destruction. This was the power of the heavens and earth, a test from the heavens and earth. Gu Fei's body suffered terrible injuries under the continuous bombardment of lightning. His skin and flesh were charred and cracked. Blood splattered everywhere. In just a few short breaths, Gu Fei's skin and flesh were split open. Even his bones were exposed. He no longer looked like a human. The terrifying lightning directly blasted into his body, rampaging through his muscles, bones, flesh, and internal organs. Everywhere it passed, everything was destroyed. Then, these lightning bolts shot out from Gu Fei's 7 apertures. In the end, all the pores on his body were emitting lightning. Gu Fei's 5 senses and 6 senses had lost their effectiveness. All he could do was endure. Endless life essence surged out from his dantian, nourishing his body that was damaged by the 5 elements lightning tribulation. The necrotic flesh fell off, and new flesh rapidly grew out from the wounds. The newly grown flesh was sparkling and translucent, surging with boundless life energy. It was even stronger than the original flesh, and its life force was even more exuberant. Gu Fei's physical body was undergoing a metamorphosis. The 365 acupoints on his body shone with divine light, and there seemed to be a void vaguely appearing in each acupoint. The 5 elements lightning tribulation descended from the sky, mercilessly bombarding Gu Fei. However, a portion of the lightning tribulation that entered Gu Fei's body was actually devoured by the 365 acupoints. Gu Fei's life source had already been divided into 365 parts and stationed in 365 major acupoints in his body. Within each acupoint, there was an illusory figure sitting cross-legged. This wasn't a division of the immortal Tao and divine Tao, but a manifestation of the most primordial life force. Gu Fei was branding the life force into his acupoints, using the power of his martial body to nourish his life. If the life force was branded into every part of his body, including every meridian, every drop of blood, every strand of hair, then Gu Fei would have an infinite life force. At that time, even if his body was destroyed and his primordial spirit destroyed, As long as there was a drop of blood or a strand of hair left, he would be able to be reborn. Even the legendary, undying martial body cultivators couldn't reach such a supreme realm. Perhaps only the undying martial progenitors had such a cultivation base. Right now, Gu Fei had only cultivated his life force into 365 acupoints, which was equivalent to having 365 lives. As long as he could successfully overcome the heavenly tribulation, there wouldn't be many people in this world who could kill him. The first wave of the lightning tribulation lasted for more than an hour. The entire mountain range collapsed, and there wasn't a single intact spot within a few dozen li. The ground was scorched, and no life could survive the lightning tribulation of the nine skies. A huge pit had been blasted into the center of the lightning tribulation. A powerful life force surged out from the pit. Boss actually withstood the first wave of the lightning tribulation. Big Brother isn't dead. He Tian and Xiaoqing were startled when they sensed Gu Fei's aura. Balon's usually cold face also revealed a hint of danger. Everyone secretly let out a sigh of relief. As the last lightning tribulation dissipated, the first wave of the lightning tribulation vanished. Gu Fei had endured it. Although his life wasn't in danger, he was still severely injured. Meanwhile, he was sitting cross-legged in the pit formed by the lightning tribulation. His body was surrounded by black soil that emitted a red glow. The black soil was scorched, while the red soil was half magma. Those who sensed Gu Fei's life force were shocked to the extreme. Someone had actually survived the heavenly tribulation. This was something that had never happened before in history. However, some people could tell that the lightning tribulation didn't stop. It was only temporary, as the black tribulation clouds in the sky showed no signs of dispersing. Those who held grudges against Gu Fei wished that Gu Fei would be killed by the lightning tribulation. However, Xiaoqing and the others were worried for Gu Fei. He had already triggered the lightning tribulation, and there was no way he could escape. Before the power of the lightning tribulation was fully unleashed, it would absolutely not stop. Even if Gu Fei hid in his inner world, the lightning tribulation would follow him like a shadow. There was no way he could shake it off. Gu Fei's whole body was charred by the 5 elements lightning. His whole body was like coal. His limbs had fallen off, and only a layer of charred skin was left on his head. It was simply a skull. Bang, 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 bang. The sound of a heartbeat gradually appeared on Gu Fei's body, one after another, steady and firm. At the same time, a crack appeared between Gu Fei's eyebrows, and a powerful spiritual force surged out. A purple divine light flashed, and a small person the size of a thumb appeared between Gu Fei's eyebrows. His dantian also lit up. The life force spread from his eyebrows, heart, and dantian to his whole body. The acupoints on his body were the first to emit the aura of life. The meridians on Gu Fei's body were like extinguished lamps that were reignited. His corporeal body began to glow with vitality. The burnt and necrotic flesh began to crack and fall off, and new blood, flesh, bones, and skin grew out of it. Soon, Gu Fei's limbs grew out, and his thick hair also appeared. His eyes, ears, mouth, and nose were reconstructed. A brand new Gu Fei was reborn. After the baptism of the first wave of the lightning tribulation, Gu Fei had transformed. The reborn martial body was extremely powerful. Every muscle, every bone contained an unimaginable power. All the meridians in his body were even more tenacious. The vast Yuan Qi was like a surging river that surged through Gu Fei's body. The extremely vigorous blood and Qi flowed along his spine, shooting up into the sky. It rushed out from the top of his head like a blood-red dragon. It rushed out from the pit into the 9 heavens, and even the tribulation clouds in the sky seemed to be shaken. Blood and Qi like a dragon. Boss's cultivation has already broken through. Just how strong is a mysterious transformation realm warrior? He Tian muttered to himself. Chapter 902. You're currently reading the Immortal Martial Lord's text. Chapter 905. Heavenly Tao, note, the 5 elements heavenly tribulation is one of the most powerful types of heavenly tribulation in the legends. The power of the 5 elements of heaven and earth forms the tribulation thunder. The heavens will send down 5 layers of heavenly lightning, and with each layer, its power will multiply. Even the great era of chaos where hundreds of tribes existed in great numbers, not many people could attract such a terrifying heavenly tribulation. I wonder if Big Brother can last till the end. Hey Tion's tone was incomparably solemn. This was only the first layer of the lightning tribulation. There were still 4 more to come. Big Brother, Xiaoqing was startled hearing this. If the first layer of the lightning tribulation was already this powerful, then wouldn't the next 4 layers be able to destroy the heavens and earth? No one knew what the outcome would be. Everyone was watching from afar. Those who grew up in the later desolate era had never undergone the heavenly tribulation, so they all stayed far away, not daring to get too close. If the power of the lightning tribulation triggered their own heavenly tribulation, they would be out of luck. If the accumulated heavenly tribulations of those who had never undergone the heavenly tribulation descended together, it would definitely be enough to turn a cultivator into ashes in an instant. Xiaoqing and Balon were not worried for Gu Fei. The legendary heavenly tribulation was too terrifying. If it was an ordinary person, they would have been turned into ashes by the first layer of the lightning tribulation. Gu Fei's physique was different from ordinary people. His martial body was as strong as an emperor divine weapon. Therefore, he was not blasted into ashes by the first layer of the 5 elements heavenly tribulation. Although the 5 elements heavenly tribulation was terrifying, it did not mean that there was no chance of survival. The lightning tribulation temporarily stopped. This was because the heavens and earth were gathering energy again, but at the same time, it was also an opportunity for Gu Fei. The power of the 5 elements heavenly tribulation was even more powerful and terrifying than before. The destructive power of the heavens and earth surged in the pitch-black tribulation clouds. Bolts of lightning suddenly appeared in the tribulation clouds, illuminating the heavens and earth. Taking advantage of this brief moment, Gu Fei quickly adjusted his strength to the peak. His reborn body emitted rays of divine light. His powerful blood and qi revolved around his body like a giant dragon. Boom! Just as Gu Fei's aura rose to its peak, an earth-shattering thunder suddenly rang out from the pitch-black tribulation clouds in the sky. Then, bolts of lightning in the shape of dragons broke through the layers of tribulation clouds and rushed down from the sky, fiercely pouncing towards Gu Fei. Dragon-shaped lightning. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. The mountain-like golden dragon exuded boundless metal elemental power. Its entire body was surrounded by lightning as it charged down from the sky. There was also the enormous blue dragon that was emitting a monstrous water element energy, the earthy yellow dragon that was surging with the earth element energy, the enormous fire dragon that was emitting a monstrous fire, and the enormous cyan dragon that was drawing the wood element energy between heaven and earth. All of them had rushed out of the tribulation clouds and were rushing towards Gu Fei. These were dragon-shaped lightning bolts condensed from the 5-element thunder essence. These bolts of lightning seemed to have a mind of their own as they descended from the sky. They only had one goal, and that was to destroy that fellow who dared to challenge the might of heaven and earth. Come! Gu Fei sat cross-legged in the huge crater created by the tribulation lightning. He raised his head and looked up, his eyes incomparably resolute. Boom! Countless dragon-shaped mountains rushed down in an instant. Granny limitless lightning engulfed Gu Fei in an instant. Dust rose high into the sky, and the entire ground began to tremble. Rumble! Under the impact of the dragon-shaped lightning bolts, the ground undulated violently like waves. Bottomless cracks spread out from the point of impact. The dragon-like lightning bolts instantly rushed into Gu Fei's body. The 5-element thunder essence rampaged within Gu Fei's body, destroying his vitality and tearing apart his divine soul. The reborn martial body was immediately bombarded by the thunder essence and was char-black. 5-colored lightning wreaked havoc within Gu Fei's body, causing Gu Fei's insides to be scorched. He felt as if his body was being torn apart, and his divine soul was almost blasted out of his body by the tribulation lightning. Crackle, crackle, crackle. Blinding bolts of lightning struck Gu Fei's body. Gu Fei's body trembled violently and convulsed. The destructive power within his body had gained the upper hand. The endless life essence only protected his brow, heart, and dantian. The other parts of his body had long been charred by the thunder essence. Gu Fei's bones, tendons, flesh, and even his internal organs were all severely injured. They were in a strange state of being half-charred. His flesh, tendons, and bones had been bombarded by the thunder essence, and he felt as if his divine soul was being torn apart. One could imagine what kind of terrifying pain Gu Fei was enduring. Gu Fei could feel that the second wave of thunder essence was several times stronger than the first wave. The dragon-shaped lightning destroyed everything. The divine light emitted by Gu Fei's 365 meridians dimmed. The fire of life within his meridians seemed as if it could be extinguished at any time. Although the extremely powerful thunder essence could destroy everything and shatter the void, it did not completely cut off the vitality within Gu Fei's body. The powerful advantage of the immortal divine martial body was now fully displayed. His powerful physical body could even withstand the most terrifying thunder essence for a period of time. Although it could only hold on for a short period of time, it was enough for Gu Fei to grasp a slim chance of survival. He operated his mystic art, and a mark of the great Tao appeared in his heart, emitting the heavenly voice of the great Tao. What? How? Is this possible? That person actually possesses the extreme Tao, Saint's extreme Tao scripture. A heavenly melody that sounded like an extreme Tao, Saint reciting the supreme scripture, came from Gu Fei's body. Everyone who heard the great Tao heavenly melody was shocked. The person undergoing the tribulation actually possessed the extreme Tao scripture. It was a peerless cultivation technique created by an extreme Tao expert. The primordial Tao sect, the primordial immortal sect, and the Yaodai ancient sacred ground all possessed incomplete copies of the supreme Tao scripture. The supreme Tao scripture was rumored to be an immortal Tao treasure passed down by the Tao ancestor. However, the Tao scripture was already incomplete during the primordial era. No one could collect the incomplete Tao scripture. The primordial Tao sect, the primordial immortal sect, and the Yaodai ancient sacred ground had only obtained a small portion of the supreme Tao scripture. Even so, the three primordial era factions relied on the incomplete Tao scripture to stand tall in the cultivation world for countless years without disappearing in the merciless passage of time. The martial ancestors' mark that Gu Fei had obtained was more precious than any of the supreme Tao scriptures. It was because it was a complete Great Tao mark that contained the various mysteries of the Great Tao. It could help one prove their Tao and cultivate with twice the results with half the effort. As soon as the Great Tao heavenly melody appeared, the 365 acupoints in Gu Fei's body began to change. They seemed to have turned into 365 bottomless black holes that gradually devoured the surrounding five elements lightning. At that moment, the space between Gu Fei's eyebrows split open. A figure the size of a thumb sat cross-legged in it. As it breathed, the tiny five elements lightning was devoured by the tiny figure. At the same time, blurry figures appeared in the 365 acupoints on Gu Fei's body, swallowing and spitting lightning. The tribulation could not only temper the body, but also the soul. The great Tao heavenly melody resounded in Gu Fei's body. He then drew upon the power of the tribulation lightning to temper his body, temper his soul, and swallow and spit out the five elements lightning. This method was too frightening. Chapter 903. The heavenly melody of the great path lingered between heaven and earth, as if a supreme saint was lecturing on the great path of heaven and earth. No one could have imagined that the dragon-shaped tribulation thunder would emit such a supreme Tao melody. Legend had it that only the supreme scripture passed down by the supreme saint could emit such a heavenly melody, resonating with the great path of heaven and earth. This was a sign of enlightenment. At this moment, Gu Fei's state of mind became calm. Although his whole body was blooming with dazzling lightning, The pain in his body seemed to have disappeared. The origin of life turned into a small person, sitting cross-legged in between Gu Fei's eyebrows, drawing the power of the heavenly thunder tribulation to refine his spirit and body. In each of the 365 acupoints on his body, which were branded with the power of the origin of life, a vague, illusory figure was sitting cross-legged in each of them. The void of the acupoints was like a real universe, constantly devouring the 5 elements thunder and lightning that were wreaking havoc in Gu Fei's body. There seemed to be a sea of thunder and lightning in the void of the acupoints, with countless flashes of lightning flashing. After the baptism of the 5 elements thunder, Gu Fei's origin of life became purer and purer, gradually merging with his spirit. It could be divided and gathered, changing in thousands of ways. Between the eyebrows, the heart, and the dantian, these 3 places that were connected to the inner world constantly surged with a vast amount of origin of life. Under the bombardment of the thunder and lightning, Gu Fei's flesh and bones suffered unimaginable damage. His bones were broken, and his flesh was charred. However, in the next moment, new bones grew rapidly, and the charred flesh would fall off, and new flesh would grow. Even Gu Fei himself did not know how many times his body had been destroyed and reborn. He had become a little numb. However, during this process, Gu Fei's body gradually transformed and became stronger. In the second wave of the thunder tribulation, terrifying dragon-shaped lightning descended from the tribulation clouds in the sky. Different colored lightning condensed into a giant dragon, circling between heaven and earth. Each dragon-shaped lightning emitted a terrifying aura of destruction. In front of the dragon-shaped lightning, the void of the world was as fragile as a thin piece of paper. Everyone was frightened. Boom! Amidst the golden light, a golden bolt of lightning rushed down from the tribulation clouds like a golden dragon, bombarding Gu Fei below. Half of Gu Fei's body was badly mutilated. Blood splattered everywhere, and bone fragments flew out. Crack, crack, crack. The broken bones were shaking, and new bones were growing rapidly. The charred flesh was falling off, revealing tender new flesh. Gu Fei was like an undying cockroach, tenaciously fighting against the terrifying heavenly tribulation. There were a few times when Gu Fei's aura was so weak that it looked like his soul was about to dissipate. His body and soul were about to be destroyed, but he still managed to hold on. Again and again, Gu Fei hovered on the edge of life and death. The heavenly melody of the Great Path was sometimes strong, sometimes weak, but it never disappeared. The mark of the Great Path that was imprinted in Gu Fei's heart was circulating with the aura of the Great Path, protecting the last mark of Gu Fei's life. It had to be said that Gu Fei's luck was really good. The mark of the Great Path contained the power of the Great Path. Although it was only a trace of the power of the Great Path, it was enough to protect Gu Fei and not let Gu Fei be destroyed by the heavenly tribulation. The second wave of the thunder tribulation raged for more than 4 hours. The terrifying energy that seemed to destroy heaven and earth gradually weakened. When the second wave of the thunder tribulation disappeared, Gu Fei no longer looked like a human, but he was still alive. The heavenly melody of the Great Path sounded in his body. A part of the power of the thunder tribulation that blasted into his body was absorbed by his 365 meridians and the Niwen Palace between his eyebrows. His flesh and blood were surging, and his bones were vibrating. Gu Fei's broken body was quickly recovering. A vast amount of life essence surged out from his eyebrows, heart, and dantian, wrapping him up. Gu Fei's muscles, bones, and flesh were all transforming. The sound of his bones vibrating actually made a sonorous sound, as if broken divine iron was being reformed. He's actually not dead yet. The tribulation clouds in the sky have not dispersed. Can that person really succeed in crossing the thunder tribulation? On a distant mountaintop, figures flickered. Gu Fei crossing the thunder tribulation had alarmed many people. Some people saw several sect masters appearing nearby. However, in a mountain 1,000 li away, there was another person crossing the thunder tribulation. The momentum of that person's thunder tribulation was vast, not any weaker than Gu Fei's. That unlucky Sword Emperor of the Zhao clan had launched a sneak attack on Gu Fei, but he didn't expect that he would trigger his own Thunder Tribulation. That Sword Emperor was also fighting with his life on the line, and was still alive. The majority of people were attracted by the Sword Emperor's Thunder Tribulation, especially those from the ancient Zhao clan. After all, that was their clan's Sword Emperor. The news spread very quickly among the major powers of the ancient Desolate. They all knew that a Sword Emperor of the Zhao clan was crossing the Thunder Tribulation. Hence, the majority of the major characters were attracted by the Sword Emperor of the Zhao clan. The Sword Emperor of the Zhao clan actually triggered his own Thunder Tribulation. This was something that no one had expected. The Sword Emperor's action was simply courting death. No one was optimistic about the Sword Emperor of the Zhao clan. Throughout the countless years, there were many immortal emperors and Shun King who were stronger than the Sword Emperor of the Zhao clan, but none of them survived the Thunder Tribulation. The Sword Emperor of the Zhao clan shouldn't be an exception. His fate could already be predicted. However, one had to admit that the Zhao clan's foundation was truly deep. The Zhao clan took the initiative to use a few forbidden treasures from their clan, and they actually helped the Sword Emperor of the Zhao clan to last until now. He Tian, Xiaoqing, and Balan also found out from some cultivators that the Sword Emperor of the Zhao clan was crossing the Thunder Tribulation. They immediately thought of the celestial being Realm Sword Emperor who launched a sneak attack on Gu Fei. Serves him right for being unlucky. Xiaoqing, He Tian, and Balan were both surprised and overjoyed. So was the Zhao clan's people who plotted against Gu Fei. The Zhao clan was truly despicable. However, Xiaoqing and the others couldn't be bothered with the Sword Emperor of the Zhao clan. They were only concerned about Gu Fei. Gu Fei survived the second wave of the Thunder Tribulation, which made Xiaoqing and the others secretly heave a sigh of relief. Under the Thunder Tribulation, nothing could be preserved. The area within a radius of 10 miles had completely changed. The power of the Thunder Tribulation had destroyed everything. Even the array flags that He Tian couldn't retrieve in time were destroyed by the Thunder Tribulation. This made He Tian's heart ache. That was a killing array that he had painstakingly refined. This time, the 5 elements Thunder Tribulation in the sky only stopped for a moment before the third wave of Thunder Tribulation descended. Within the pitch-black tribulation clouds that exuded an endless aura of destruction, divine phoenixes rushed down. These weren't real divine phoenixes, but divine phoenixes condensed from the 5 elements Thunder Tribulation. Each divine phoenix emitted a terrifying aura that could destroy heaven and earth. Rumble. Within the tribulation clouds, there was an earth-shattering sound of thunder. Countless divine phoenixes descended from the sky and pounced towards Gu Fei. This time, lightning in the shape of divine phoenixes descended from heaven and earth. The heavenly melody of the Great Path sounded within Gu Fei's body. At the moment when the divine phoenix's lightning descended, Gu Fei's 365 major acupoints emitted a dazzling divine light. It was as though 365 suns had rushed out from Gu Fei's body. Boom! Gu Fei struck the sky with his fist and directly confronted the terrifying lightning in the shape of divine phoenixes. The torrential fist force was like the Milky Way flowing backwards. It went against the sky and instantly collided with the lightning in the shape of divine phoenixes. Is he crazy? Everyone who witnessed this scene was stunned. Gu Fei actually confronted the thunder tribulation of heaven and earth head-on. That was challenging the entire pseudo-heaven realm. He was going against heaven and earth. Big brother, Xiaoqing, He Tian, and Balan were also dumbfounded. Gu Fei's actions were too crazy. If it was anyone else, they would only think about how to resist the heaven's tribulation. However, Gu Fei took the initiative to attack. Rumble. The entire world shook violently. The sky seemed like it was going to collapse. Two extremely terrifying forces collided head-on. The scene was extremely terrifying. It made people feel as if the world was going to be destroyed. It was an incomparably oppressive feeling. Bam! Gu Fei's entire right arm exploded into a cloud of blood mist. This was an attack with all his strength. The rebounding force was so strong that even his newly born physical body could not withstand it. However, the countless lightning bolts in the shape of divine phoenixes also collapsed under Gu Fei's punch. The attack that cut off all means of retreat and sank all boats had played its role. Gu Fei endured the pain and used the 8 desolation steps to directly soar into the sky. Taking advantage of the fleeting moment when the divine phoenixes hadn't bombarded him, Gu Fei rushed into the pitch-black tribulation lightning in the sky. No way. Is that even possible? Although I've never seen anyone go through a tribulation, I've never heard of anyone going through a tribulation like this. Gu Fei's action really petrified everyone who saw this scene. There was actually someone who rushed into the tribulation clouds. Even the sect masters were dumbfounded. They had never heard of someone rushing into the tribulation clouds on their own initiative. No one knew what the consequences of doing that would be. This was the first time Gu Fei had done something like this since ancient times. No one had ever done something like this before or even thought about it. Big brother, Xianxia was shocked to the extreme. He had never imagined that Gu Fei would actually rush into the tribulation clouds. Could it be that he's actually using the fighting techniques of the martial path to transcend a tribulation? He Tian seemed to think of something, but he wasn't sure. The moment Gu Fei rushed into the tribulation clouds, he felt a terrifying fluctuation that could destroy heaven and earth. His entire body was suddenly wrapped up by the omnipresent 5 elements of lightning. Thunder and lightning interweaved, and divine phoenixes condensed from the power of the 5 elements of lightning appeared in the tribulation clouds. The instant Gu Fei rushed into the tribulation clouds, he felt a terrifying fluctuation that could destroy heaven and earth. His entire body was suddenly wrapped up by the omnipresent 5 elements lightning. Thunder and lightning interweaved, and divine phoenixes condensed from the power of the 5 elements lightning appeared in the tribulation clouds. The power of the 5 elements tribulation thunder brewing in the tribulation cloud was too powerful. The tribulation cloud was like a sea of tribulation thunder. Endless 5 elements thunder and lightning were intertwining with each other. It was a dazzling light that hurt people's eyes. Chapter 904. Gu Fei treated the heavenly tribulation as a terrifying opponent. He was a cultivator who pressed forward with indomitable will. Even if his opponent was the entire world, he would not retreat. Moreover, he would take the initiative to attack. When fighting against an enemy, one should take advantage of the fact that the opponent had not gathered enough power to finish off the opponent. This was the most basic rule of martial arts battle techniques. It was the same when facing the heavenly tribulation. Gu Fei wanted to take advantage of the time when the heavenly tribulation had gathered enough power to finish off the opponent. However, in the eyes of others, this was definitely an extremely crazy move. However, in Gu Fei's eyes, it just happened to be a chance of survival under the heavenly tribulation. Gu Fei did not hesitate. He cut off all means of retreat and directly rushed into the heavenly tribulation clouds. Within the pitch-black heavenly tribulation clouds, there was actually a sea of lightning interweaving with the 5 elements. The power of the 5 elements gathered from all directions and turned into terrifying heavenly tribulation lightning. An extremely powerful energy wave surged out from the center of the heavenly tribulation clouds. It was a terrifying power that could destroy the heavens and the earth, causing one's heart to palpitate. Gu Fei directly sat cross-legged in the heavenly tribulation sea. A small person condensed from the source of life sat cross-legged between his eyebrows. The small person was absorbing the power of the surrounding heavenly tribulation. All 365 of his acupoints open wide. In the void of each acupoint, there seemed to be a god sitting cross-legged, also absorbing the heavenly tribulation lightning, tempering his source of life. Gu Fei had used all his strength to clash head-on with the divine phoenix that had descended from the sky. His entire arm had been shattered by the recoil. However, his shattered right arm was rapidly regenerating. Very soon, a brand new arm grew out, as good as new. A vast amount of yuan, qi, surged on the regenerated arm. The regenerated flesh, blood, tendons, and bones had transformed even more powerful. It was as if a casual strike could shatter the sky. Every time Gu Fei's body was reconstructed, it would become even more powerful. In particular, Gu Fei's bones had become crystal clear under the tempering of the five elements lightning. Strands of electricity as thin as hair flowed through them, making them as hard as immortal metal. Boundless five elements energy transformed into tribulation lightning. Then, boundless lightning energy condensed into terrifying bolts of lightning in the shape of divine phoenixes. They emitted a heart-shaking destructive aura as they charged at Gu Fei from all directions. Rumble, it was as if tens of thousands of thunderbolts were roaring and the whole world was shaking. Countless lightning bolts shot out from the tribulation clouds, tearing the void and shattering the world. A terrifying aura that seemed to be able to destroy everything in the world surged out from the tribulation cloud, causing all living beings in the world to tremble. This was the might of the world. Everyone, including the sect masters, felt a sense of helplessness and fear. In front of the might of the world, all living beings in the world were as insignificant as ants. An indistinct, heavenly melody came from the tribulation cloud. Everyone was shocked to the extreme. Gu Fei, who had charged into the tribulation cloud, was actually able to survive. This was too unbelievable. Big Brother, Xiaoqing, He Tian, and Balan were all extremely nervous. They stared at the pitch-black tribulation cloud in front of them. Xiaoqing and Balan's palms were covered in sweat. In He Tian's skull, the soul fire was violently pulsing. Two resplendent divine lights shot out from his eye sockets and swept towards the tribulation cloud in front of him. Earth-shaking thunder sounded in the tribulation cloud. The world seemed to be angry at Gu Fei, who dared to offend the might of the world. The five elements' heavenly thunder destroyed everything, wanting to blast this heaven-defying cultivator into ashes. Gu Fei was in great danger. Since he had embarked on the path of cultivation, this was the first time he felt that death was so close to him. After an unknown amount of time, all the thunder suddenly disappeared. However, the tribulation cloud in the sky did not dissipate. Everyone felt an unprecedented pressure. No one knew what had happened. At this time, Gu Fei, who was in the tribulation cloud, could not remember how many times he had reconstructed his body. The charred flesh and broken bones that fell from his body formed a cocoon around him, wrapping him up. The ubiquitous thunder and lightning in the tribulation cloud seemed to have disappeared all of a sudden. However, Gu Fei was not happy because he felt an unprecedented danger. Almost transparent thunder and lightning fell from the sky. This was the last wave of tribulation lightning. It was the most powerful, silent tribulation lightning. It was impossible to defend against. Only when the tribulation lightning struck one's body would one wake up. At that time, the silent tribulation lightning would have destroyed the life source of the person undergoing the tribulation, causing the person's soul to scatter. The silent tribulation lightning wrapped around Gu Fei and directly bombarded the life source in his Niwen palace, wanting to completely destroy his life. This silent tribulation lightning specialized in destroying the life source. Wherever it passed, Gu Fei's body would lose its vitality. The life essence contained in his flesh, tendons, and bones would be devoured by the tribulation lightning. The life source in Gu Fei's 365 meridians was also attacked. It was like a lamp that was extinguished in the void of the meridians. Damn it, Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked. The last wave of tribulation lightning was so strange and terrifying. It specialized in destroying the life source and destroying all vitality. Gu Fei's life was threatened. I have no choice but to use external objects. Gu Fei thought. He originally wanted to not use external objects and use his own strength to survive the tribulation. But now it seemed that it was impossible. The last wave of tribulation lightning directly destroyed a cultivator's life source. If it was an ordinary cultivator, their primordial spirit and nascent soul would not be able to escape. They would be destroyed by the tribulation lightning, and their souls would scatter. Buzz! With a thought, the shadow of an ancient cauldron appeared on Gu Fei's body. An endless ancient aura was emitted from the big cauldron. As soon as the mountain and river cauldron appeared, the silent tribulation lightning that had invaded Gu Fei's body was immediately forced out. The vast life essence immediately revitalized the severed flesh, tendons, and bones. Bang! The mountain and river cauldron shook slightly. The silent tribulation lightning that had gathered from all directions was immediately shattered and dissipated in the void. Only a supreme saint could ignore the laws of heaven and earth. The supreme saint weapon refined by a supreme saint also had the supreme power to ignore the laws of heaven and earth. The supreme saint weapon was extremely powerful. With just a slight shake, it dissolved the fifth wave of tribulation lightning. The tribulation clouds gradually began to disperse. Endless heaven and earth essence from all directions crazily gathered and entered Gu Fei's body. The tribulation is over. That person passed the tribulation? How is this possible? Everyone felt like they were in a dream. They couldn't believe what they saw. The tribulation clouds dispersed, and a cocoon-like thing floated high in the sky. Endless heaven and earth essence gathered towards the cocoon. The cocoon was like a bottomless black hole that continuously devoured the spirit chi from all directions. Bang! Chapter 905. The Heavenly Tribulation, which had been raging for 10 to 12 hours, finally came to an end. The tribulation clouds shrouding the sky gradually dispersed, and the terrifying, earth-shattering aura that had condensed between heaven and earth also dissipated into the void. Gu Fei stood high in the sky, wearing a white robe. He preferred to wear white. His original clothes had long been turned to ashes by the tribulation lightning, but he had spare clothes in his inner world. Even immortals couldn't live without all kinds of necessities, food, shelter, and transportation. Since ancient times, no one had ever seen an immortal naked. Finally broken through, Gu Fei closed his eyes, feeling the changes in his body. His face was indifferent. In the void of all 365 meridians, there was an illusory figure sitting cross-legged. Those were life seals, the quintessence of Gu Fei's life force that had fused with his divine soul. Each illusory image was Gu Fei himself, which meant that he now had 365 lives. Each life imprint contained all of Gu Fei's memories and experiences. As long as the life god in the void of all 365 meridians didn't die, Gu Fei wouldn't be considered to have truly died. Gu Fei had fused the life imprints and soul in the void of all 365 meridians to form a life god. It was the perfect fusion and transformation of life and soul. Each meridian had a life god presiding over it. Life gods were different from the primordial spirits of martial cultivators and the nascent souls of soul cultivators. They weren't independent entities. They were all Gu Fei's will. One could say that they were all Gu Fei. The void of the meridians contained a vast amount of yuan qi. It was like 365 lakes. The yuan qi spread to the surroundings, nourishing Gu Fei's body at all times. After the baptism of the 5 elements lightning tribulation, Gu Fei's bones had clearly changed. Each bone was branded with traces of thunder and lightning. There were even faint electric currents flowing through all of his bones. His bones were 5-colored, like 5 elements godly metal. They were so tough that they were comparable to the holy weapons of almighty beings. This was the fearsomeness of a martial artist. Their bodies were strong enough to cause cultivators of the same level to feel fear. Gu Fei's blood vitality was as vigorous as a true dragon. A body that has gone through the heavenly tribulation is indeed different. Gu Fei sighed. He could feel that he no longer had a mortal aura on him. The lightning tribulation had severed all of Gu Fei's mortal aura. His entire person was like nature itself, as if he was one with the world. With every movement he made, he could actually draw in the spiritual energy in the surroundings. He could do as he pleased, and it was easier than ever for him to merge with the world around him. Roar! Gu Fei raised his head to the sky and roared, his voice shaking the sky. Even the clouds on the horizon were scattered. Everyone was shocked to the extreme. No one knew just how powerful someone who had passed the heavenly tribulation was. A few powerful auras appeared in the vicinity without any concealment. Now that the heavenly tribulation was over, some of the big shots no longer had any misgivings. Swoosh! A figure shrouded in black aura rushed out from the mountain ridge in the distance. With a single step, he crossed dozens of miles. In just a few steps, that person had already appeared in front of Gu Fei. A powerful aura surged out from that person. Everyone could feel a strong sense of oppression. This person was definitely an immortal king or god king who had surpassed the immortal realm. Who is that person? How dare he attack someone who has passed the heavenly tribulation? Everyone who witnessed this scene was shocked. The figure shrouded in black aura exuded a killing intent that was not concealed at all. Xiaoqing, Heitian, and Balon also rushed towards Gu Fei at this moment. However, Gu Fei waved his hand at them, indicating that they should not approach. In a battle of this level, they would not be of any help at all. Xiaoqing, Heitian, and Balon stopped when they saw this. The aura of that person was incomparably powerful. It was not something that they could deal with. Who are you? Gu Fei stared at the person shrouded in black aura and asked coldly. He was not in a hurry to attack. A person who is about to die does not need to know my name. The person's voice was so cold that it was suffocating. Moreover, he was full of confidence. Facing Gu Fei, he had a superior attitude. Oomph. Those who wanted to kill me have all been killed by me. Since you want to die, I can fulfill your wish. Gu Fei laughed. He had just passed the heavenly tribulation and was looking for someone to practice with. Don't think that you are invincible after passing the heavenly tribulation. In front of absolute power, you are nothing. The person said as he took a step forward. From within the black aura, a huge hand stretched out soundlessly and pressed towards Gu Fei. Gu Fei only felt a chill immediately attacking his body. The blood and qi in his body were almost frozen. He could not help but be shocked. His body shook, and the blood and qi in his body suddenly erupted. It was as if a huge dragon had rushed out from the top of his head. Boom! The void shook violently, and the frightening cold air was immediately dispersed by Gu Fei. After overcoming the heavenly tribulation, his physical body had become so strong that it made one shudder. This is... In the distance, Heitian could not help but be startled when he saw this scene. Two beams of divine light shot out from his eyes and swept towards the person shrouded in black aura. The power of Yin. I didn't think that someone would be able to cultivate the power of Yin. Heitian muttered to himself. The power of Yang was the extreme Yang, and the power of Yin was the power of Yin. Heitian cultivated the great Tao of Yin and Yang, so he was naturally more familiar with the power of Yang and the power of Yin than anyone else. He cultivated both Yin and Yang, but the person who attacked Gu Fei only cultivated the power of Yin. If the power of Yin was cultivated to the highest level, it could freeze thousands of miles with a snap of the fingers. Even a celestial being would be frozen to death. The person pressed his palm out soundlessly, and the void in front of his palm was instantly frozen. The terrible power of Yin condensed into invisible cold blades, which tore through the void and slashed towards Gu Fei. Bang! Gu Fei directly punched out, and the power of the metal element on his fist was vast. His entire fist bloomed with golden light, as if a golden sun had appeared high up in the sky. After being tempered by the 5 elements' heavenly tribulation, Gu Fei used the 5 elements as his bones and Yin and Yang as his tools. He could freely switch between Yin and Yang and the 5 elements. The martial arts techniques that he used were even more terrifying. The power of Yin and Yang directly smashed the invisible cold blades that were slashing towards him. Its momentum did not decrease at all. It directly met the person's palm. Bang! Crack! A muffled sound and the sound of bones breaking sounded almost at the same time. The mysterious person shrouded in black aura retreated, and his entire palm was severely deformed. Roar. Chapter 906. It can't be. Even the Lunar King at the 8th heaven of the mysterious transformation realm was injured. That's the Lunar King of the Beitang family. That person who passed the heavenly tribulation seems to only have the cultivation of the 1st heaven of the mysterious transformation realm. How is it possible? The jaws of the spectators in the distance also dropped in shock. Some recognized the identity of that mysterious transformation celestial king. Gu Fei actually forced back a mysterious transformation realm celestial king who cultivated the power of Yin with a single punch. Humph! So you're a member of the Beitang family. Gu Fei sneered. He pressed forward step by step, his powerful aura causing the whole heaven and earth to tremble. Blood and chi circled around him like a dragon. The words of the spectators reached his ears. He finally knew why the other party wanted to kill him. The other party was a celestial king of the Beitang family. Roar! The Lunar King, whose whole body was wrapped in black gas, roared. He didn't speak, but his severely deformed right hand was shaking. The power of Yin was surging, and the shattered muscles and bones were regenerating. In an instant, his right hand was completely healed, as good as new. I can't let you live. The Lunar King was faintly discernible in the black gas. His killing intent was even stronger. The pressure that Gu Fei gave him was too great. If he was allowed to grow, it would be a disaster for the Beitang family. Freezing the world, he shouted loudly. An endless power of Yin surged out from his body. Within a radius of 100 miles, it was instantly frozen by an extremely terrifying hidden power of years. Even the void was frozen. All of this happened too quickly. Several nearby mountains crumbled in an instant and then turned into dust. The entire space seemed to have been frozen into a block of ice. The cold Yin Qi surged out in all directions, and everything within a radius of 1,000 miles was affected. Those with weak cultivation were directly frozen by the cold Yin Qi, and their souls were scattered. Only those at the level of celestial god saw that the situation was bad and immediately retreated. Xiaoqing, Balan, and He Tian had great saint weapons, but even so, they were almost frozen stiff. The cold Yin Qi could not only freeze the physical body, but also corrode the soul. It was extremely powerful. Gu Fei bore the brunt of the attack and was instantly frozen. Who would have thought that your physical body would actually be so strong that even the lunar true power would find it hard to obliterate you, destroying both your body and spirit? The Lunar King was extremely shocked. The lunar cold chi had always been successful, but this time was an exception. It should be known that even a large mountain would be turned into dust and completely obliterated by the lunar true power. Even godly metal would be frozen to the point of cracking. However, Gu Fei was only sealed in ice, and his physical body did not turn into dust. Die! The Lunar King sealed the heaven and earth with ice, and within a radius of 100 miles, only he could move. Like a ghost, he instantly floated in front of Gu Fei and directly threw a punch towards Gu Fei's head. A layer of dark light appeared on his fist, and the power of Yin surged out from his fist. The space that had been sealed in ice shattered under his fist. Crack! At this moment, the thin layer of ice on Gu Fei's body suddenly cracked into countless cracks. And then, with a pung sound, it shattered. Thousands of ice shards, like the shards of a peerless godly weapon, shot out in all directions. Amidst the shattered ice, a strong and powerful arm stretched out, grabbing onto the fist that the Lunar King was about to strike. How is this possible? The shock of the Lunar King was no small matter. In her great shock, her fist shook, and the power of Yin surged towards the opponent like a river bursting through a dam. Chua! The arm that grabbed the Lunar King's fist was immediately covered with a thin layer of ice. It was not ordinary ice, but the lunar mysterious ice that was much colder than 10,000-year-old mysterious ice. The lunar cold chi could freeze all things. However, today, the lunar cold chi could not freeze Gu Fei. Gu Fei's arm shook, and the power of fire burst out. Wisps of fire rushed out from his pores. The thin layer of ice on his arm was immediately evaporated by the power of the fire element. The lunar cold chi was dispersed. As he exerted his strength, a bone-chilling sound of bones shattering could be heard from his hand. Oh! The Lunar King's face twisted in pain. He watched helplessly as his fist was crushed by the opponent. The opponent was actually not afraid of the power of Yin. Pong! Gu Fei directly kicked between the Lunar King's chest and abdomen, kicking the Lunar King into the air and tearing one of the Lunar King's arms off. The power of this kick was extremely strong. The Lunar King's sternum was instantly shattered, and his internal organs turned into minced meat. Blood gushed wildly from his mouth. His body was almost kicked into two pieces by Gu Fei's kick. This person's physical body is too strong. He is actually not afraid of the lunar cold chi. The Lunar King has been crippled. Everyone who witnessed this scene couldn't help but be moved. A simple attack almost shattered the physical body of a celestial king in the eighth heaven of the profound transformation realm. I'll fight you to the death. The Lunar King roared, and a pitch-black divine light gushed out from between her eyebrows. In the black light, there was a pitch-black blade that was like a crescent moon. It emitted endless lunar true power and slashed towards Gu Fei. As soon as the black blade appeared, the aura it emitted made people's hearts palpitate. It was as if there was really a black crescent moon falling from the sky, destroying everything. The space that had been frozen by the lunar cold chi shattered in an instant, turning into terrifying chaos that destroyed everything. This was a terrifying imperial divine weapon. Pong! Gu Fei's attack was very direct. It was still a punch, but a simple attack had great power. The King Divine weapon that the Lunar King struck out was actually blown away by Gu Fei's punch. Pong! The King Divine weapon collapsed in the void, lost all its spirituality, and turned into countless pieces of scrap metal. What? This time, the Lunar King was completely dumbfounded. The opponent could actually use his physical body to resist the King Divine weapon. He was simply a peerless divine weapon in human form. The King Divine weapon was shattered, and the Lunar King suffered a great impact. She almost fell from the bed, and on her eyebrows, a bright red, dazzling blood flowed down. Gu Fei didn't give the Lunar King another chance to attack. He used the desolate steps and instantly caught up with the Lunar King. He pointed a finger and crushed the Lunar King's head. However, the Lunar King's headless body still soared into the sky and fled into the distance. Seeing this, Gu Fei couldn't help but be startled. But he immediately understood that the Lunar King's primordial spirit must have escaped from the Mudpill Palace and hidden in other parts of the body. He was about to attack again to completely kill the Lunar King. He never showed mercy to his enemies. "Boss, let me do it." Just at this moment, a figure rushed over from afar. Gu Fei stopped when he heard that. He already knew that it was that fellow who was rushing over. Hee. The power of Yin is a great tonic. He Tian was extremely excited, as if he had been injected with chicken blood. He directly chased after the headless body of the Lunar King. The Lunar King suffered serious injuries one after another and was already an arrow at the end of its flight, which benefited He Tian. However, a rotten ship still had 3 pounds of nails. Although the Lunar King was seriously injured and on the verge of death, he almost dragged He Tian down with him. He actually exploded his primordial spirit, and the power of Yin swept in all directions. If it wasn't for He Tian having a powerful holy weapon to protect himself, he probably wouldn't have been able to take advantage of the situation and would have lost his life. The power of Yin was definitely a great tonic for He Tian, who cultivated both Yin and Yang. The power of Yin that exploded was all gathered and swallowed into his skull. During this process, no one dared to step forward to interfere. Even if there were people from the Beidang clan nearby, these people didn't dare to step forward. No one would seek their own death. Gu Fei killed a celestial king in the 8th heaven of the mysterious transformation realm with his bare hands. The terrifying battle prowess he displayed intimidated everyone. Even the sect masters of the Heaven Tier didn't dare to step forward rashly. This gave Mahakala enough time to devour the power of extreme Yin that had exploded. The power of Yin gave birth to the sun, and the sun gave birth to the power of Yin and Yang. He Tian's body erupted with an unprecedentedly strong fluctuation of the power of Yin and Yang. At this time, a shocking news came. A sword emperor of the Zhao clan of the primordial era had fallen. That sword emperor died under the heavenly tribulation. When the news came, everyone was shocked. That sword emperor of the Zhao clan was really too awesome, actually attracting his own heavenly tribulation. Only a few people knew that the sword emperor of the Zhao clan had died a very unjust death. The primordial Zhao family used various methods in an attempt to help the Sword King overcome his tribulation. However, in the end, even the patriarch of the Zhao family could not save the Sword King, even after personally asking for the saint weapon of the Zhao family. Even the almighty sacred weapon of the Zhao family was heavily damaged by the heavenly tribulation. Its vitality was damaged, and it would probably take several hundred years to recover. Good death. When Gu Fei heard this news, he couldn't help but feel very satisfied. That sword emperor sneak attacked him, but ended up with a tragic fate of having both his body and soul destroyed. This was really the cycle of karma. Roar! Just as everyone was about to leave, a terrifying roar sounded from the nearby mountains. A wild beast that was as huge as a mountain walked out of the mountains. Even the surrounding mountains only reached the waist of that wild beast. Other than startling the human cultivators, Gu Fei's tribulation also alarmed some of the wild beasts that broke into the pseudo-heaven realm from the ancient desolation world. Back then, when the wild beasts from the ancient desolation world attacked the pseudo-heaven realm, not all of them were forced back to the ancient desolation world by the human cultivators. Many primordial beasts were lurking in this world. Roar! The wild beast roared towards the sky, causing the entire mountain to shake. With a roar that shook the mountains and rivers, an extremely fierce aura spread out from the wild beast's body. Bang! 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 The earth trembled, and the wild beast that was as huge as a mountain directly rushed over. Whoosh! The huge beast clawed directly smashed down on the human cultivators who were fleeing in all directions. Boom! With a loud sound, the wild beast directly smashed a mountain peak, causing dust to soar into the sky. More than a dozen human cultivators on the mountain peak were instantly killed. They couldn't be more dead. Hiss! Chapter 907. Roar! A wild beast as large as a mountain walked among the mountains. On its mountain-like head, there was a pair of dragon horns that only the legendary true dragons had. However, this wild beast was not a dragon. This wild beast was covered in thick black scales, and its blood-red eyes scanned the surroundings mercilessly. With every step it took, the entire ground trembled. A fierce, murderous aura surged from its huge body, and its ferocious might shocked the surroundings. Swoosh! A divine rainbow shot up from the top of a mountain in the distance, rushing towards the wild beast. An extremely powerful aura immediately appeared between heaven and earth. Within the divine rainbow, there was a figure in green clothes. It was a middle-aged man, and the aura emitted from the middle-aged man was too powerful. It was as if a part of the world had suddenly descended and pressed down on everyone's heads. Shun King of the celestial being realm. When Gu Fei saw this person and felt his aura, his pupils involuntarily shrank. The middle-aged man gave off a huge pressure. This was a good opponent. It's the battle emperor of the Zhou clan of the ancients. Someone exclaimed, recognizing the identity of the celestial being Shun King. Gu Fei's tribulation had attracted many peerless figures. These figures did not have a deep grudge against Gu Fei, so they did not interfere with Gu Fei's tribulation. Moreover, if they interfered with Gu Fei's tribulation, they might accidentally trigger their own tribulation. No one would do such a thing that harmed others without benefiting themselves. The perception of the great path of heaven and earth was very subtle and difficult to grasp. Even the celestial being realm Shin King and the celestial being realm had to be careful and tremble with fear. Triggering a tribulation in the ancient world would be a disaster and a tragedy. Therefore, when Gu Fei was undergoing tribulation, no one dared to act rashly. Some influential figures even hid far away. Even the wild beasts in the ancient world of chaos had to temporarily hide. After the heavenly tribulation, the savage beast that was lurking nearby immediately jumped out and started killing the human clan cultivators that gathered nearby. Boom! The huge wild beast smashed a mountain with one punch and sent the 7 or 8 human cultivators flying. The powerful force of the collision caused the 7 or 8 cultivators to turn into meat paste in the instant they were sent flying. Their bodies and souls were destroyed. Bam! With a stomp of the wild beast, the earth cracked and the mountains shook. Many of the human cultivators on the ground fell to the ground. Some unlucky ones were even swallowed by the cracks in the earth. In just a few breaths of time, dozens of human cultivators have been killed by this primordial beast, all of them dead in body and soul. This was the most thorough way to die. They wouldn't even be able to become a ghost. They would be completely erased from this world, leaving no trace of life behind. Roar! The battle emperor of the Zhou clan of the ancients roared and threw out a punch. It was a simple and direct punch, but it triggered the spiritual qi from all directions and the power of the world. This is Xianxia, He Tian, and Balan couldn't help but be surprised when they saw the punch from the battle emperor of the Zhou clan. It was similar to Gu Fei's battle skill. The battle emperor seemed to be using the battle skill that Gu Fei had used in the battle with the Lunar King. It was the most direct attack, making it impossible for the opponent to dodge and forcing the opponent to take it head-on. Of course, the wild beast didn't bother to dodge. Whoosh! The wild beast waved its huge hand and slammed it down on the battle emperor. The huge beast's claw covered the sky, and the void below it collapsed. The wild beast's casual attack pierced through the sky and completely ignored the battle emperor's attack. Bam! The Dozhan Huang's fist fiercely bombarded the chest of this prehistoric beast, producing a deafening sound like muffled thunder. Under everyone's shocked gaze, the wild beast was like a huge mountain, not moving an inch, and its huge hand still slammed down on the battle emperor. It can't be. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. The wild beast actually withstood the all-out attack of the celestial being Realm Shun King with its body, and it seemed to be unscathed. This was too shocking and unbelievable. One should know that even a real huge mountain would be turned into dust under the all-out attack of the Shun King. What a strong physique. Gu Fei couldn't help but be a little moved when he saw this scene. This was definitely a terrifying wild beast king. Its body was so strong that it could withstand the attack of the celestial being Realm, and the Shun King. Boss, the wild beast body is so strong. I'm afraid it's not inferior to yours. He Tian said. This guy had just devoured the Yin power of a king and obtained great benefits, so he was in a good mood. Swoosh! With a flash of divine light, the battle emperor of the Zhou clan moved quickly in the void, dodging the wild beast's claw, and then walked in the void. The battle emperor's speed suddenly increased, and with every step he took, there seemed to be Tao rhythm flowing under his feet. As if teleporting, he disappeared with each step, avoiding the wild beast's attack. This is 8 desolation steps. How is this possible? The footwear displayed by the battle emperor of the Zhou clan was the 8 desolation steps that Gu Fei used when he was fighting against the Lunar King. The battle emperor of the Zhou clan also seemed to be able to display the extreme speed of the 8 desolation steps. Xiaoqing, He Tian, and Balan were all shocked to the extreme. Could it be that the battle emperor of the Zhou clan also obtained the cultivation method of the supreme battle skill? 8 desolation steps? Impossible. This was a martial arts battle skill, and the battle emperor of the Zhou clan was a genuine Shun King. So how could he display a martial arts battle skill? Xiaoqing and the others quickly denied the idea that the battle emperor of the Zhou clan had obtained the cultivation method of 8 desolation steps. He is imitating, and this seems to be a kind of mystical power. Gu Fei said solemnly. The opponent was not a martial artist, so it was impossible for him to use a martial artist's unique cultivation method. A mystical power that can imitate other people's cultivation methods and battle skills. Xiaoqing, Heitian, and Balan were all shocked. The immortal mystical power cultivated by this Shun king of the Zhou clan was too shocking, and he was already in an invincible position. However, at this time, the one fighting with this Shun king was an ancient beast, an extremely terrifying ancient beast. The ancient beast king of the untainted ancient world was definitely a synonym for power. That was because there was the existence of heavenly tribulation in the untainted ancient world. When a savage beast cultivation broke through a realm, the untainted ancient world would send down heavenly tribulation. To be able to grow into an ancient beast king, a wild beast must have gone through countless heavenly tribulations. Its flesh and bones were extremely powerful, and even the attacks of the celestial being Realm Shun King could be ignored. At this time, the Zhou clan's Shun King, who had imitated the 8 desolation steps, suddenly appeared behind the head of the ancient beast king. He finally found an opportunity to attack, and directly punched the back of the ancient beast king's head. The spiritual chi of the heaven and earth in the surroundings was instantly sucked dry, and the fist of the Zhou clan's Shun King blossomed with golden light, like a golden sun appearing in the sky, surging with the power of the metal element. Metal Fist. Chapter 908. Dozhan Shun King of the Zhou family displayed his celestial power. He actually used the metal element fist of the 5 elements fist. Golden light bloomed on his fist, and the power of the metal element shook the world. Roar! The ancient beast king roared. This time, it no longer ignored the attack of the Dozhan Shun King. The beast claw directly blocked the attack of the metal element fist. Boom! The fist of the Dozhan Shun King and the huge beast claw collided fiercely, causing an earth-shattering sound. Terrifying energy surged out in all directions, sweeping in all directions. The earth trembled, and the nearby mountains were turned into dust by the power. Like ice and snow, they dissipated between heaven and earth, completely erased from the horizon. The huge beast claw seemed to have slapped on the golden sun. Endless golden light dissipated, and the dazzling light was mostly blocked by the beast claw. This was definitely a shocking scene. It was like an ancient giant beast was plucking the sun from the sky. Everyone was stunned by the scene in front of them. The power of the 5 elements was rapidly weakening, and the golden light became dim. The golden sun in the sky was really about to be plucked down. This was not the true combat skill of the 5 elements after all. Although the power was shocking, it was still not enough. Bang! The huge beast claw directly crushed the golden sun in the sky. Golden rays shot out, and the power of the metal element was completely dispersed. Endless golden light illuminated the entire world in an instant, but it dimmed in an instant and then disappeared completely. At the same time, a figure was sent flying. Even the Shun King is not a match for it. Could it be that this giant beast is actually a wild beast king? At this time, in the surrounding area, only those who were above the immortal realm were still watching. Those who were below the immortal realm had already run away. They were not even qualified to watch a battle of this level. The aura released by Shun King and the Celestial Emperor, who were in the celestial being realm, was enough to suppress any cultivator below the celestial being realm to the point that they couldn't even stand up. The aura released by those in the celestial being realm was enough to kill. The Zhou clan's Dozhan Shun King was sent flying several tens of li away before stabilizing himself. A trace of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. His heart trembled. This savage beast king was simply too powerful. Perhaps it would take several celestials to suppress it. But where could they find the other Shun King and Immortal Emperor? There were still a few powerful auras in the vicinity. Some of them were at the profound transformation realm, but none of them made a move. Immortal kings and god kings were simply not enough, unless the Immortal Emperor or the Shun King arrived. Even the unparalleled Dozhan Shun King of the Shun King had been sent flying. This ancient beast king had truly shocked everyone. However, there was one person who was brimming with battle intent. His blood and chi were surging, and there seemed to be dragons coiling around his body. This person was none other than Gu Fei. The might of the ancient Beast King made his blood boil. He was a warrior who lived for battle. The incomparably tyrannical aura emitted by the ancient Beast King stimulated Gu Fei. There were no celestial being realm immortal emperors or the Shun King in the vicinity. No one could stop this ancient Beast King. Even the Dozhan Shun King couldn't do anything to this savage beast. Big brother, you big brother, the battle intent emitted by Gu Fei made Xiaoqing, Heitian, and Balan, who were standing beside Gu Fei, feel a great pressure, and their hearts trembled. Swish! Gu Fei took a step forward and disappeared from where he stood. In the next moment, he appeared in front of the terrifying savage beast. This step actually covered nearly 100 li of the void. This was the true extreme speed of 8 steps. It was probably even faster than teleportation. It could be said to be the fastest speed in the world. No other footwork could surpass it. Gu Fei's blood and qi were vigorous like a real dragon. His whole body was shrouded in a layer of divine light. His body gave people a feeling of great power, as if it was cast from immortal divine iron. However, in front of this savage beast, Gu Fei was as small as an ant. This savage beast was as huge as a mountain. A finger of this savage beast was much bigger than Gu Fei. Roar! The savage beast's attention was immediately attracted by Gu Fei. Although Gu Fei was small, the aura emitted from him was extremely powerful. No way. He only has the cultivation base of the first heaven of Mystic Change Realm, but he dares to challenge the ancient Beast King? Although he has passed the heavenly tribulation, it doesn't mean that he is invincible. This is simply suicide. What a pity. No one was optimistic about Gu Fei. Those who saw Gu Fei coming out thought that Gu Fei had gone crazy. That was an ancient Beast King that even the celestial being realm Shun King couldn't deal with. Human, you are very powerful. A powerful spiritual fluctuation spread out from the body of the ancient Beast King. A voice resounded in everyone's heart. That ancient Beast King was communicating with Gu Fei. The spiritual fluctuation was not concealed, and everyone could feel it. You are not weak either, Gu Fei said with incomparable seriousness. He didn't think that he could defeat this savage Beast King. However, he had to fight. He didn't want to let go of such an opponent. I have seen people like you. The voice of the ancient Beast King resounded in Gu Fei's heart. He didn't need to speak. He directly communicated with his spiritual fluctuation. This kind of communication broke through the barrier of language. This ancient Beast King had already opened its spiritual wisdom. Its intelligence was no less than that of a human. If it was in the Tonglong continent, this kind of ancient Beast King would definitely be a domineering demon lord. Hearing this, Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked. This savage Beast King had actually seen people like him? If this was true, then this ancient Beast King was really a super antique. It should be known that true warriors had disappeared for countless years. In a later period of the Desolate Era, martial arts began to decline. Since then, very few people had truly cultivated supreme martial arts. People like you are very scary. So, it is your bad luck to meet me. The ancient Beast King's voice was very calm. However, he had the intention to kill Gu Fei. I'm afraid that you can't kill me. A trace of a cold smile appeared on Gu Fei's face. Although the opponent had suppressed the Zhou clan's Dozhan Shun King, Gu Fei felt that he still had the strength to fight. Is that so? The ancient Beast King's voice started to turn cold. Then, the mountain-like body of the ancient Beast King started to emit bursts of intense light. The demonic light flickered, and the demonic power was vast and mighty. Under the gaze of Gu Fei, the body of the ancient Beast King shrank rapidly. Soon, a purple-haired middle-aged man wearing purple clothes and having the horns of a real dragon on his head appeared from the endless demonic light. The huge body had disappeared. However, the aura emitted by this purple-haired middle-aged man was even stronger than before. Chapter 909. The purple-haired middle-aged man was incomparably powerful. His qi and blood were exuberant, even more so than that of Gu Fei. Above his head, there was a divine light formed by qi and blood flashing. It was extremely terrifying. Come on, The purple-haired middle-aged man was extremely confident. Two blood-colored divine lights shot out from his blood-colored pupils and swept towards Gu Fei. Umph! Gu Fei did not speak. He snorted coldly. His fighting spirit was like a rainbow. He took a step forward, and his figure became blurred. His real body had disappeared in the void, but only an afterimage was left. Boom! In the void above the purple-haired, middle-aged man's head, a huge foot stepped down. The terrifying power under the foot was vast and mighty, and the void below the foot immediately collapsed. Whoosh! The purple-haired, middle-aged man did not dodge. He raised his hand and directly punched upwards. Above the fist, there was endless power surging, but did not explode. Bang! Gu Fei's right foot and the purple-haired, middle-aged man's right fist collided fiercely, making an extremely dull sound. A circle of transparent ripples visible to the naked eye spread from the fist. The moment the purple-haired, middle-aged man's fist collided with Gu Fei's right foot, it suddenly burst out like a mountain torrent, shaking the heaven and earth, resisting Gu Fei's 8 kill steps. Wherever the transparent ripple passed, countless hair-like pitch-black cracks would appear in the void. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two figures moved quickly. Gu Fei rushed up to the sky, and the purple-haired, middle-aged man rushed forward. His big hand grabbed forward. A beast claw covered with scales suddenly covered the entire sky, as if it wanted to grasp the entire sky in its hand. 5 elements, 8 desolation steps. Gu Fei let out a low roar, and 5 voids immediately rushed out of his body. They were like 5 miniature worlds that lingered around him. He strode through the 5 elemental worlds with extreme speed and rushed out of the void that was enveloped by the huge beast claw. How could he cultivate a divine ability? At this time, the Zhou family's Dozhan Shen King had already rushed over from afar. He couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this scene. As Gu Fei walked in the 5 elements voids, the speed of the desolate steps immediately increased a lot. The 8 steps extreme speed was already the fastest speed in the world. With the help of the 5 elements voids, Gu Fei's speed in the void was so fast that even those who had cultivated the 3rd eye of heaven could not catch him. The 5 elemental void was a battle technique that Gu Fei had created himself. The martial path battle technique fused with the power of the inner heaven and earth to form the 5 elemental void. To a certain extent, this battle technique could be called a martial path divine ability. Rumble, Gu Fei stretched out his hand and took in the fire elemental void that was revolving around him. Then, he attacked the purple-haired middle-aged man. The fire elemental void instantly expanded infinitely, enveloped the whole world, and sucked the purple-haired middle-aged man in. It was a world of fire. There was only the power of fire in it. The vast power of fire formed a terrible divine fire that could even melt divine iron. The power of fire was so mighty that the void was distorted by the heat. However, the purple-haired middle-aged man was rampaging in the sea of fire. The power of the fire elemental void could not suppress him. Bang! The purple-haired middle-aged man was unparalleled. He punched a big hole in the fire elemental void and rushed out of the monstrous fire. Oof! Gu Fei sneered. At this time, a blue world of water descended from the sky. The purple-haired middle-aged man rushed out of the fire elemental world and entered the water elemental world. Boom! The boundless power of the water element was surging and mighty. It seemed as if an ocean had appeared high up in the sky. It set off monstrous waves. The extremely powerful power of the water element condensed into huge water-blue dragons and pounced towards the purple-haired middle-aged man from all directions. The purple-haired middle-aged man sat cross-legged in the towering waves and then separated his hands. Countless golden palm shadows rushed out of the purple-haired middle-aged man's body and slapped in all directions. The ancient beast king's brute force was shocking. Countless dragons were crushed under the golden palm shadows. The powerful force directly shook the entire water elemental void. More than a dozen palm shadows directly broke through the suppression of the power of heaven and earth in the water elemental void. Too strong. a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Everyone who saw this scene was shocked. The combat power displayed by the ancient Beast King was too amazing. Perhaps even a celestial being would have a hard time suppressing this ancient Beast King. No one was optimistic about Gu Fei's chances. Everyone thought that Gu Fei was overestimating himself. The ancient Beast King could transform into a human, but it didn't seem like he was cultivating as a supreme beast venerable. Could it be that he was walking the path of an extreme beast venerable? No one knew. The ancient Beast King's attack was a bit like an ancient martial arts technique. Using strength to prove one's Tao. Using absolute strength to suppress everything. The path of the supreme beast venerable and the ancient martial Tao could be said to be different paths that led to the same destination. Both of them used absolute strength to resist the great Tao of heaven and earth. This was an extremely difficult path. Since ancient times, it seemed that only the legendary supreme martial ancestor had successfully used this method to prove his Tao. Damn it! The water elemental void was penetrated, and Gu Fei was also affected. The power in his body showed signs of slowing down, and the power of heaven and earth weakened. Against the heavens and earth, the purple-haired middle-aged man shouted. The endless power of water in the water elemental void was immediately triggered by an unpredictable force. Gu Fei was shocked to find that he could not control the water elemental void. Rumble, heaven and earth were being reversed, and Qian was shifting. The water elemental void was actually shrouding Gu Fei as monstrous waves swept down from the sky. Not only did the purple-haired middle-aged man reverse Gu Fei's attack, he even managed to break free from Gu Fei's control. The ability was indeed terrifying. Roar! Gu Fei uttered a furious roar into the sky. His hair danced wildly in the wind, while his chi and blood circled around him like dragons. He summoned the metal elemental void and stood in it. Clank! The sound of metal elemental force condensed into golden sabers and swords, slashing at Qian from the metal elemental void. Thousands of sabers and swords flew at the same time. Gu Fei's body instantly turned into a sea of sabers and swords. Every saber and sword was dazzling with golden light, emitting the fierce power of metal. Like thousands of peerless godly weapons, they pierced through the void and destroyed the surging power of water. They slashed at the purple-haired middle-aged man, and the void was cut into thousands of pieces. The power of metal was mighty between heaven and earth, and the thousands of sabers and swords destroyed everything. Seeing this shocking scene, everyone was shocked. The sky was full of golden sabers and swords, and the terrifying saber aura and sword aura swept out, making people watching the battle from afar feel cold. The power of water was destroyed, and the thousands of sabers and swords pierced at the purple-haired middle-aged man from all directions. The purple-haired middle-aged man was drowned by the thousands of sabers and swords. Bang! At this moment, the void suddenly shook violently. Then, countless golden sabers and swords began to collapse and turn back into the power of metal. In the center of the thousands of sabers and swords, a terrible black hole appeared, and it continuously swallowed the power of metal that was formed from the collapse of the sabers and swords. Chapter 9:10. Thousands of swords and sabers crumbled and turned into the most primitive metal elemental essence. This was an incomparably shocking scene. The purple-haired man opened his mouth and swallowed the endless metal elemental essence. Rumble, the heavens and the earth shook. The suction force of the purple-haired middle-aged man seemed to have the power to swallow the entire world. The entire void was almost swallowed into his stomach. In just an instant, the countless golden swords and sabers that filled the sky disappeared completely. A terrifying figure appeared in the void. At this time, the belly of the purple-haired man swelled up like a round ball. Everyone was dumbfounded. This ancient beast king actually swallowed thousands of swords and sabers in one gulp. This method was too shocking. Return it to you. The purple-haired man shouted and spat out. Boom! The endless metal elemental essence that was swallowed by him gushed out from his mouth. The power of the metal element condensed into thousands of swords and sabers, like thousands of peerless divine weapons, and slashed towards Gu Fei with overwhelming force. The golden wind was mighty, and the power of the metal element surged violently. The thousands of swords and sabers reappeared, but the target was Gu Fei. This purple-hair man's method was really frightening. Damn it, Gu Fei felt great pressure. The opponent was too strong and had exceeded his expectations. In front of such a character, he was still not strong enough. Boss is not this guy's match. It seems that we have to get ready to escape at any time. Hey Tian, said to Xiaoqing and Balon. An array platform appeared in my Tian's hand. As soon as he sensed that something was amiss, he would immediately activate the array platform and escape. Xiaoqing saw He Tian's action and couldn't help but glare at him. Brother Qing, this isn't the time to be a hero. If the boss isn't a match for them, we'll just be throwing our lives away if we stay. Erebus said. They were only at the immortal celestial stage, so they were as weak as ants in front of this extremely powerful ancient beast king. Ancient beast king could kill them with a single finger. He Tian is right. At this time, even Balon, who rarely spoke. The current situation was very disadvantageous to them. This place is already in a state of chaos. Why haven't any master-level characters arrived yet? Xiaoqing said as he looked around. I'm afraid they can't even take care of themselves. Within He Tian's skull, the soul flame was rapidly pulsing. The appearance of this ancient beast king was definitely not a coincidence. The savage beasts of the great desolate ancient world were about to attack again. Gu Fei stood in the metal elemental void. Thousands of knives and swords hacked into the metal elemental void. However, the countless knives and swords couldn't hit Gu Fei's body. When the countless golden knives and swords were about 3 feet away from Gu Fei, they dissipated and turned back into metal elemental essence chi. I didn't expect you to have cultivated an inner world. All the more reason to not let you live. The purple-haired middle-aged man said in a deep voice. Then he walked step by step towards Gu Fei. The purple-haired middle-aged man was like a moving primordial divine mountain. With every step he took, the entire world trembled beneath his feet. His terrifying aura made even immortals hide far away. Gu Fei didn't say anything. He directly soared into the sky. The 5 elemental void circled around his body. He strode in the 5 elemental void at lightning speed toward the purple-haired middle-aged man who was approaching step by step. 8 desolation steps, and the 5 elemental void allowed Gu Fei to increase his speed to the limit. It was difficult to see Gu Fei's figure with the naked eye. Whoosh! In the next moment, Gu Fei appeared in the sky above the purple-haired middle-aged man. He clenched his right hand into a fist, and the 5 elemental void around him instantly gathered towards his right fist. Bam! It was a simple and direct punch without any fancy moves. However, this punch was condensed with Gu Fei's most powerful strength. He was going all out. In front of the fist, the entire void collapsed and was beaten into chaos. The power of the 5 elements gathered on Gu Fei's fist and directly pierced through the world. Good! The purple-haired middle-aged man shouted and directly punched upwards. It was also the most direct attack. It wasn't a magical ability or a life-slaying technique. It was the purest manifestation of power. Boom! Gu Fei's fist collided with the purple-haired middle-aged man's fist. The world shook and the sky almost collapsed. It was like 2 stars colliding. So strong. Gu Fei felt as if his fist had struck an immortal ancient divine mountain. The power of the 5 elements on his fist was scattered by the recoil, and his entire arm felt numb. An irresistible force came from the opponent's fist and sent Gu Fei flying hundreds of feet away. The sleeve of his right hand was torn into thousands of pieces. The purple-haired middle-aged man also took a few steps back. However, his sleeve was not torn. However, a trace of blood seeped out from the gaps of his fingers. It really is that person's inheritance. The purple-haired middle-aged man that the ancient Beast King had transformed into was very shocked. He stared at Gu Fei, who was hundreds of meters away. A bloody light burst out from his eyes, and his blood-colored pupils emitted a frightening, evil light. This was a clash of pure physical strength. Although Gu Fei seemed to be suppressed on the surface, his martial emperor body was incomparably strong. With the 5 elements as his bones and yin and yang as his power, it was enough to resist an emperor weapon. Even the ancient Beast King's extremely strong physical body could not withstand such an attack. The web between his thumb and index finger was torn, and a trace of ancient Beast King's blood seeped out. Gu Fei's martial emperor body was incomparably strong. However, the opponent's strength was much stronger than his. The opponent could completely suppress him with absolute strength. Again, the purple-haired middle-aged man rushed forward and swung his right leg at Gu Fei's waist. It was like a divine whip lashing at Gu Fei. Swoosh! The void was torn apart wherever the leg passed. The ancient Beast King's physical strength was so strong that it could tear apart the void. Bam! Gu Fei used his knee to block the whip leg of the purple-haired middle-aged man. At the same time, his right hand was like a blade, chopping at the purple-haired middle-aged man's neck. A golden light appeared. Gu Fei's handblade was like a peerless divine weapon. It rapidly chopped through the void, trying to chop off the purple-haired middle-aged man's head. The purple-haired middle-aged man also used his hand blade to meet the attack. Both arms collided with each other, producing a clang sound that could only be produced by metal. The two quickly separated. Swoosh! The purple-haired middle-aged man was still retreating. He opened his 5 fingers and grabbed at Gu Fei. The 5 fingers emitted a bright divine light. Like 5 divine spears, they pierced forward and instantly caught up with Gu Fei, who was flying backward, and stabbed at his abdomen. Sky flipping hand. Gu Fei shouted in a deep voice and struck out with this martial arts battle skill. A huge shadow of a palm flew out in front of him and dispersed the 5 rays of divine light in an instant. With a vast and terrifying aura, it directly slapped towards the purple-haired middle-aged man. Bam! The purple-haired middle-aged man was shaken away. However, he pointed with a finger, and a divine light instantly pierced through Gu Fei's left shoulder and hit Gu Fei away. Right at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared behind the purple-haired middle-aged man like a ghost. In his hand was a strangely shaped weapon that looked like a wheel. However, there were many sharp blades around it, and it fiercely bombarded the purple-haired middle-aged man's back. The power of this blow was incredible. It actually blasted the purple-haired middle-aged man 100 miles away and smashed a mountain. The sudden scene stunned everyone. The person who attacked was the Zhou family's Dozhan Shen King. At this time, the Dozhan Shen King was holding a wheel in his hand. The wheel was surrounded by incomparably sharp blades. The purple-haired middle-aged man's attention was on Gu Fei. He neglected the Zhou family's Dozhan Shen King. He was unexpectedly hit by the Dozhan Shen King. Roar! An earth-shattering roar came from afar. The ancient Beast King had received the Dozhan Shen King's all-out attack, but he was still alive. It was really shocking. The purple-haired middle-aged man rushed out of the rubble. He was furious. There was a foot-long wound on his back. His flesh was twisted, and the ancient Beast King's blood was flowing. Even a powerful ancient Beast King's body would be seriously injured by this blow. Buzz! Just as the ancient Beast King rushed out, the Zhou family's Dozhan Shen King had already thrown the wheel in his hand high into the sky. The wheel rapidly enlarged and then pressed down on the enraged ancient Beast King. The mountain-like wheel emitted a terrifying aura. As the wheel rotated, the patterns on its surface seemed to come to life. It was as if 3,000 worlds had appeared and attracted the power of the 3,000 worlds. Rumble. The void under the wheel was collapsing. The wheel displayed a great power. The wheel actually emitted a terrifying aura that seemed to be able to destroy the world. Bang! The ancient Beast King, who had just rushed out of the rubble, was once again pressed down from the sky by the wheel. This is It's the legendary Wanxiang Wheel. The Wanxiang Wheel can manifest the Wanxiang of the world. The Zhou family's Dozhan, Shen King, actually obtained the inheritance of an ancient Wanxiang. Someone recognized the origin of this wheel. This seemingly inconspicuous wheel was actually a Wanxiang's saint weapon. Moreover, it was a treasure left behind by an ancient Wanxiang. No wonder he can imitate bosses' battle skill. He Tian couldn't help but exclaim in surprise when he saw the inconspicuous black wheel. When cultivated to a high level, the 10,000 Elephants' divine ability could simulate all the phenomena in the world. As long as a celestial emperor who had cultivated the 10,000 Elephants' divine ability took a glance at it, he would be able to imitate and use them. If he could even manifest the Wanxiang of the world, then naturally he could also manifest the opponent's battle skill. The Dozhan Shen King's Wanxiang divine ability made him almost invincible. Boom! Chapter 911. Bang! The Wanxiang wheel exerted its supreme power, suppressing the ancient beast king to the ground. The entire ground caved in, causing dust to surge in all directions. Everything within a radius of 10 li was destroyed. Everything was ruthlessly erased from the ground. The Zhou clan's Dozhan deity emperor's ruthlessness shocked everyone to the extreme. Even the ancient beast king, who was so powerful that even a great perfection deity emperor's expression changed, was at a disadvantage. Rumble. The Wanxiang wheel rotated, transforming into 3,000 worlds, obliterating everything. The entire area was shaken as if doomsday had arrived. Even Gu Fei had to retreat at the first moment. The aura of the saint weapon was too powerful. It could shatter the heavens, causing all living things to tremble. It was extremely terrifying. According to the legends, there were also strong and weak ancient almighties. Peak almighties could kill first and second heavenly layer almighties with a raise of their hands. The almighty holy weapons refined by almighties also had differences in strength. There were many factors that could affect the power of a magic weapon, but there were two fundamental factors. One was the cultivation of the almighty, and the other was the divine material used to refine the magic weapon. This Wanxiang wheel was definitely a saint weapon refined by an expert of the ancient times. It could almost display a terrifying power that could destroy the heavens and the earth. The Wanxiang wheel was completely black, and Gu Fei couldn't tell what divine material was used to refine it. The black divine material couldn't be the 9 heaven stars iron, right? This ancient beast king is dead for sure. I didn't think that Dozhan Shen King of Zhou clan would have a saint weapon. Even a peak Shen King or an invincible immortal emperor would be suppressed to death by this saint weapon. When the crowd saw this scene, they already knew that the ancient beast king had no chance. Perhaps only the invincible beast emperor could resist the attack of the almighty saint weapon. The desolate beast emperor was a terrifying existence that could stand shoulder to shoulder with the almighty. In the entire desolate ancient world, there were only 3 desolate beast emperors. The 3 desolate beast emperors usually cultivated in the depths of the desolate ancient world and did not care about the outside world. However, for some unknown reason, the 3 ancient beast emperors walked out from the depths of the chaos primordial world and unleashed an unprecedented beast horde, trapping all the ancient barons' forces in the pseudo-heaven realm. Roar! Just as everyone thought that the ancient beast king was about to be obliterated by the Wanxiang wheel, a furious roar rang out from beneath the Wanxiang wheel. The ancient beast king hadn't died. No way, how is this possible? Suddenly hearing this roar, everyone was stunned. That ancient beast king was actually able to survive the Wanxiang wheel, and there were no signs of it being destroyed. Damn it! Zhou clan's battle master, Shen King's expression was incomparably solemn. He soared into the sky and directly arrived above the Wanxiang wheel. He then sat cross-legged on the Wanxiang wheel and activated it with all his might. Rumble, like a giant millstone, the Wanxiang wheel shook continuously. The 3,000 worlds were faintly discernible, and the appearance of the Wanxiang wheel drew in an endless amount of power, shattering the space around it. Under this supreme pressure, Everyone was trembling with fear, and they were overwhelmed with shock. Even Gu Fei couldn't withstand the powerful aura of the Saint weapon. He had no choice but to use the world force in his inner world to seal himself and isolate the space around him, weakening the terrifying aura as much as possible. Swish! At this moment, a figure silently appeared in the distant sky. It was a young man with snow-white hair. At the same time, Gu Fei's heart suddenly pounded. A murderous intent instantly enveloped him, causing him to involuntarily turn in the direction of the murderous intent. The white-haired young man's gaze immediately collided violently with Gu Fei's in the air. The young man's long hair that draped over his shoulders immediately fluttered in the wind. When Gu Fei saw the white-haired young man, he immediately sensed an extremely dangerous aura from the latter. It was as if the other party was staring at him like a god of death. It's a head-level figure, Gu Fei thought to himself. This head-level figure clearly wanted to kill him and wanted to kill him. Without hesitation, Gu Fei took a step forward and instantly appeared beside He Tian, Xiaoqing, and Balon. Then, he used the world force to wrap around them and rushed into the distance. Oomph. The white-haired young man's expression was cold and arrogant. His eyes suddenly lit up like stars. Then he extended his right hand and pressed the space in front of him. Boom! In the sky hundreds of miles away, a large formation suddenly appeared. Then, a giant palm as large as a mountain suddenly appeared above Gu Fei's head and slammed down towards them. This was simply a hand that covered the sky. The entire sky darkened, and even Gu Fei's extreme speed of 8 steps could not rush out from under the giant hand. The terrifying energy that descended from the giant hand shocked in all directions, piercing through the heaven and earth. The aura of destruction shocked even Gu Fei. Who was this person? Gu Fei had never seen this white-haired young man before, but the fact that the white-haired young man wanted to kill him as soon as he appeared made Gu Fei furious. Break for me! With a loud shout, Gu Fei directly punched upwards. At the same time, from He Tian's skull, a great star that shone with brilliant starlight rushed out, and the power of the stars erupted like a volcano. The great star that rushed out from He Tian's skull was a saint weapon of a great expert and displayed great power. Together with Gu Fei's full-strength punch, the giant hand that descended from the sky was immediately blasted through a large hole. The world force in Gu Fei's world force wrapped around Xiaoqing, Balon, and He Tian and rushed into the sky, through the hole that the giant hand had blasted through. Let's go! With a flip of his hand, He Tian took out the white jade formation platform and rushed up. Gu Fei did not hesitate, and practically brought Xiaoqing, Balon, and He Tian to the white jade formation platform at the same time. Then, the great star descended, and He Tian immediately activated the formation platform. Swoosh! Countless formation runes immediately rushed out from the white jade formation platform, wrapping around Gu Fei and the others. The void immediately distorted, and Gu Fei and the others suddenly disappeared from the formation platform. The white-haired young man did not expect Gu Fei and the others to be able to break through his hand of extermination. As soon as he attacked again, Gu Fei and the others had already activated the formation platform and moved through the void, escaping to who knew where. Preposterous! The white-haired young man revealed a trace of anger on his face. He actually let a little guy at the first heavenly layer of the profound change escape from his hands. If those old fellows found out, wouldn't they laugh at him? Swoosh! Chapter 9:12. The white-haired young man was extremely domineering. He had nearly intercepted Gu Fei and the others with just a raise of his hand. Now, 2 nearly transparent rays of killing light shot out from his eyes, cleaving the struggling Palea Beast King into 2. The ancient Beast King's body was extremely strong. It was comparable to an Emperor Divine weapon when it fought against Gu Fei. However, in front of the white-haired young man, it was so weak. After the 2 killing lights killed the ancient Beast King, they flew back to the white-haired young man and instantly disappeared into his eyes. Eyes that can kill. This is the legendary Merciless Cut. Everyone who saw this scene was shocked to the extreme. Even the Zhou clan's Dozhan Shun King, who was sitting cross-legged on the Wanxiang wheel, had a look of horror on his face. Zhao Tong from the Zhao clan of the antiquity? The Zhou clan's Dozhan Shun King said, revealing the white-haired young man's identity. The white-haired young man had a great background. He was the Zhao clan's master-level Shin King. He had cultivated the merciless cut. It was said that he had cultivated a secret treasure into his eyes. With just a thought, this ancestor-level deity emperor from the Zhao clan could kill people with his gaze. His speed was extremely fast, making it hard for people to dodge. It was unknown how many powerful enemies he had killed with his merciless slash. The white-haired divine emperor of the Zhao clan didn't linger after he destroyed the ancient beast king's body. Clearly, he vented his anger on the ancient beast king who was being suppressed by the myriad elephant wheel. Gu Fei escaping from his hands was a humiliation to the Zhao clan's master-level Shin King. It should be known that Gu Fei was only a little guy at the first sky of the mysterious change realm to the Zhao clan's master-level Shin King. To be called a master-level Shin King, one had to be at least at the fifth sky of the celestial being realm. At the celestial being realm, it was extremely difficult to increase one's cultivation by one level. Only divine emperors and immortal emperors at the level of sect master could be considered as experts in the celestial being realm. Such existences could easily kill those in the first, second, third, or fourth heaven of celestial being realm. Although they were both in the celestial being realm, the difference of one level was like an insurmountable world. Even though Gu Fei had overcome the heavenly tribulation and became a martial emperor, granting him an extremely powerful martial emperor body that could withstand a dominator divine weapon, it was still not enough to face a sect leader. He still had the strength to fight against first and second sky immortal emperors and Shun King, but against a Shun Shin King, he could only retreat. Rumble, the Wanxiang wheel descended, the 3,000 worlds faintly appearing above it, drawing the power of the 3,000 voids to annihilate everything. Ancient Beast King's severed body was instantly torn into pieces by the destructive power, turning into a bloody mist. Roar! A terrifying roar sounded from below the Wanxiang wheel. A cloud of blood mist condensed and didn't dissipate. It actually blocked the terrifying power from above the Wanxiang wheel, and the shadow of a beast rushed out from below the Wanxiang wheel. What, he didn't die? This ancient Beast King is too terrifying. Everyone was shocked. Ancient Beast King's vitality was too strong. His body had turned into a mist of blood, but his divine soul had not been destroyed. Ancient Beast King used a secret method to wrap his divine soul in the mist of blood. He broke through the void sealed by the Wanxiang wheel and rushed out, wanting to escape. Still want to run? The eyes of the war divine emperor of the Zhou clan, Zhou Yi, suddenly lit up, shining like two cold stars. Then, two beams of almost transparent, murderous light rushed out of his eyes. Swish! A murderous light shot out of the battle divine emperor's eyes and instantly cut the primordial spirit of the ancient beast king wrapped in blood mist into two. It was so fast that even the primordial spirit flying technique could not avoid it. This is some old antiques who had lived for countless years were shocked when they saw this scene. This was the merciless slash that the Zhao clan's master Shen King, Zhao Tong, had just used. Even some living fossils were secretly shocked. The Zhou clan's Dozhan Shen King was too terrifying. Could it be that he could really learn the opponent's ability with just a glance? The Wanxiang divine ability was indeed an invincible ability. It could evolve the Wanxiang of the heaven and earth. No matter how many spells or abilities there were, as long as the Dozhan Shen King saw it once, he could use it again. Of course, although the merciless slash performed by the Dozhan Shen King was no different from Zhao Tong's, there was still a fundamental difference. The merciless slash performed by the Dozhan Shen King was not as powerful as Zhao Tong's because he had not comprehended the supreme meaning of the merciless slash that could destroy all things in the world. However, this was still very shocking. Swish! 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 Two near-transparent streaks of killing light danced through the air, instantly mincing apart the Beast King's soul. Even the myriad manifestations wheel was unable to suppress the Beast King for a moment, but in the end, he still suffered the tragic fate of having his soul wiped out. After destroying the primordial spirit of the ancient Beast King, the two almost transparent beams of killing light flew towards the battle divine Emperor, Zhou Yi, and entered his eyes. The Dozhan Shun King put away the Wanxiang wheel. The battle had finally come to an end. Boom! Just as the Dozhan was about to leave, a loud sound came from the depths of this world. This loud sound shook the entire pseudo-heaven realm. An unimaginably powerful aura surged out from the depths of this world. All living beings who sensed this aura shuddered. In the depths of this world, it was as if an invincible saint of the supreme path had awakened. All the creatures trembled and the world shook. What was going on? The powerful aura that surged out from the depths of this world made even the Shun King terrified. It was a fear that came from the depths of his soul. Even his soul was trembling. Swish! In the sky above a mountain in the depths of this world, the void suddenly twisted and rippled like water. Then, a few figures fell out of the void. That is, the people who fell out of the void were stunned by what they saw as soon as they came out. In the depths of this world, there were tens of thousands of auspicious chi lingering. Divine light flickered, and immortal chi was vast. 9-colored divine light descended from the sky, an aura that was so terrifying that it almost caused one's spirit to collapse surged out from the 9-colored divine light. A huge mountain was breaking through the barrier of the great void of heaven and earth. It entered this world from the void and appeared in the 9-colored divine light. That is, seeing the huge mountain that was breaking through the barrier of the great void of heaven and earth, Gu Fei, He Tian, Xiaoqing, and Balan were all stunned to the extreme. That huge mountain was actually the sacred mountain of the God clan of the Hell Path. Chapter 9:13. Tens of thousands of auspicious auras lingered, and thousands of immortal lights danced. 9-colored divine light descended from the sky, and a huge mountain appeared from the 9-colored divine light. Above the illusory mountain, immortal chi surged. Countless pavilions and towers decorated the mountain, giving off a celestial atmosphere, as if a celestial sage had descended. A powerful aura was emitted from the sacred mountain. It wasn't terrifying, but it was shocking. All the living beings in the pseudo-heaven realm felt this aura. Gu Fei, He Tian, and the others used the formation platform to teleport to the depths of this world. They just happened to see this extremely shocking scene. Their brains almost couldn't process it. That's Gu Fei sensed an aura. It was a familiar yet foreign aura. Back when the god race's sacred mountain had shattered the void and entered the primal chaos, Gu Fei's spiritual had sensed a terrifying existence. The sacred mountain of the God clan is going to descend into this world abandoned by the ancient deities. What's going on? He Tian was shocked when he saw this scene. Rumble, in the 9-colored divine light, the illusory sacred mountain of the God clan gradually became clearer. The sacred mountain was breaking through the barrier of heaven and earth and entering this world. At this moment, the world abandoned by the ancient deities underwent a huge change. Boom! In the land of 10 directions annihilation, a huge black coffin rushed out from the fake tomb of the martial ancestor, emitting endless evil aura. Bang! The lid of the coffin was blown away. A terrifying evil corpse, surrounded by black chi, stood up from the coffin. Its blood-red eyes scanned the surroundings, causing all living beings within 10,000 li to tremble. Roar! The evil corpse roared at the sky. The whole heaven and earth trembled under its roar. Endless evil aura engulfed and destroyed everything. In the end, the evil corpse's blood-red light penetrated into the depths of this world, as if it wanted to see through the heaven and earth and see the origin of this world. At the same time, a yellow skeleton crawled out of the bottomless pit where the tomb of heaven and earth, which had been destroyed for thousands of years, was located. This was a yellow skeleton. Inside the skull, there was an extremely weak soul light flickering, as if it could be extinguished at any time. The descent of the divine race's sacred mountain caused chaos in this part of the world. In an unknown mountain range, a huge mountain collapsed, and an ancient corpse rushed out from it. A terrifying roar came from an abyss filled with death chi. The most powerful existences in this world were all alarmed. Just the aura that these terrifying existences emitted could intimidate all living creatures within a radius of 10,000 kilometers. This was a supreme existence that could contend against the great figures of the present age. The world abandoned by the ancient deities was a prison for the great ferocious beasts of the untainted land. It was a cage of heaven and earth. No one knew how many ferocious beasts of the untainted land were imprisoned here. Because too much time had passed, some of the great ferocious beasts of the untainted land had been suppressed and killed, and their corpses had turned into terrifying evil corpses and evil spirits. Some might not have died and were struggling at death's door. However, all of this was a disaster for everyone who entered this side of the world. In the depths of this side of the world, the 5 great figures of the present age were still fighting for the sacred weapon of the untainted land of heaven and earth. Even the descent of the divine race's sacred mountain could not stop them. Rumble. In a land of 10-directional total annihilation, the area within a radius of 100 kilometers shook. Then the entire area rose from the ground. The terrifying evil corpse stood on top of the giant coffin and used its supreme technique to drive the 10-directional total annihilation. It soared into the sky and rushed into the depths of this side of the world. The yellow skeleton that crawled out of the huge pit where the great ferocious beasts of the untainted land of heaven and earth were located walked tens of thousands of kilometers with each step towards the depths of this side of the world. In several other places in this side of the world, there were also terrifying existences rushing towards the depths of this world. More than a dozen auras that were powerful enough to make one's heart palpitate quickly appeared within the range of the senses of Gu Fei and the others. Gu Fei and the others felt that a great danger was approaching. Swoosh! A yellow skeleton appeared on the top of a nearby mountain. Although the fire of soul in its skull was so weak that it was almost extinguished, this skeleton was still very terrifying. As soon as He Tian saw the skeleton, he almost jumped in fright. He immediately took out the formation platform and rushed up. When Gu Fei and the others saw this, they hurriedly rushed up to the formation platform. Then, He Tian directly activated the formation platform and moved through the void. He did not dare to stay for a moment longer. However, the yellow skeleton did not notice Gu Fei and the others. All of its attention was on the primordial sacred mountain that was breaking through the barrier of the world in front of it and descending into this side of the world. Boom! Suddenly, heaven and earth shook violently as if the whole world was about to collapse. The void shattered, and 9-color divine light shot out in all directions. The sacred mountain of the God clan had finally descended. Auspicious clouds and auspicious chi lingered around. In the next moment, all the strange phenomena disappeared. The world actually became peaceful in an instant. However, at this time, the whole world fell silent. Buzz! Suddenly, a loud sound came from afar. A pagoda that emitted the essence of heaven and earth flew over from afar and fell into the hands of a person who looked like a mummy on the peak of the primordial sacred mountain. At the peak of the God clan's sacred mountain, in front of the purple immortal palace, stood a person in white clothes. There was not a trace of life aura coming from his body. This person held a 9-story pagoda in his hands. Inside each story of the pagoda, there seemed to be a world evolving, and the essence of heaven and earth was surging. His hair was dry and yellow, and his muscles were withered. It seemed that there was only a layer of dry skin on top of his bones. His eyes were deep and dark, and there were no pupils. This person seemed to be a mummy, but it did not seem like a mummy. It was very strange. The palace on the sacred mountain was silent. Except for the mummy-like existence on the peak, there was not a single figure to be seen. The people of the God clan seemed to have disappeared. Heaven and earth mysterious yellow pagoda. An old voice came from afar. A white-haired old man with wrinkled skin appeared on a distant peak. He held a walking stick made of dead wood in his hand. He was so old that he was about to stop breathing. The person on the sacred mountain of the god clan took away the heaven and earth mysterious yellow pagoda. Old Turtle and the others rushed over immediately. At this time, other terrifying existences also arrived. Rumble, monstrous black gas, shrouded the entire sky and surged over from afar. It was as if a part of the world was squeezing and colliding with the sacred mountain of the god clan. Within the black gas, there was a terrifying aura that made all living beings tremble. In another direction, the aura of death was vast and mighty. An extremely powerful death aura was rapidly approaching. An evil corpse rushed over from the horizon, and its entire body was filled with a towering death aura. The demon god with black and white wings that rushed out from the abyss of death also came nearby. Damn it! When Old Turtle saw the mummy-like existence standing on the peak of the sacred mountain, his expression changed drastically. He cursed under his breath and immediately turned to leave. The heaven and earth mysterious yellow pagoda, the four great existences of the ancient desolation, were not willing to retreat just like that. Bang! Emperor Z of the primordial immortal sect made his move. A huge hand appeared in front of the primordial sacred mountain that was floating in the sky, blocking the entire sky. It grabbed downwards, wanting to take away the mummy-like person and the heaven and earth mysterious yellow pagoda. Buzz! The heaven and earth mysterious yellow pagoda let out a buzzing sound. Then, the huge purple hand that grabbed down from the sky collapsed. A beam of golden light shot out from the first layer of the pagoda, piercing towards Emperor Z. Swoosh! As the heaven yellow divine light flashed, half of the violet Thearcha's body was turned to dust. The speed of the heaven yellow divine light was simply too fast. Even the violet Thearch found it hard to dodge. When everyone saw this scene, they all gasped and did not dare to act rashly. Emperor Z, who only had half of his body left, was even more terrified. He directly shattered the void, shifted heaven and earth, and used a great technique of the immortal path to escape into the void of chaos. The female saint of the Yaotai ancient sacred ground, the Jiang clan god emperor of the ancient desolation, and the pathmaster of the primordial Dao sect also chose to retreat. Even Emperor Z was almost killed by the opponent, so they were definitely no match for the opponent. The four great existences of the present era had retreated, but the other terrifying existences did not show any signs of retreating. However, for a moment, no one made a move. The existence standing at the peak of the sacred mountain was just too powerful. In the end, the golden skeleton finally made its move. It directly rushed up and fought with the terrifying existence that was holding the heaven and earth mysterious yellow pagoda. Although the soul fire in the golden skeleton's skull looked like it could be extinguished at any time, the skeleton was unbelievably strong. The golden skeleton body could even resist the golden light that shot out from the heaven and earth mysterious yellow pagoda. Rumble, the terrifying evil corpse standing on the giant coffin, activated the all-extermination formation and also attacked. The terrifying power that could destroy heaven and earth shook the entire primordial sacred mountain. In the depths of this side of the world, an earth-shattering battle broke out. In the end, everyone made their move. Even the old man, who was so old that he could not catch his breath, made his move. A crutch that was almost rotten almost swept away the heaven and earth mysterious yellow pagoda in the hands of the mysterious person at the peak of the mountain. Not everyone was attacking the mysterious man who was holding the heaven and earth mysterious yellow pagoda. This was a chaotic battle. The 9-story pagoda on the heaven and earth mysterious yellow pagoda emitted a mysterious yellow divine light that swept in all directions. The might of the extreme path sacred weapon was invincible. Everyone had to retreat. Only the mysterious yellow skeleton dared to compete with the extreme path sacred weapon. Even the divine light emitted by the extreme path sacred weapon could not destroy the mysterious yellow skeleton. The sacred mountain of the Shun clan descended. The mysterious evil corpse-like person fought with the experts in all directions. Heaven and earth were collapsing, the void was shattering, and the entire world was shaking as if it was about to collapse. It was like the end of the world. From the depths of this side of the world came a destructive aura that made all living beings tremble. Chapter 9:14. Within the mountains, there were many people running for their lives. There were also many terrifying wild beasts running for their lives. The vast and mighty aura coming from the central region of this ancient world was truly too terrifying. There were supreme experts fighting. The void was shattering, and the world was turning into a chaotic void. From time to time, golden divine light would shoot out from the center of this world, piercing through heaven and earth and destroying everything. That was the extreme divine might displayed by the extreme divine weapon. Apart from extreme saints, no one could contend against it. Those who attacked were all terrifying existences that surpassed the almighty level. Although they were not extreme saints, they were at least half saints. This battle was extremely intense, and even the current era's almighty had to retreat. Seeing that the situation was bad, Gu Fei and the others immediately rushed out from the depths of this world. They used the formation platform to move through the void and rush to the area where the ancient Heaven Gate was. At this moment, everyone who had entered this world, including all the primordial beasts, were fleeing towards the ancient Heaven Gate. No one cared about fighting anymore. Roar! A terrifying beast the size of a small mountain rushed out from the depths of the mountains. The earth trembled under its feet. This was an extremely terrifying and powerful beast. Swoosh! At this time, a golden killing light swept over and directly cut this desolate beast in half. The beast's blood spurted out, and the smell of blood spread in this area. Bang! The top of the beast's head exploded. Within a ball of bloody light, a beast shadow wrapped around its sword into the sky and instantly disappeared into the horizon. This desolate beast was very lucky. It was not truly killed by the golden killing light, and its primordial spirit escaped. This golden divine light that shot out from the center of this world didn't stop after killing the desolate beast's body. It wiped out a mountain range and turned it into a desert. Those half-saints were attacking with all their might, and they executed all sorts of life and death techniques. Terrifying rays of light of slaughter were ceaselessly shooting out from this world, and they swept through everything in their path. Those unlucky people who couldn't dodge in time would be killed by these terrifying killing lights that could destroy everything. Their bodies and primordial spirits would turn into ashes in an instant. This kind of attack would make even the almighty of the present age feel fear. Everyone could only run for their lives. Even if one was as powerful as an ancient beast emperor, they would still be pierced through. Gu Fei, He Tian, and the others controlled the formation platform, continuously teleporting through the void, crossing millions of miles of land. Only then were they not affected. They appeared near the ancient Heaven Gate. A huge door floated high up in the sky. Behind the door was a passageway. It was a passageway that had been opened up in the void using unparalleled divine power. At this moment, the passage was already filled with people from the various ancient desolate forces. If it wasn't for the sect masters maintaining order, everyone would have charged into the ancient Heaven Gate in a frenzy. The ancient Heaven Gate could not allow too many people to enter at once, and at this time, the terrifying aura coming from the depths of this world became stronger and stronger. That extreme divine might shook the entire world and also affected the stability of the ancient Heaven Gate. 7-colored divine light flickered in the passageway. The ancient Heaven Gate passageway was shaking and could collapse at any moment. All the sect masters acted together and stabilized the ancient Heaven Gate passageway. The core disciples of the various ancient desolate forces immediately entered the ancient Heaven Gate passageway and returned to the ancient desolate world. This naturally caused the dissatisfaction of the peripheral forces, but in front of the sect masters, no one dared to act rashly. There were also a dozen terrifying ancient beast kings under the lead of an invincible ancient beast emperor. They gathered in the void in front of the ancient heaven gate and faced off against the human sect masters. The entrance of the ancient heaven gate passageway was actually under the control of both sides. The desolate ancient beast emperor was extremely powerful and looked down on the world. Even the sect leaders who wielded almighty holy weapons in front of them were afraid of it. "Boss, what do we do?" Xianxia said. They stood on a distant mountain peak and couldn't help but frown when they saw this scene. The ancient desolate forces wanted to escape, and the ancient beasts also wanted to escape. Although the human cultivators had temporarily stopped fighting with the ancient beasts, neither side trusted the other. Therefore, when an ancient beast king entered the ancient heaven gate passageway, there would be a sect master level expert leading dozens of ancient desolate forces core disciples into the ancient heaven gate passageway. Under the supervision of both sides, everything was carried out in an orderly manner. "Let's wait and see," Gu Fei said indifferently. He wasn't very anxious because this world couldn't trap them. They didn't only have the ancient heaven gate passageway to leave this world. Swoosh! At this time, a peaceful and holy aura appeared in the sky. The female saint of the Yaotai ancient sacred land appeared in everyone's sight on a seven-colored divine lotus. The ancient desolate forces were instantly overjoyed. Their supreme expert had arrived, and their strength had increased greatly. Roar! At this time, an earth-shattering roar sounded from afar. A 3,000-meter-long flood dragon rushed out from the mountains. Its powerful aura caused the sky to change color. It was a flood dragon with a pair of dragon horns. Apart from the fact that it didn't have dragon claws under its abdomen, it was a real dragon. This was an ancient, desolate beast king that was comparable to a supreme expert. The human cultivators who were in high spirits just now couldn't be happy anymore. The other side also had an ancient beast king. It was a flood dragon covered in pitch-black scales. Bam! The void in the distance suddenly shattered. A figure fell out from the chaotic void. Blood splattered everywhere. The drops of blood contained a great power that could kill immortals and gods. Another supreme expert had arrived. However, when everyone saw this powerful being who had broken through the void, their jaws dropped to the ground in shock. This was because half of this powerful being's body was missing. The supreme expert's divine blood was flowing. No one dared to get close because one drop of the supreme expert's divine blood was enough to kill immortals and gods. One strand of hair from the supreme expert's body was enough to kill ancient beasts. Ancestor, when the people from the Xianxia immortal sect saw this, the sect leader of the Xianxia immortal sect almost fell from the sky. He was shocked. Who injured their ancestor to such a state? The other people from the Xianxia immortal sect also had terrible expressions. The person who came was the supreme expert of the Xianxia immortal sect, the Violet Emperor. The left side of his body was a bloody mess. The supreme expert's divine blood was flowing, and the injury was actually difficult to heal. Roar! The Violet Emperor roared towards the sky, his expression incomparably sinister. He used a supreme technique to gather the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to heal his injured body. However, the effect was minimal. His injuries were contaminated with black-yellow energy, preventing them from healing. The Violet Emperor was so depressed that he almost vomited blood. The speed at which his injuries regenerated was extremely slow. Even the current supreme expert is injured. Just who is fighting? Seeing the Violet Emperor beaten to such a state, everyone's expression changed. Even the ancient Beast Emperor was shocked. The terrifying existence that was currently fighting in the depths of this world definitely had the strength to kill Almighties and the ancient Beast Emperor. Chapter 9:15. You are currently reading the Eternal Martial Sovereign's text. Chapter 9:18. Return to the primordial world. The four current Almighties of the human clan all appeared in front of the ancient heaven gate, while there were two Paleobeast Emperors on the primordial beast side. There is no doubt that the two Paleobeast Emperors were powerful. One of them was the Black Dragon Emperor, while the other was the Tyrant Dragon Emperor. They were both primordial beasts. In the primordial world, the beasts that could become Paleo-beast emperors had all experienced countless tribulations. They were powerful enough to make the faces of the current Almighties pale. Otherwise, the sect leaders with almighty sacred weapons would not have been forced to retreat from the primordial world to the pseudo-heaven realm by the Paleo-beast emperors. Although there were only 2 Paleo-beast emperors, the 4 almighties of the human clan did not dare to act rashly. At this time, there should not be a battle between almighties. In the depths of this world, there were half-saints that had surpassed the almighties fighting. The entire world shook as if doomsday had arrived. This battle seemed to be able to shatter an ancient world. There is also the extreme divine might emitted by the almighty sacred weapon, the worldly mystic yellow pagoda. It caused all living beings to tremble in fear. If the worldly mystic yellow pagoda could truly display its ultimate power, it would definitely be able to destroy a part of the world. Roar! You bunch of idiots! Why aren't you leaving? Are you waiting for death here? Just as the 4 almighties of the human clan were facing off against the 2 Paleo-beast emperors, a loud shout came from afar. Then a figure strode over from the distance. In an instant, he arrived nearby and took a step forward, charging into the ancient heaven gate. The sudden change caused everyone to be dumbfounded. Even the 4 almighties and the 2 Paleo-beast emperors were stunned. When they regained their senses, the person had already disappeared into the ancient heaven gate. Its master! On the top of the mountain in the distance, little Qing cried out in alarm. The person who rushed into the ancient heaven gate was precisely the old ruffian, the old turtle. The old turtle did things according to his whims, but today he was running for his life. He ran as far as he could. He did not care about the trivial matters between the human clan and the beasts. When he saw the mummified man on the peak of the god race's sacred mountain, he immediately turned around and walked away. He seemed to have figured out the other party's background. There were not many people who could terrify the powerful figure of the demon clan like the old tortoise, even in ancient times. This guy, Gufei, was also stunned when he saw the old tortoise rushing into the ancient heaven gate, as if it was being chased. What was it that made the old tortoise so afraid? One should know that the old tortoise had a terrifying background. According to the legends, he was the son of the number 1 dragon in the world, one of the 9 princes of the dragon clan. He was also the leader of the 9 princes of the ancestral dragon emperor. The ancestral dragon emperor was a supreme ancestral dragon that could stand shoulder to shoulder with the supreme saints. Everyone came back to their senses. The 4 current supreme beings of the human race and the 2 ancient beast emperors conversed for a while and came to a consensus. Then, the human race and the ancient beast emperors began to withdraw from this world. Everyone sensed the danger. Even the Almighty and the ancient beast emperor could not protect themselves in this great change that had occurred in this abandoned ancient world, let alone the others. There were no less than 1,000 human race cultivators gathered near the ancient heaven gate. Gufei found Zhou Haoyang and the Yin dynasty's prince Yin Wuyang among the crowd. These 2 fellows had actually managed to survive in this world that was filled with murderous intent. Gufei didn't see any other familiar figures. Guangqing immortal sects Li Mengyao, Lu Yunhe, and Rin Wuming were all nowhere to be seen. It seemed that they had not entered this world abandoned by the ancient gods. However, there was a terrifying beast tide in the ancient world. Could they survive under the beast tide? Gufei didn't know. However, when he thought of the girl who had been intimate with him, Gufei couldn't help but feel an indescribable feeling. Li Mengyao was undoubtedly a heaven's favored daughter. She was a genius with cultivation close to the immortal realm. In the ancient world, he secretly helped her obtain a 5-colored celestial lotus. After refining the 5-colored celestial lotus, she should be able to break through the bottleneck of cultivation and become a female, sword immortal. Gufei thought. Let's go, Gufei said. After that, he rushed down from the top of the mountain. He Tian, Xiaoqing, and Baron followed closely behind. Their goal was simple. They wanted to mingle with the people from the ancient desolate factions and enter the ancient heaven gate to return to the ancient desolate world. This time, there were many people who entered the pseudo-heaven realm. There were the Yaotai, ancient sacred land, Yuanshi, immortal sect, archaic Dao sect, and the 4 primordial cultivation clans. Among the 7 primordial factions, each had their own vassals. These were the peripheral factions of the primordial factions, such as the Guangqing immortal sect that had submitted to the Zhou clan. Apart from the Dongfang clan and the Zhao clan of the primordial, the Yin dynasty and the Zhou clan of the primordial, the other factions had submitted to different primordial factions. Only the immortal legacies could contend with the primordial factions. The Northern Wei and Eastern Qi dynasties did not enter the ancient world. These 2 dynasties did not have a good relationship with the primordial factions in their respective regions. Of course, these are not things that Gu Fei was concerned about. Gu Fei and the others took advantage of the chaos to blend in with the crowd and found Zhou Haoyang of the Zhou clan of the primordial and the Yin dynasty's prince, Yin Wuliang. You guys are still alive? Zhou Haoyang's expression changed drastically when he saw Gu Fei and the others. Even the prince of the great Yin dynasty, Yin Wuliang, was dumbfounded. Do you want us to die? Gu Fei looked at Zhou Haoyang coldly. This ignorant and incompetent guy was a prelude. Gu Fei wanted to beat this guy up. Zhou Haoyang's forehead was sweating. Brother Gu, please don't misunderstand. That's not what I meant, Zhou Haoyang quickly explained. It's just a joke. Don't be nervous. Gu Fei suddenly smiled and patted Zhou Haoyang's shoulder as he said to Zhou Haoyang. Zhou Haoyang laughed as well. However, his laughter was uglier than crying. Gu Fei patted his shoulder twice, almost breaking the bones in half of his body. Brother Gu Fei, it's great to be able to see you again. Yin Wuliang walked forward and said to Gu Fei. He did not dare to be presumptuous in front of Gu Fei. He could see that Gu Fei was different from the others. Although Gu Fei was standing in front of him, he felt as if he was facing a different world. Zhou Haoyang and Yin Wuliang had never seen Gu Fei transcend his tribulation. These 2 guys did not dare to go deep into the unknown dangers of this ancient world. The fact that they were able to survive was due to the good karma of their ancestors. They had the family's treasures on them, which saved their lives at the critical moment. At this time, everyone was entering the ancient heaven gate. The ferocious wild beasts also began to retreat. Gu Fei and the others were also walking towards the ancient heaven gate. We just want to leave this place quietly. You guys don't have any objections, right? Gu Fei transmitted his voice to Zhou Haoyang and Yin Wuliang. He was very careful. Zhou Haoyang and Yin Wuliang were stunned when they heard this. However, they immediately realized that Gu Fei and the others were afraid of alarming the others. Understood. Zhou Haoyang and Yin Wuliang nodded. At this time, they were surrounded by Gu Fei, He Tian, Balan, and Xiaoqing. How could they dare to say half a word? Gu Fei changed his appearance. He Tian, Xiaoqing, and Balan also used a secret technique to hide their aura. No one would know that they were hiding in the crowd. Everything went very smoothly. Gu Fei and the others successfully entered the ancient heaven gate. Very soon, they followed the ancient heaven gate and entered the desolate ancient world. When Gu Fei and the others walked out of the ancient heaven gate, they were shocked to see the scene in front of them. What they saw was actually a blood-colored world. The earth was broken. Corpses of wild beasts and human cultivators could be seen everywhere. The earth was dyed red with blood. There seemed to be a bloody mist floating on the ground. Broken magic treasures, broken divine weapons, pieces of flesh, and corpses were everywhere. It was unknown how many wild beasts died near the ancient heaven gate. The ancient stone gate floated in the sky. People kept coming out from inside. The destruction caused by the beast tide was simply too tragic. Countless ancient beasts had fallen, and the human side had also suffered heavy losses. Countless cultivators had fallen on the battlefield. See you later. After Gu Fei walked out of the ancient heaven gate, he immediately bid farewell to Zhou Haoyang and Yin Wuliang. He brought He Tian, Xiaoqing, and Balan and quickly left. We'll never meet again. Zhou Haoyang's face turned extremely ugly as he watched Gu Fei and the rest disappear into the horizon. He had never been held hostage before, but today He had experienced such a feeling. Swoosh! Someone quietly followed. Gu Fei and the others had many enemies. They were being targeted. Gu Fei and the others soon realized that they were being followed. Then, He Tian took out the teleportation formation and moved through the void. This way, there were no traces or auras left. Unless it was a powerful figure, no one would be able to catch traces of Gu Fei and the others, let alone know where they were going. What a cunning little guy. The mysterious person who was following Gu Fei and the others walked out from the darkness. He smiled helplessly and then left. In the end, at night, they found a valley as a temporary resting place. This was a valley filled with immortal qi. They were going to seclude themselves in the valley. There seemed to be a terrifying wild beast in the valley. In the depths of the valley, Gu Fei and the others found many bones of wild beasts scattered everywhere. However, the wild beast in the valley seemed to have left. It was time for He Tian to be reborn. Chapter 9:16. Gu Fei's group had many enemies. The Dongfang clan, the Beidang clan, and the Zhao clan, one of the 4 great cultivation clans. Especially the Zhao clan of the Ancients, which was definitely a giant in the world of cultivation. It had been passed down since the Age of Ancients until now. It was rumored that the Zhao clan had produced a Ren Huang during the Age of Ancients. The Zhao clan had an incomparably deep foundation. The Ren Huang was the supreme ruler of the human race. Although he was not a saint, he was definitely an existence that surpassed the almighty realm. Although the Ren Huang had become a legend, no one dared to underestimate the Zhao clan. This was because it was rumored that the Ren Huang of the Zhao clan had left a Ren Huang sacred weapon in the Zhao clan, which served as the clan's most precious treasure. Gu Fei had to be careful, because the primordial world was the world of the primordial era's powers and ancient beasts. There were too many people that could kill them. Any random sect leader level figure would be no match for them. The place that Gu Fei and the others found to temporarily settle down was deep in the wilderness of the primeval chaos world. There were primitive mountain ridges and old forests everywhere. There were no signs that anyone had been to the nearby area. This valley satisfied Gu Fei's group, even though this valley used to be the lair of an unknown beast. In the depths of the valley, there was a pool. A stream flowed down from the mountain and converged into the pool. The pool was surrounded by a dense forest. In the forest, there was a large number of beast bones. Some of the bones had already decayed and would turn into powder with a light touch. Some of the skeletons of the beasts were very large. They lay in the forest like a mountain of bones. Although they had lost their skin, they still looked ferocious and terrifying. One could imagine that these big fellows must have been terrifying existences when they were alive. Some are even beast kings that occupied a region. However, they were hunted down by the beasts in the valley and used as food. There were too many beast bones scattered in the forest, and some of them were very extraordinary. Gu Fei had seen a beast bone that was as translucent as white jade. They also found a beast bone that shone with golden light. It was the skeleton of a single-horned tiger. Even though it was dead and only a set of bones was left, it still emitted a murderous aura. 5 elements: savage beast, golden war, tiger. Gu Fei was very surprised. This was the skeleton of a legendary 5-element savage beast. Golden light lingered around it, and the entire skeleton looked like it was cast out of gold. There was the power of gold circulating around it. Gu Fei and the others discovered that this golden war tiger's spine had already been broken into more than a dozen pieces. The back of the tiger's head had a large hole. Clearly, the golden war tiger's soul had been destroyed by his opponent. Boss, should we go somewhere else? He Tian felt a little uneasy. The savage beast that once occupied this valley was extremely powerful. It could actually kill the golden war tiger of the 5-element savage beasts. This golden war tiger was still so extraordinary even after death. It was definitely a powerful existence, comparable to an ancient beast king when it was alive. However, it died here. There's no need to change. Did you guys notice that there are no new beast bones near the pool? In other words, the unknown beast that once occupied this valley has not returned for a long time. Gu Fei said indifferently. That's right. Balan, who rarely spoke, looked around and nodded his head. There shouldn't be any fear of other savage beasts barging in here. The valley is filled with the aura of this unknown savage beast. Gu Fei continued. He was very meticulous. Everything in the valley was seen by him. Although he didn't know what kind of savage beast occupied this valley, Gu Fei and the others were still secretly shocked. This savage beast was definitely very terrifying. In the depths of the valley, the bones of the prey killed by this savage beast had already decayed, but the aura left behind by this savage beast still hadn't dissipated. No wonder there were no savage beasts in the vicinity of the valley. When those savage beasts sensed the aura in the valley from afar, they most likely didn't dare to come close. The intensity of the competition between the savage beasts in the ancient, untainted world was not something Gu Fei and the others could imagine. The weak were prey to the strong. Even if the strong savage beasts had awakened their spiritual intelligence, they still retained their beastly nature. Anyone who trespassed into the territory of these savage beasts would be mercilessly hunted down and turned into their food. Hearing Gu Fei's words, He Tian, who was originally worried, was relieved and didn't say anything more. After that, Gu Fei and the others had a simple discussion. Then, on the mountain wall, beside the pool, they started to build a Dong residence. In the Dong residence, the stone tables and stone stools were all carved. Xiaoqing, He Tian, Balan, and the others were all immortal realm experts. Building a Dong residence was a piece of cake for them. The four of them each had their own room. The furnishings in the room were very simple. It could be said that there were almost no furnishings at all. There was only a stone bed. The stone bed wasn't used for sleeping, but for cultivation. Although Gu Fei and the others were cultivators, they didn't care much about the things in life. At their level of cultivation, they no longer needed to sleep. However, this didn't mean that they would sit on the ground and cultivate. He Tian spent an entire day carving out countless array runes in the Dong mansion, isolating the void of the four rooms, not allowing even a trace of aura to leak out from the four rooms. The four of them had to go into seclusion to digest what they had obtained in the ancient, untainted world. During cultivation, it was inevitable that aura would leak out. This way, it would affect the others who were cultivating. At a critical moment, it would be very dangerous to be suddenly affected by an external object. This time, He Tian used a supreme-grade spiritual jade to carve the formation runes. With the cultivation of Xiaoqing, Balan, and the others, it was impossible for them to destroy the formation runes. The only worry was Gu Fei. This was because Gu Fei had a supreme grade saint weapon. Once the supreme grade saint weapon was used, unless it was a complete supreme grade saint formation, any formation would collapse under the power of the supreme grade saint weapon. After doing all this, He Tian didn't forget to arrange a killing formation outside the Dong residence. If a wild beast really broke in, the killing formation outside would be able to block it for a while. Afterwards, Gu Fei and the others entered their respective rooms and began to organize their harvest in the ancient, untainted world. As for He Tian, he couldn't wait any longer. After closing the stone door of his room, he sat cross-legged on the stone bed and took out an ancient cauldron the size of a fist. The cauldron was surrounded by primordial chaos qi, emitting an endless ancient aura. This cauldron was the mountain river cauldron that he had borrowed from Gu Fei. Gu Fei stored the dragon essence divine pearl and the phoenix essence divine pearl into the mountain river cauldron. Only the mountain river cauldron could store the dragon essence divine pearl and the phoenix essence divine pearl. The earth true dragon essence divine pearl and the fire phoenix essence divine pearl were not something that could be easily stored. The fire phoenix Shun King's essence divine fire could even smelt immortal materials. All right, success or failure depends on this. He Tian was shocked. The moment he had been dreaming of was about to come. Blood rebirth was the way for him to completely get rid of the body of death. Although his yin-yang body bone had been refined to the point where there was no trace of death aura, it was still in the form of a dead creature. The Dragon Essence Divine Pearl and the Phoenix Essence Divine Pearl could help him be reborn, but this was also a shortcut. Although he could be reborn with blood and become a person with blood and flesh, he was not like the legendary supreme existence that could be reborn with his own strength. At the moment of blood rebirth, he was invincible in the heavens and earth, and could even kill supreme existences. Although He Tian could use external forces to reform his body, he would not become a supreme existence like in the legends. The mountain river cauldron flew up from He Tian's hand and floated in front of He Tian. Then, He Tian began to form hand seals to activate the mountain river cauldron. There was still a way to activate the mountain river cauldron, but it was not necessary to communicate with the cauldron soul. Gu Fei had passed the method to He Tian so that he could use some of the mountain river cauldron's magical effects. Of course, He Tian would definitely not use the method that Gu Fei had passed on to him to activate the mountain river cauldron. The existence of the cauldron soul made it difficult for anyone other than Gu Fei to truly control the mountain river cauldron. The mountain river cauldron would only change owners if a saint of the extreme Dao completely erased the imprint that belonged to Gu Fei on it. Buzz! The mountain river cauldron let out a buzzing sound and quickly expanded. When a mountain river cauldron grew to a height of 30 feet, it stopped. Then, He Tian stood up from the stone bed and leaped into the mountain river cauldron. After He Tian jumped in the mountain river cauldron, there were no changes to the mountain river cauldron. It stood quietly on the ground, with strands of primordial chaos energy curling around it. At this time, in Gu Fei's room, Gu Fei was sitting cross-legged on the stone bed, as if he had